Chapter 22 Finite Deferment. Arms folded, Itakar leaned in boredom against a nearby tree, sharing an all-clear nod with Naoni across the small clearing they'd entered just as night fell, before turning back to monitor Tanner's efforts. Satisfied? Tanner was. However, Thradlos and his people had managed to do it. The raw power Tanner could feel seeping from the rune-marked spheroid metal casing set into the ground at his feet, one of perhaps a dozen or so that encircled the clearing, seemed to indicate that there was potent magic inside. Magic untouched by emotion or thought, Tanner mused, wondering how the ancient elves had encased the memory stone in such a way as to allow its power to affect the world around it, without allowing anything to leak through in return. If there was one thing all of Tanner's readings on magic agreed on, however, it was that there was no such thing as perfect containment, where magic was involved. Scholars had theorized near the end of the Age of Birth that this may be due to the natural decay and breakdown of all elements besides Memory Stone, compromising the enchantments, or even that there was some as yet unreadable type of radiation from the magic source that defied any and all barriers. But the elves, the ones who'd have lived long enough to see all attempts fail, had all agreed. Eventually, magic would break free. So, how is this Circle of Serenity still intact? Tanner muttered to himself. Maybe it really was only made near the end of the last age, Gefnar offered from a few paces away, where he stooped over another one of the casings in the moonlight. Tanner frowned, rising back to his feet and stretching out the kinks of travel. Maybe, he allowed. But you'd think there'd still be some signs of decay. And why would something like this turn up all the way over in Garakat? Itakar cleared his throat. As Thradlos mentioned, these items were located in a subterranean chamber off of the expansive Garakat mines, along with other half-completed bits and baubles, in what appeared to be a hidden laboratory. He nodded to Gefnar. Your theory would certainly line up with the desperate surge in inventions near the end of the Dragon War. Tanner's snout furled incredulously. You think Kirakath was hoping to sit the dragons and dwarves down for a chat, instead of ripping them out of the sky with her people's life force? Shrugging, Itakar made another cursory sweep of the clearing with his glinting wolven eyes. I can only hypothesize as to their motives, young man. Only a fool would approach so many unknowns with any certainty. From where she stood near the clearing's center, atop an oblong mound of flowered turf, Jack opened her eyes, following long minutes of soft murmurings and slow turning. Beside her, nose attentively to the air, Ember swung his massive head to regard her, as if waiting for his mistress to pronounce some profound insight into the situation. Instead, Jack's eyes shone briefly with the vibrant white of the forest's light, and she gave a weary sigh. But we're merely meant to take your word for it that this is a functioning circle of serenity, she asked Itakar pointedly. The wolfkin inclined his head. You are, of course, free to believe whatever you wish. I wasn't there when it was tested, but I saw the body of the man who set himself on fire. Tanner shuddered, self-consciously tucking his hands into his pockets. He'd seen up close the grotesque, twisted husk of a scorched body, courtesy of his own fiery abilities. The memory of Irimiz's fire-consumed features and all the convoluted emotions it raised left him feeling almost relieved that he couldn't command the flame inside the way he'd used to, when fused with Okizi. He'd only really noticed the lessened fury of his fire during their last encounter with General Fathag under Falcon Crest Fortress, and he hadn't mentioned it to the others yet. It wasn't really lying, he told himself. He just didn't want to make a big fuss over nothing. He'd still be useful in a fight, and he was still well in control of the fire he had. Now he was just more of a bonfire and less, well, wildfire. He pulled his flame-imbued cloak more tightly around his shoulders to combat the cooling evening, smiling to himself as he recalled how afraid of the garment he'd been a year earlier. But was I really afraid of the memory stone it held? He mused. Or was I afraid of how strong it might make me, and how much I might enjoy that? Both, he decided, were probably true. Now, however, he was grateful for Crexus's foresight in gifting him the cloak. Without the additional magics bolstering his abilities, he'd only been able to bring the force of a few torches to bear, hardly more than Allie had demonstrated in terms of fiery magics as an amateur. Which is all I am, really, Tanner supposed. He hadn't fought or trained for his power. It had simply fallen in his lap, making him feel strong for the first time in his life. Like he could actually make a difference. Like he was special. Stop it, he groaned at himself inwardly. He was still here, and he could still do some good. If anything, the lessening of his fire abilities had pushed him to spend more time with the Book of the Thakur Antothika had let him keep, and he'd already learned a couple of new tricks, even if he still wasn't entirely sure how he could understand the lyrical script. Besides, he'd much rather have Okizi whole and living her life than be able to set a beach full of waterlogged driftwood alight with a flick of his wrist. Still, he'd be lying if he said he didn't miss the feeling of such raw power in his veins. The ability to chant plant life into contorting out of his way, sing shimmering jagged hailstones into existence, or coax a torn sleeve back together with the right melody was neat. But what about Shanadir's vision that he would burn as to pale the sun itself? Stupidly, Tanner looked up into the night sky, as if to compare himself with the resting sun, and sighed. Sure, I could still light up Curtis's forge, no problem, but I'd felt the power growing inside of me, of us, since cutting loose that first night back in Dragon's Nest. Now, without Okizi's natural affinity bolstering his own, he felt like a wounded warrior who would never recover to full strength. Well, I don't plan on testing it. Allie's sharp assertion snapped Tanner back to himself, and he turned to see that the sour-faced woman had completed her circuit of the Circle of Serenity, still glaring at the casings that marked the perimeter. And we must hope, a new voice cut in, nearly giving Tanner whiplash as he spun his head back around to where it had originated, that all other parties will feel similarly. Jack was already beaming, striding forward to clasp hands with the short newcomer. Tiraki, she exclaimed. It's good to see you, and with a new staff. A proud smile tugged at Tiraki's toothy snout, and she nearly forgot to bow her head in deference toward her huntress, before offering up the slim, gnarled staff in her grasp for inspection. Aglek helped me to craft my old one. This one I managed to form on my own. Jack ran an appreciative hand over the twisted vines, which were petrified in place by memory stone shards that glinted in the moonlight, looking as though they'd all coiled as one to strike like a serpent. Beautifully made, Jack commended, smiling to Tiraki. Your master would be proud. Loss, now familiar to Tanner, flashed in Tiraki's eyes as Tanner and the others drew closer. Tanner caught a faint shake of Itakar's head toward Naoni as her hand gripped the sword hilt at her side, and thankfully the young Samanir didn't object. You are kind to say it, Huntress, Tiraki was saying, nodding her greeting to Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar. In truth, however, Aglek would likely have informed me of my flawed enchantments and suboptimal components. He was not a teacher easily finished instructing. Jack gave a soft laugh. Well, I happen to think you've crafted a masterwork. The swell of Tiraki's chest was unmistakable. Your approval is more than gratifying, Huntress, as you were the inspiration. Me? Jack frowned. I don't even carry a staff. My people believe in using nature itself as your focus. But you are meant to unite the green, Tiraki pressed, indicating her staff once more. Look closely. I was careful to gather components across my travels. A fila of honeysuckle, a twisted-in ivy. Slowly, Jack ran her hand along a twisting, petrified vein of the staff, turning almost morose. An Ethelvir wisteria. I know it well. Tiraki's smile wavered. Have I upset you, Huntress? Jack shook her head, her own smile returning, if a bit forced. Just happy to be home, is all. Tanner found himself scanning Tiraki's braided staff up and down, impressed at the way its two handles, one high and one low, were incorporated and shielded by fanned leaves. Maybe if I got my hands on one of those, I could get back into peak form. Before he could think of a polite way to ask Tiraki to offer him some pointers, however, Ember sank into a half-crouch beside Jack, hackles raised as he growled toward the crockblood. Ember? Jack scolded, taking a hold of his furry neck. Tiraki is a friend. Despite her words, however, Tanner could see the light of the forest enter her eyes as she turned back toward Tiraki, clearly searching for any signs of illusion or deceit. Tanner likewise turned his scrutiny on the crockblood, fervently hoping it wasn't a case of the former. What sort of illusionist would he be if he fell so easily for someone else's? No fractures or seams appeared in Tiraki's wary form, however. Abruptly, another horrifying thought struck Tanner, and he swiveled to look down near Ember's paws. "Relax, we're well out of the circle, Fireboy," Allie informed him with a comfortingly familiar eye roll. Then, to Jack as she folded her arms, "What's going on with Ember?" "Your pet is only growling at me, I fear," a voice that left Tanner more flustered than angry cut in, and another form slipped into the moonlit clearing from behind a tree. Tanner actually heard Jack's knuckles pop as she clenched her fists at her sides. Allie groaned. "Blazes, you couldn't find a new employer off in Asalirin or something?" She turned to a scowling Itakar. "I thought you scouted the area. You didn't see her coming?" "I did," Itakar said slowly, eyes sliding over to the smirking tigerkin who'd drawn everyone's attention. "I was informed that she was a friend of yours, and assumed that she was here at your request." Nelina haughtily adjusted her form-fitting sleeveless top. "I may have exaggerated their affection for me before your General Itokar. I suppose a more accurate description of our past encounters might be antagonistic," Jack offered sharply. "Manipulative?" Allie grunted. Tanner felt like he or Gefnar should add something, but was at a loss. They took the good ones. "Mutually beneficial," Nelina finished, as though she hadn't heard, smiling to Itakar. "They have gained things from our time together, as have I." "Gained a sense of paranoia and distrust," Tanner muttered, glad to have a dig in against the tigerkin at least. Nelina slowly leveled her gaze at him, then toward the others. "I thought you would all be happier to see me this time. Did I not display at least a meager portion of your precious virtues before our last parting?" "You hunted General Regand over to be killed," Jack snapped. "A good person would not feel pride in that." Sighing, Nelina turned to Allie. "You saw, my lady? If my motives had been purely self-serving, would I have stayed my blade from a killing blow when I had that Berken coward at my mercy?" Tanner looked over to the ruminating Allie, admiring how she'd cloaked her surprise at Nelina's use of the honorific. He wasn't sure how their old friend had learned who'd taken charge of the McAllister estate, and he probably never would. But I guess it's not exactly a secret. "I saw," Allie begrudgingly admitted. "You drove your sword through Regand's back." Nelina's smirk twitched toward a snarl at the memory. "I won't pretend I didn't enjoy it. But did I kill her?" Allie had to peel back her lips to force out a "No." Tanner glared down the tigerkin. "Yeah, well, maybe you just thought that Sonblade and the Wolfkin would torture Regand more than you ever could." Nelina's gleaming teeth flashed in the moonlight. "I assure you, Fox, that would not be a feat easily achieved." Whatever retort might have been forming in Tanner's mind fizzled and evaporated as he registered the emotion beneath Nelina's anger. He just spotted it in Tiraki. He'd come to know it far too well himself. Loss. Tanner's mind went back to that awful day in Kadasan, recalled the sight of Imal's lifeless body among the fallen who'd held the gate of Shanadir's conjured fortress against the Wolfkin. Imal, Nelina's soft-spoken apekin first mate, and whom, to Tanner's knowledge, Nelina had only ever addressed by his designated number on her crew, 5. It had only been after Imal's death, the apekin having defied Nelina to remain and fight, that Nelina had shown any investment in the conflict, beyond any duty to execute her employer's orders. Tanner had assumed that it had merely been a matter of pride for the tigerkin, that she'd experienced the loss of a valued asset, nothing more. Now, however, as Tanner looked into Nelina's face, he marked the well-cloaked creases of someone mourning someone cared for, even loved, in whatever sense of the word. If emotion and revenge had been her motives before, though, what had brought her here now? Rigand was long dead, there was little doubt of that. The Wolfkin wouldn't have let her take another free step after the Bearkin general's cold-blooded assassination of their alpha, Gerulf. Tanner's next thought was so ridiculous he almost burst out laughing. Maybe she's genuinely trying to live up to this selflessness Imal displayed in life. The memories of Nelina coldly skewering Linmore of Nizame as she whispered taunts in his ear, capitalizing on the death and chaos during the attack on Dragon's Nest to infiltrate Itothika's chambers, and callously relieving Guard Captain Phylak of the Elven Lover's statue, almost costing Atrisar her freedom, did their best to banish the possibility from Tanner's mind. Still, Nelina had yet to do anything downright evil, that Tanner knew of. Linmore had been rightfully deposed, Nelina hadn't killed any innocents in reaching Itothika's chambers, and Tanner and the others had been the ones to give Nelina the key to Phylak's safe. Pragmatic, sure. Self-serving, almost exclusively. But evil? Well, Gefnar hadn't been compelled to smite her or anything, yet. That had to mean something. And doesn't everyone deserve a chance to rebuild their life? Tanner thought, blinking back a tear for his fallen cousin, Jotagan. Fine, he said aloud, his friends all turning to him in surprise as he nodded curtly toward Nelina. Congratulations, you're not the worst person we've ever met. Care to tell us what you're doing here? Nelina smiled slowly, seemingly shocked at the unlikely source of support. Her gaze on him turned sultry, as if testing if this would help her cause, but Tanner folded his arms, patiently awaiting her response. Don't flatter yourself, lady. I'm spoken for. Well, before any of you grow paranoid in thinking that I must have some sort of magical tracking in place on you, Nelina began, allow me to assure you that the truth is far simpler. She gestured to the frowning Taraki. My current duties seem to find me crossing paths often with your crockblood friend, and when I saw that her path had struck out for the southeast with purpose, I surmised that she had been summoned. Tiraki's elongated lower jaw fell open. When have we crossed paths? I've not seen any sign of you. Nelina smiled pleasantly. Thank you. Jack groaned. You haven't answered Tanner's question. Why are you here? With a meek shrug, Nelina stepped around them to survey the perimeter of the Circle of Serenity. How much do any of you truly know about things such as this? Tanner prickled, feeling as though he was being punished for allowing Nelina a chance to prove herself. There's not a whole lot more torturous than having someone answer your questions with more questions. Enough to know they can't be tested, Allie declared. Then, glaring over to Itikar, or shouldn't be. That is only partly true, Nelina countered, smirking at the obvious, wary confusion on the faces before her. There are rituals meant to determine the strength and cohesion of enchantments. Gefnar nodded slowly, informing the others. That's true, but there's a big difference between being able to tell that something's magic and sensing every little detail. The more complex the enchantment, the harder it is to comprehend. Itothika taught me some basics, but this is a little beyond me. Itothika could handle it no problem, though. The confidence in his voice made Tanner believe it. Perhaps, Nelina allowed, but we hardly have your high priestess with us here at the moment, and it would matter little if we did. Allie snorted. Can you do it? Nelina waved the question aside. You're not listening. One or all of you could even learn to sense the intricacies of the circle, but there would always be room for deception in the eyes of those you would persuade. Tanner squinted. Pretty sure that was a no. Truthfully, he was beginning to wonder if Nelina could wield magic at all. He'd seen the result of her handiwork against Itothika's automaton library sentinel and the Crockbloods who'd pushed in after the Tigerkin. But Tanner had never seen Nelina throw magic about on any level. Coming to know her as he reluctantly had, he was finding it more and more plausible that she was in possession of powerful magical items that she utilized only at the point of greatest need, or when she just felt like being brutal or proving a point. She's right, Tiraki announced with an apologetic grimace toward Jack. Part of my report to you, Huntress, was also going to be that you may wish to reveal your presence to incentivize attendance. Even those of Garich's vermin throng who do not believe in Macarelon's prophecy are at least curious about what you represent, as are many among those who have fallen in with Mevod. And Garich himself will certainly seek you out, if he knows you are near. Jack cocked an eyebrow toward the Crockblood. How did you know I would be involved in these talks? Tanner noted the faint tug of a smile at Tiraki's mouth. Because of who you are, Huntress, the Crockblood declared. Fine, Allie grunted. So, we need Mevod's mercs. Mongrels, Nelina cut in. Allie continued, undeterred. Vermin and the Onebloods each to send someone to investigate. Nelina dipped her head, smirking smugly. And fortunately for all of you, I have taken steps toward this goal already. High Silverback Dunfana, Garich, and Rashuga, Mevod's captain of the half-breed mongrel band, have each dispatched a skilled magic wielder to assess your circle. The other attendees appear to have waived the process, displaying trust in Queen Gwytherin and her newly appointed general. Itakar's eyes widened. Then we have all we need. My agents to the northeast report that Sunblade prepares to authenticate our circle as well. Tanner bristled at the mention of the Wolfkin seer, whose potent fear of change had caused the deaths of so many Ravenbloods in Katasan. Sunblade? Gefnar repeated. Is she the new Wolfkin Alpha, then? Itakar nodded. She is also an old acquaintance of mine, from before I departed the Packlands. Then she probably knows you're here already, Tanner said with a snort. He didn't especially like dealing with beings with the advantage of being able to peek into the future. Shanadir being the exception. Perhaps, Itakar allowed, frowning. Though I hear she has had trouble trusting in her own visions of late. Her miscalculation in Katasan reportedly even has her questioning whether or not to abdicate from her new role. Regret can be good, said Jack, turning introspective, provided it doesn't compromise your ability to act. Yes, Nelina sighed, shrugging aside the point. I'm sure Sunblade will be sorted out soon enough. What this means, though, my dear, is that your job has been made far simpler. Her feline eyes narrowed. Or perhaps more difficult? Jack's gaze faltered, leaving Tanner to chime in. What do you mean? Nelina smiled pleasantly back at him. Simply that when one is faced with the prospect of confronting one's own progenitors, one may find international diplomacy an agreeable diversion. Tanner nodded slowly, finally catching the Tigerkin's point. Jack must have thought they'd spend weeks tracking down the right people in each faction to bring everyone to a neutral meeting place, away from the rest of Mevod's forces. Now they had only one task left to them, the one only Jack could take on with any hope of success. Well, they've all gotten to meet my father. I suppose you know where my father is already? Jack addressed Nelina tersely. The Tigerkin shook her head. I've spotted only the faintest traces of trails long gone cold. This task at least remains well and truly yours. For a moment, Tanner wasn't sure whether the resulting relief or worry on Jack's face would win out. Resolve, however, washed them both away as Jack turned to Tanner and the others. I suppose I should be asking you all to respect my clan's privacy as I go to track him down alone. Tanner held up a hand. Hey, we can go with you, or we can stay right here. Whatever you need. Her staff twitching, Tiraki hesitantly cleared her throat. I should remain here, though, I think, Huntress. The recent wilderling attacks have targeted my kind specifically, and if your father is as skilled a warrior as you, I have no wish to provoke him needlessly. Jack winced. It's true, then? I was hoping that General Thradlos's spies were mistaken. Tiraki nodded gravely. Any survivors who would speak to me all report the same. Shadowy assassins led by a dark-skinned, dark-eyed human who is treated as a clan leader by his own kind and addressed as Owen Ed Ethelvir. Hey, said Tanner, stepping up beside Jack to rest a hand on her shoulder. Maybe we don't have all the facts. Or maybe he doesn't. Either way, you need to talk to him. He tried to smile. And he's still your father, right? Jack slowly looked up to meet Tanner's gaze, and Tanner felt his throat go dry. I hope so, Jack whispered heavily. For both of our sakes. Chapter 23. Paths clear and shrouded. The faint scratch at the base of a mossy stone in her path nearly escaped Jack's notice. Would have, if not for Ember's pointed look back to her and the faint dip of his shaggy head toward the mark. Despite the weight seeming to pull at her face, Jack managed a weak smile, patting the wolf's furry neck as she leaned forward in her saddle. Well spotted, Ember. Follow. The scratch was so innocuous that it could have been caused by a deer scraping something off its hoof, but Jack recognized the subtle curve of a wilderling trail marker. This had been made by one of her people, likely with the dull edge of a hunting knife. There were no branches to the mark, indicating that it wasn't meant to serve as a distance indicator to a diverging previously scouted path, such as one might use when fleeing a predator, or when eager to diverge from the worn path of a herd during a stampede. This was simply an indicator of a path taken, both to aid any potential rescue party and to help direct a tired and/or wounded clansperson in retracing their steps. We plan for all potential tragedies and mishaps, her father had once told her, in the hope of avoiding as many as possible. Apprehension squeezed mercilessly at Jack's chest at the memory, as did her own words from the night before. She'd meant what she'd said, that she hoped the man she searched for was still her father, for both of their sakes. But not all the fear was directed toward how her father might have changed for the more violent since their last meeting. Jack was also scouring her own heart for every subtle shift in thought and action since setting out beyond the clan grounds. Had she changed more than she'd been meant to? In some ways, she felt much the same as she had when she'd left her family behind a little over a year ago. But, in others, she'd never have called a Crockblood friend before. Never would have been so guarded with strangers or have so fiercely demanded the respect of others. What if, in trying to do the right thing, Jack wondered, hands tightening on her saddle horn, I've become convinced of my own infallibility? She'd never known her father to act without just cause. What if the vermin, the half-breeds he was attacking, deserved his retribution? Her father could well be on a just mission from Iyrnot, and here Jack was thinking to talk him out of it. What if the cause of the half-breeds, one that had surprised Jack herself in her taking it on, had been flawed from the start? Can we ever hope to truly live in harmony? I know that look, a voice from beside caused Jack to stir. She'd heard the soft plodding of hooves that had heralded the figure's approach, but she'd gone without the sound of human speech since sunrise. The natural calm of the forest seemed to shatter with its return, as did her already nebulous thoughts. Jack turned to face the newcomer, finding a disproportionately mortified expression on Naomi's sun-speckled face, as the Samanir drew her horse up short down their winding river path. I'm so sorry, Naomi whispered eagerly, moving to direct her horse away. I didn't mean to disturb you. Behind the Samanir, the varied degrees of humor on the faces of Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar at Naomi's meek display brought a reluctant smile to Jack's own features. All were mounted, as the muddy switchbacks down the shallow ravine to the riverside demanded careful guidance from a rider to keep their mounts from growing over-eager and tumbling down the embankment. Ember, of course, had leaped ahead, alighting nimbly below, and Naomi, it seemed, had been close behind, proving herself an accomplished rider. It's all right, Jack sighed, motioning Naomi up beside her as she drew Ember to a stop with a thought. Drawn back to the present, Jack inhaled deeply of the cool air and basked in the soothing sounds of shifting, shallow river waters. "What look?" she asked softly, her eyes half closed. Circumventing a broad, muddy patch, seemingly stirred up by two large creatures batting each other about after a swim in the river, Naomi drew up her horse on a twisted mound of grass. "I'm sorry?" "What look?" Jack repeated, glancing to the other woman quizzically. "On my face just now. You said you knew it." Just when she thought Naomi would need more prompting. "Oh, well, not yours specifically, of course. But a lot of people I look up to have that same expression when they consider their duty and, well, whatever's conflicting with it." Jack nodded slowly. "I suppose that would be an expression while at home among the Samanir." Naomi blinked. "Right. And, well, I respect it, I guess. But you never question your duty?" The young Samanir shifted in her saddle. "Well, no. I was raised to do what I believed to be right, even if it felt like the whole world was against me." Jack smiled. "I was raised much the same." "I know," said Naomi. Then, at Jack's raised eyebrow, "I mean, everyone among the Samanir have made a point to learn about the heroes of Dragon's Nest. It's fascinating, to be honest. How you can have such different backgrounds, and yet you all came together to do such great things." Something between a chuckle and a grunt slid from Jack's throat, causing Ember to turn to her questioningly. Smiling, she patted his neck, indicating in her mind's eye for him to ease a few paces forward into a warm patch of sunlight that filtered through the towering trees encircling the bulbous ravine. "I am glad of the good we've been able to do," Jack said, slowly scanning her surroundings before turning back to Naomi. "But we weren't alone in our stand at Dragon's Nest, or Nezame, or Varbius, or Cadison, and we certainly couldn't have helped to bring so much change to Falcon Crest if the Samanir had decided to cover up the actions of Vulcrit and the others." Naomi shook her head. "They'd never do that. The Samanir might lose sight of the true threat, at times, but they're always there to serve the people of Kavorim." She smiled. "And sometimes everyone needs someone inspiring to show up and tell them they've lost their way. That's what heroes and leaders are for. You get the glory, sure, but it's also a great responsibility." "You can keep the glory," Jack said with a sigh. "That just makes the burden heavier, knowing how many others deserve more praise than you, whose names might not even be remembered." She glanced back to Allie as the rest of her companions reached the ravine floor, thinking of how Crexus's loss still hung over her friend. "She's so afraid of connecting with someone else the way she did with him, that she's pushing someone else away now without even seeming to know why." The look back also contented Jack that Nelina was still nowhere in sight. The Tigerkin woman had agreed to remain with Itakar and Tiraki without fuss, promising that she'd aid where she could as agents from each faction arrived. Still, knowing that Nelina was about had placed Jack even more on edge than the situation warranted, which was already considerable. "Do you trust Itakar?" Jack asked pointedly, turning back to Naomi. "And Thradlos? Does he lead well?" "Oh, well, they've both done great things," Naomi stammered. "That is, Thradlos has proven himself to be a competent leader in past efforts, and he commands the respect of his subordinates, new and old. And Itakar, well, he's clearly experienced in guerrilla tactics, and Thradlos's trust in him is good enough for me." Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar drew up nearby, silently monitoring the exchange as Jack pressed, "And you don't have a problem with Itakar being a half-breed?" Naomi almost recoiled from the question. "What? No, of course not. I've been taught better than that." Self-consciously regaining her composure, she looked about the group. "I suppose that a few of the troops might take issue with someone wearing a different kind of face giving orders to Samanir and soldiers, but it won't hold us back. All of us are going to build a better world, together." Jack couldn't help but smile. Naomi sounded so certain, so convicted. Jack had come to realize that forging such bonds between the races after so many generations of distrust wouldn't be as simple as she would have liked. But Naomi's bright-eyed optimism was inspiring. Maybe the strained tolerance of necessity that had taken hold in Falcon Crest could blossom into something to resemble the age of birth and the unity between elves, humans, gnomes, and giants.
Maybe I'm not the biggest fool for hoping to build a better world.
Glad to see that not all Samanir see me as an interloper, Tanner addressed Naomi good-naturedly. At a quick guess, what would you say the ratio of your order is, half-breed friendly to not half-breed friendly? I've never been arrested for how I look or anything, but some of the looks I've gotten from your friends wearing the Falcon mark have made me pretty sure I wouldn't have had to give them much of a reason.
Yeah,
Naomi admitted, her shoulders drooping.
I've met a handful who've even bragged about making the lives of city half-breeds a nightmare. It's all in how you're raised, I guess.
Allie studied the Samanir woman.
And how were you raised?
Naomi's eyes went wide, the woman twitching so sharply in her saddle that Jack thought she might fall off.
Oh, I'm not. The Samanir have always taken good care of me. I don't mean to imply that they make people that way, or that they deliberately recruit people people like that.
Brow arcing, Allie held up a hand.
That's not even what I was just asking where you grew up.
Oh, Naomi blinked.
I actually grew up in a small village south of Lorsin, not too far from here, actually.
Which one? Asked Allie.
I know the area pretty well.
Naomi squirmed, clearly uncomfortable at all the attention.
Tredath, my lady.
Allie rolled her eyes at the honorific, leaving Gefnar to press. Does your family still live there? Something dark and heavy flashed in the Samanir woman's eyes.
I hope so.
Tanner's snout twisted in disbelief. You don't know?
I haven't been able to go back and check on them, Naomi admitted with a shake of her head.
And they don't know how to write a letter? Said Allie. Naomi gave an unconvincing laugh.
It's complicated.
Jack smiled to the woman, sensing that it would be best to drop the topic quickly. Whatever Naomi was holding back, she was clearly uncomfortable sharing it with strangers, and even doubly so with the heroes of Dragon's Nest.
Tell you what, when we've sorted out this business with the half-breed factions, we'll do our best to get you back to your family. If both you and Itokar agree, that is. We're heading that way next.
She turned to Allie.
Right?
Allie nodded.
It'd be a day or two's detour, tops.
Naomi looked about the group, finally smiling back to Jack, true gratitude lifting her features.
Thank you. You really mean it, too, don't you? For me, someone you barely know.
Of course, Jack replied warmly. But she was preoccupied with an uncomfortable realization.
We're heading that way next.
That's what she'd said. She'd been so relieved when her friends had decided to accompany her in locating her father. It had been the clear choice, perhaps. With Nelina's unexpected aid, there would have been little for Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar to do if they'd remained with Itokar, or at the Circle of Serenity. Still, knowing that her dear companions, especially Tanner, given the possible dangers, wished to remain at her side, it had doubled her doubts about sending them on without her. So much so that she seemed to tie herself into their continued travels without a second thought. The realization brought as much comfort as it did discomfort.
But I'm so close to home, she reminded herself. I need to learn more about my connection to Ember, and it's certainly not the purpose of our pilgrimage to become so involved. Blazes, here I am helping to shape the future of nations.
She had to be strong. She needed to distance herself from the unending struggles of the world before she irrevocably became a part of them. She needed to remember the words of her father. Yes, one person could make a difference, but if the few consistently handled the concerns of the many, the goal became the accumulation and retention of power, not service. She needed... Jack? Tanner's voice intruded on her thoughts. and she jerked her gaze over to the foxkin to see that her companions all studied her expectantly.
"Sorry,"
said Jack, surprised to find a smile settling on her face.
"Did you say something?"
Tanner's brow furrowed, but he didn't demand an explanation for her distractedness any more than the others. "I was just saying that it was nice for you to wait for us before crossing the river and all, but we can push through now." Now it was Jack's turn to frown.
"Crossing the river? We're not crossing."
Then, glancing across the babbling water, she understood. It shouldn't have surprised her, really. That was why her people periodically made their trails down toward a stream or a river crossing, for the purpose of convincing anyone tracking one's path that the shallows had been used for an easy crossing. In reality, unless a wilderling was close behind prey or needing to cover ground quickly, it made more sense to cut a visible trail to the water, then push on along the shore, where any tracks would be washed away.
"Trust me,"
Jack continued, gesturing to the mark.
"It may look like the trail we're following crossed the river here, but I know my father. If he crossed here, he might not be able to loop back around to the Circle of Serenity in time."
Allie nodded slowly.
"And you're sure that's where he's going?" "If he knows of it, yes," Jack asserted. "And he seems to be well informed otherwise. His attacks seem intended to disrupt, and nothing would disrupt things more than assaulting the gathering we hope to bring about."
Gefnar winced. "Which wouldn't go well for him if he enters the circle." Jack's heart stuttered, but she managed a curt nod.
"Precisely. One of many reasons for us to find him first."
"And you're sure that this is his trail?" Tanner asked hesitantly, as though he loathed to question Jack's ability. "If his attacks have been so successful, one would think we'd have at least a dozen more sets of footprints to follow." Her eyes drifting down to the churned, muddy bank beneath them, Jack found herself wondering the same thing. Her father appeared to be traveling with only 4 other individuals. But again she nodded.
"Ember has my father's scent, and he knows it well."
She patted the wolf's neck, feeling a dull sense of dread as she added,
"We're close."
She nudged Ember into motion beneath her with a thought, leading the others along the near bank of the river as it widened again.
"I only wish I felt more excited at the thought of seeing you again, Father."
As it was, she almost wished she'd kept her mouth shut and just crossed the blazing river. Chapter 24. Preemptive Goodbyes. Allie watched the firelight shift and dance over her hand, narrowing her eyes in focus. At an abrupt ripple of purplish-black energy, her arms seemed to vanish from existence, only causing the faintest of eddies through the air as she flexed her fingers. Allie smiled.
"And all without the need for a compromising command word."
She'd learned many of those during her schooling at Aranak Sanctuary under Lethold, the man who'd carried her away from the streets of Lorsen. The use of words and spells was, after all, the easiest way to grow accustomed to the flows of magic.
"Much like the muscle memory for the gestures and stances we adopt for certain spells,"
Lethold had explained on a particularly dreary day, as his students had focused on their basic magics.
"Words are stored in precise areas of our brains, some of which our minds do not even recognize as language."
Lethold's weathered features had settled on Allie, where she'd been attempting to render a caged mouse unconscious by enhancing the sedative properties of Loudon pollen with natural magics.
"Miss Allie,"
Lethold had addressed her with a mischievous smile,
"if you would kindly grace us with the fiercest expletive of your vocabulary."
A few of the other students had paused in their work to turn shocked or amused looks on their instructor, some almost looking as though they expected Allie's next words to warp the lacquered wooden walls of their classroom.
"If you Wachian insist,"
Allie had replied with a reluctant smirk. She wasn't even sure what the word meant now, but she'd heard a few of the gruffer denizens of Lorsen mutter it when especially irked. Students attached to the more sensitive ears in the room had offered sharp gasps, and Lethold had nodded to Allie.
"That will suffice. Now, does anyone know the original intent of that word?
He'd looked about the uneasy faces of the room.
Anyone? I thought not. My point is this. Certain words serve a purpose aside from language. They form a sort of subliminal vocabulary, utilized either in response to nonverbal stimuli, or, at the least, indirect verbal stimuli, or with the intent of eliciting some nonverbal response in the world around us. The words we use while wielding magics fall into the latter category, stimulating a unique pathway in our brains that help us to focus on wielding magics for a specific task. The words are not the spell. Our actions are not the spell. All that is required for the wielding of magics is a strength of will and a magical source equal to the task. The words and motions you learn here are but a means to help you achieve both.
Lethold had stood absolutely still by his desk then, not an eyebrow twitching as he'd manifested a contained cyclone of wind about himself that had barely rustled in Allie's hair. Just as immediately, Lethold had dismissed the cyclone.
Over time, he'd continued, the words and motions become synonymous with the unique magics brought to bear. Some magic wielders opt to continue their use out of comfort. But if one builds sufficient focus, magic is only ever the merest thought away.
A gnome girl named Mifwir had waved her hand for Lethold's attention.
And do more potent spells require greater focus, instructor?
Lethold had offered his signature head bubble to either side in response.
On occasion, but focus is more intrinsically linked with fine magical skills. A relatively weak spell to manipulate small objects requires little mental finesse if one is simply shoving the item over. But it requires considerable focus for the same amount of magical energies to lift the item carefully into the air. The ability to wield more potent magics is more closely related to the vigilant fostering of one's mental stamina and attunement to the natural world.
He'd smiled at Mifwir's obvious question.
Yes, for bloodlines native to Derness, magic pulses naturally in your blood, though clearly more strongly in some, and imperceptibly in others. But we humans had to learn over centuries after entering this world that one's mental prowess for magics is only half of the equation. One must also foster a oneness with the natural world or gain the blessing of a Thekur to wield the magics of Derness.
Allie sighed, her eyes drifting up to the stars that peeked through the shadowy canopy of the forest.
The damned blessing of the Thekur, she thought.
Jack and her people weaved the light of the forest, the raw life force that saturated the natural world, bolstered by Iyrnot's touch. Intothica and Gefnar channeled the radiance of Nomen Kal, gifted to his agents in this reality. And Allie? She had the vilest Thekur himself promising her power beyond reckoning. The only price was her soul.
Hardly. I do not deal in slaves as our supposed brightest Nomen Kal does. We would be allies, our efforts joined to achieve both of our ends. All you must do is accept the strength that I offer.
Your skills have improved?
Allie jumped, spinning to face an apologetic Jack, the other woman's troubled features shifting in the dancing light of the fire.
What?
Allie said with a frown. Jack motioned to Allie's forearm, and Allie realized that she still held it shrouded by magic, barely registering the slow drain on magical reserves infused throughout her body. Jack smiled thinly.
The light may be dim, but even so, I can hardly mark the presence of your arm at all.
With a flicker of focus, Allie dispelled the magics that shielded her arm from sight, performing what she could probably market as a limb-restoring miracle to a particularly gullible crowd. No words, no motions. She just did it.
Do you ever use words? Allie blurted, turning back to Jack. For spells, I mean. Or hand motions?
Jack's brow furrowed at the question, but she gave it due consideration, gently shouldering deeper into Ember's fur as she leaned back against the curled-up wolf's side.
For spells I don't use as often, I suppose. I summoned that Stormbank while defending the Glenadoc without thinking, really. But I've since read up on the proper incantations and hand flourishes for such things, to ensure I could replicate it.
She turned apologetic again.
As you may have noticed.
Allie had. The rising winds and crackles of lightning on a handful of sunny days back in Falcon Crest had alerted her to Jack's efforts.
But,
Jack continued, lacing her fingers behind her head,
for simple healing or illumination, no, I have not used the proper words or motions in years. Why do you ask? I've never had much use for them, Allie admitted. Most magics have always just made sense to me. I only discovered that I could even wield magic a few years ago.
She shook aside the dark memory of Shala being torn apart, and Jack had the decency to allow her a moment to recover.
And I took to the lessons at Aranak's sanctuary better than students who'd been training since they could walk.
Jack studied Allie for a moment.
And now you're worried that you've been using Sharad's power this whole time, without knowing it? That it's what caused you to excel?
Allie physically winced at hearing her fears spoken out loud.
Isn't it? The only reason my blood has such an affinity for magic is because one of my more brain-damaged ancestors thought it would be a good idea to make a deal with the greatest evil entity known to Dareness.
Ember lifted his head from his forepaws at the heightened strain in Allie's voice, causing Jack to pat the wolf's head reassuringly as she considered Allie's words.
But, as you just said, you had strength in magic for years before you encountered Sharad for yourself. Surely you can't be held responsible for wielding power you thought was entirely your own.
And now, Allie pressed, bringing a palm around to where her skull met her neck.
I can feel him waiting for release, Jack. With every spell I cast, every new skill I learn or stumble into. He whispers that I could be stronger, powerful enough to reshape the world the way I want it. If you only surrender yourself to him.
Allie nodded.
He calls it an alliance, but I'd have to be an idiot to believe he'd ever treat me like an equal.
Surprisingly enough, Sharad remained silent, the dark kernel pulsing beneath bone and flesh at the back of Allie's mind, nearly imperceptible at its low thrum. Like the soft drumming of a heartbeat in Allie's ears that she'd allowed herself to ignore.
Only a fool or a coward convinces herself that there is no power in darkness,
Jack said softly, as though reciting from a passage or verbal lesson.
Are you ever tempted?
No, Allie said sharply.
I've seen what I'm capable of when I haven't learned to control my power. Even left to my own devices, I try not to take on too much too quickly.
She focused for a moment, calling on her magics to carry her up a few inches from the ground, still seated atop a dark, crackling mist. She felt herself half fade into the power, looking down to see that her body from the waist down had gone translucent, seeming to merge into the murky currents of magic. She had to raise her voice slightly now over the low roar beneath her.
Antothika's meditations help me find stillness and control, even in abilities I discovered by instinct.
Jack's smile seemed proud.
And you trust in your own control in these spells?
Nodding again, Allie lowered herself back to the ground, growing fully corporeal again as the swirling power dissipated. A delighted giggle from across the campfire caused her to turn self-consciously to regard Naoni, who sat watching, beaming delightedly before clearing her throat and turning sheepishly away. To either side of the Samanir, Tanner and Gefnar exchanged amused expressions as the latter continued readying his bedroll, pointedly avoiding eye contact with Allie.
I'm in control,
she answered Jack, trying to put Gefnar and his infuriatingly calm arguments out of her mind.
Antothika says that, as long as I wield magic selflessly, I should be fine. And you disagree?
Jack asked, tilting her head to the side as she scrutinized Allie.
I don't know,
Allie admitted with a groan.
I guess not. I just worry about the day when, to do something selfless, I need the kind of power Sharad is offering. I see,
Jack said slowly. Then, meeting Allie's gaze,
but I wonder if even that is a comforting lie. It's not often a single moment that turns people into instruments of evil. It's more often the little compromises along the way that chip away at a person's integrity, no matter how innocuous they may seem.
Allie scowled. Something in the way Jack said the words made her suspect they weren't talking about her anymore.
Feeling like you made a few too many of those?
Jack offered a muted shrug.
I'm not sure. All I know is that I'm not the same person I was before I left my clan.
I thought that was the point.
It is,
Jack said, smiling faintly.
I only ever wonder if, by being so caught up in the world and its troubles, I've allowed myself to shirk responsibility for my actions in the name of remaining focused.
Her eyes darkened as she leaned deeper into Ember's side.
Or responsibility for my lack of action.
Allie's eyes shifted briefly to the contented wolf.
You mean not finding answers about Ember? You think you can even find any?
Jack sighed, lowering her voice.
Maybe. I just know that you won't find them with us,
Allie finished, her features creasing in understanding. A cold sort of ache took hold in her gut as Jack shook her head sadly.
I wish that I could, Allie. You all have been the truest friends I've ever had.
She tilted her head against Ember's neck, laughing softly.
On two legs, anyway.
That's why you've seemed distant, Allie went on, the pieces coming together in her mind.
Why you were acting so strange at the Circle of Serenity, or when Thradlos told us about your dad. You wanted us to come with you as far as possible because you knew you wouldn't be coming back.
Jack's only response was a somewhat defeated nod. Allie's heart raced, as if there was danger close by. Sure, she'd known that her time with her makeshift family wouldn't, and probably couldn't, last forever, with how different their lives were, when they didn't have a dragon's will forcing them together. Still, she was shocked, and more than a little unnerved, to find that the sense of impending loss she felt was nearly as strong as when Sharla had been torn from her life.
You mean when you tore her to pieces?
She gritted her teeth, shutting out the spine-chilling voice with her own.
Stupid. No one's dying. Jack just has her own life to live, so stop being such a child.
I'll miss you. The words were out of Allie's mouth before she even realized she was saying them. She found that she stared into the glowing coals of their campfire and forced herself to turn back to Jack, whose own eyes were filled with sororal affection.
You're a friend to me too, Allie continued. You remind me a lot of Sharla, actually. The big sister I didn't know I needed.
Something splashed onto Allie's taut fists in her lap, and she realized that she was crying. It wasn't because she was sad. Well, not entirely. She hadn't lied about missing Jack when she was gone. But strangely, the feeling she was nearly overwhelmed with was healing. Like she hadn't realized she'd come so far from the worst night of her life to feel so strongly for someone new. It had begun with Crexus, she supposed, despite her reactionary self-loathing after his death. And now... She looked up as soft footfalls rounded the campfire, seeing that Tanner had walked up to stand in front of Jack, a sad smile on his foxen face. Slowly, he lifted his arms wide. Yes, I heard. No, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. He motioned somewhat apologetically to his large, furry ears, giving them a distinct twitch. Jack may not have meant for her words to reach Tanner through their group's mental link, but they all kept a vague sense of each other's emotional states when close to each other. For someone with Tanner's senses, even Allie had to concede that it would be difficult to tune out the words that accompanied those emotions. Now, if you're not too mad, Tanner continued, could you please stand up? I know you're not leaving this second, but... Jack laughed, wiping a tear from her own cheek as she pushed up to her feet, tightly reciprocating the offered hug. You too, Allie, Tanner said, sounding slightly winded as he smiled to her, motioning that she join the embrace. And toss something at Gefnar, huh? Allie complied on both accounts, springing upright and kicking a small rock near the campfire to clang noisily off Gefnar's unworn breastplate. Gefnar snapped upright from his bedroll. What? Is there... He trailed off as his eyes found Allie, then shifted to Jack and Tanner, who stood with their mirrored arms linked, each holding out their opposing arm to take up the others in the group embrace. Gefnar smiled hesitantly as Allie offered him a hand up. "All right." Then he seemed to notice all the tears, and Allie could practically feel him trying to sort out the emotions filling their mental link. She supposed she shouldn't have been surprised at how little time it took for him to piece it all together. He took Allie's hand, a flash of optimism coming to his face at the gesture free of influence from the two's last talk together.
"Nothing's been fixed between us,"
Allie thought, pointedly drawing her hand away once Gefnar was on his feet.
"We're just taking a moment to show appreciation for a mutual friend."
Gefnar's brow furrowed in understanding, and Allie felt a brief rush of discomfort at how easily he'd translated her unspoken thoughts. "The strength and range of the bond being reliant on the empathic nature of Memory Stone," the priestess Emidre's lecturing tone, from when she'd gifted them all the enchanted vials to form the mental link, entered Allie's mind. "Is directly proportional to the link present between the individuals attempting to wield the magic with the strongest of bonds, the texts say, even resulting in near telepathic communication."
"The strongest of bonds,"
Allie couldn't keep her mind from reiterating. Shaking the thought aside, she swept back to join Jack and Tanner, who now knelt to mitigate the height difference between the three of them of human and elven blood, and their gnome companion, whom, Allie belatedly realized, she'd been corralled next to in the circle. Then the four of them met in a communal embrace, with Allie resting her head on Jack's shoulder. The vulnerability of the act surprised her most of all, and she wasn't sure if it had been meant to help her feel closer to Jack, or farther from Gefnar, whose arm was loosely wrapped around her middle. "So, how much time do we have left?" Gefnar asked Jack. His typically messy hair mussed even further as he was lightly caught between Allie and Tanner's shoulders. "You're not leaving us right away, are you?" Jack shook her head.
"No, but I think, whatever happens when we find my father, I should return with him to our clan grounds."
Tanner chuckled. "And let's hope that you and Ember aren't nearly the tracking duo that everyone thinks you are." Snorting, Ember shoved his furry head between Jack and Tanner, his eyes matching the glow of the campfire's smoldering coals as he seemed to glare up at the foxkin. Allie laughed, dropping back to her haunches as Ember broke up the communal hug.
"Don't think Ember plans to ruin his reputation to stay with us."
The wolf stood, stalwart, as Jack leaned affectionately against him, his eyes slowly scanning the group's faces, as though attempting to grasp the strange blend of happiness and loss. He then roughly licked first Tanner's, then Gefnar's, and finally Allie's faces with his large, rough tongue. "We'll miss you too, Ember," Tanner said, smiling as he smoothed down his furry cheek, now matted with wolf slobber. Allie merely swept the slickness from her face with a casual wave of her hand and a light brush of crackling magic.
"Not selfless, but I hardly have to call on a Thekur's power for something like that."
Then Allie realized that Ember now gazed past them all, head cocked as though in confusion, as he stared past the campfire.
"Oh, right,"
Allie thought, following the wolf's gaze to see that Naomi sat precisely where she had before, a broad grin on her face as she took in the others. Sorry," Gefnar offered, not surprisingly remembering his manners first, as he smiled self-consciously to the young Samanir. "I guess you think we're probably pretty strange, huh?" Naomi frowned slightly.
"What? No, of course not. This..."
She gestured to encompass Allie and the others.
"This is great."
Allie suspected she was doing a poor job of hiding her confusion and unease at Naomi's enthusiasm.
"Sure, kid,"
she thought, easing back to her feet after giving Jack's shoulder a brief pat. She resumed her spot around the campfire, with Tanner and Gefnar doing likewise, everyone retreating to their bedrolls except Tanner, who almost always took first watch, being the group's premier night owl. Flipping her back to the fire, Allie slowly let the pool of sleep still the frantic churning of her thoughts. She'd learned to anticipate each coming day, during her time with her odd little family, but it still felt like the return of a familiar comfort to find that she dreaded tomorrow's arrival.
Some days are just meant to be lived through,
Shala had been fond of reminding Allie through the leaner times the two of them had faced together.
That's how you get back to the brighter ones you can actually enjoy.
Allie stifled a groan, drawing her blanket over her shoulders. With Lorsen still looming in her near future after Jack promised to leave, she wondered how long of a wait for brighter days she was in for this time. Chapter 25 Faces Concealed. Tanner tried in vain to maneuver his horse under a dense cluster of rough-looking vines. "Oh, come on, Mudgeon," he hissed, leaning over in his saddle from hauling back on the reins. "Just wait your turn." Nearby, Jack led Allie, Gefnar, and Naomi on their respective mounts through an opening in the thicket Jack claimed her father had bedded down in for the night. With Jack contented that Owen was only a few hours ahead of them, they were quickly abandoning the thicket for the ongoing trail, and Tanner's horse had apparently decided that it had had enough of staring at the rears of its fellows, carrying Tanner intently toward a curtain of thick, low-hanging vines that veiled the mid-morning sun. "The blazes with you," Tanner finally snarled, toppling ungracefully out of his saddle to keep from being swept off Mudgeon's back. Catching himself nearly on all fours on the leafy ground, Tanner spun to his feet after the horse, kicking some mulch up pointlessly after it. "You know I could roast you alive, right?" Then, at the sounds of laughter from his comrades, he swiveled on their unapologetically mirthful faces. "And that goes for all of you, too." Allie merely cocked an eyebrow as she pushed after the disappearing Jack.
"I mean, you're welcome to try."
Gefnar laughed along with the others but drew his smaller horse's pace up slightly. "Need a hand, Tanner?" "And Jack and Allie say my birthday cake was questionable. The man of the hour clearly wishes to repay me for it." "Nah," Tanner sighed, quickly laughing off the incident. Truthfully, he was just glad that he'd been able to bring a moment of levity to an otherwise heavy morning. The sun shone brightly overhead, burning off the morning fog, but a gloom still hung over the group as they closed in on their quarry, and the moment they'd have to bid Jack an actual farewell. "I've got him, don't worry," Tanner called over his shoulder, trotting after his unperturbed horse and ducking through the tangle of vines. "Blazin' Samanir horse," he muttered. The great Lady McAllister's stablemaster had suggested that they allow the mounts they'd ridden all the way from Dragon's Nest to remain at the McAllister estate, procuring horses that were bred for long-distance travel rather than as farm animals. And Gwytherin, catching wind of this, had insisted that they avail themselves of the finest stock Falcon Crest Fortress had to offer. Tanner, for one, missed his old horse. Starchy may have just been a Dragon's Nest mutt, rented out for whatever job needed a set of hooves, but she'd carried Tanner quietly and carefully over hundreds of miles. Both horses had, of course, had prior names, Strawberry and Wrensong or something like that, Tanner recalled, but Tanner had taken it upon himself to title them as he'd assessed their methods of service. And, for all his prized Samanir stock, Mudgeon had more than earned his name, even driving Tanner to drop the Sir from his new title.
"Believe it or not,"
a voice giggled from behind Tanner as he attempted to snatch up Mudgeon's reins and sling himself back into place.
"I think he really likes you."
Tanner glanced over his shoulder to see that, while Jack, Allie, and Gefnar had slowed their pace, waiting for Tanner to rejoin them, Naomi had spurred her mount closer to smile pleasantly down at him. "Yeah?" Tanner grunted, hurling himself up over his saddle and flailing back into place. "Well, he could be a bit less of one of these showing it." At this he indicated Mudgeon's posterior. Naomi laughed, bringing her horse alongside Tanner's as they moved to follow the others.
"I'm glad your friends have you along," the young Samanir said distractedly.
Double-checking that he wasn't reaching out to any of his other companions through their mental link, Tanner leaned closer to Naomi, whispering, "Because of what I am?" "What?" Naomi replied sharply, spinning to face him, eyes searching.
"I mean, what is it you think that you are?"
Tanner offered a showy laugh in reply, waving up at the alerted Gefnar to keep moving. Everything's fine, he declared through their link. Then, turning back to Naoni, and only Naoni. Look, I'm not the best there ever was or anything, but I'm a pretty skilled illusionist. He waved his hand over Mudgeon's head, draping the image of a cow's head into place, before dispersing it seconds later. Not to brag, but I once went most of my life hiding my own elf ears from myself. And these too. He held up his forearms, each bearing the geometric fire patterns that had only manifested through his comfortable image of himself when Jotagon had fallen in battle. Oddly enough, his own sadness at the memory seemed to be reflected briefly on Naoni's face before she drew guarded. And what's your point? Tanner sighed, attempting an encouraging smile. I wasn't always comfortable showing my true face either. Naoni gulped, clearly conjuring up some story on the fly, but Tanner held up a hand. Hey, it's all right. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Just because Itakar's showing everyone that he's a wolfkin doesn't mean that everyone has to be like him. I'm honestly just impressed you've managed to keep this illusion in place for so long. You don't have to tell me, but are you a wolfkin too? A dozen different reactions had played across Naoni's face as Tanner spoke, each one inscrutably brief. Now, at Tanner's question, she gave a slow nod. Yes. And I thought I was a lousy liar, Tanner thought, sure that his disbelief was just as clear, despite his smile. Well, if not a wolfkin, what is she then? He wondered, pointlessly studying her illusory facade. Whatever was underneath, he hadn't lied about her being good with illusions. Even Tanner, who knew to look for the subtle refractions of light at the joints in response to sudden movement, had only pieced it together the night before. Naoni's eyes had squinted just a tad too far to be natural in the light of the campfire when she'd looked on at the warm embrace Tanner and his friends had shared. Not that Tanner could say why. Usually that sort of stuttering in an illusion was in response to some emotional trigger that confused the person wearing the illusion, leaving their subconscious with inadequate stimuli to maintain the image properly. If Naoni was one of the vermin races, we really need a different name for them. She was decidedly unlike any Tanner had encountered. Even Tiraki had been cold toward the major races and city-dwelling half-breeds at first. Maybe an orc? Tanner wondered. Naoni's fairly slight frame wouldn't rule out the possibility entirely, though a half-orc would make more sense. Some rare goblins could grow near full orc-sized as well. It was easier to make oneself seem bigger than smaller with illusions, though. And it would be a simpler image to keep in place than disguising the much more disparate forms of a crocblood, snakeblood, or lizardkin. Still, most goblins were skittish from being so beaten down by their orc brethren. The odds of an oversized one not only viewing the major races positively, but wanting to live and serve among them was, "Are you going to tell them?" Naoni's fearful words snapped Tanner from his hypothesizing, and he realized he probably hadn't spoken in over a minute. Meanwhile, Naoni looked worriedly up ahead at the oblivious backs of their companions. Tanner sighed. Only if I have reason to, all right. Naoni's hopeful gaze swung back to him. Honestly, I don't care what you are, only what kind of person you are. And so far you seem loyal to Itakar and Thradlos, who both seem trustworthy, for now. But obviously, if I see that you're about to do something to endanger me or my friends, your privacy won't really be my priority anymore. Got it? Naoni nodded briskly. Got it. And thank you. She gave a soft, relieved laugh, muttering more to herself. I honestly didn't know what to expect. With me? Tanner asked, frowning. Eyes widening self-consciously, Naoni snapped her gaze back to Tanner. Oh, with any of you, really? A flicker of something Tanner thought might be terror washed over what he now knew to be Naoni's false face, and she spurred her horse. Come on. We should catch up with the others. Tanner narrowed his eyes after her, applying his own heels to Mudgeon to keep pace. Uh-huh. He continued to scrutinize the young Samanir as they caught up to Jack, Allie, and Gefnar, trying in vain to decipher a strange prickling in his thoughts. Even beneath her illusion, something about Naoni had just struck him as incredibly familiar.
He's here,
Jack thought, kneeling atop a rocky outcropping that overlooked a steep decline in the forest floor. Accompanying the thought, two very different faces flashed through her mind. One was strong and kind, his skin dark like hers, and darkened even further by a life well accustomed to the touch of the sun. The other was scarred, toothy, and sported reptilian eyes filled with hatred. At the moment, Jack wasn't entirely certain which face filled her with more dread. She dispersed the light of the forest from her fingertips, shaking away the images as she glanced about. Brush and trees thickly layered the slope down and away from her, divided by a small tributary that split around her rocky outcropping, only to rejoin and spill downward. Both her father and Garich had stood here within the past few hours. The incongruently sized muddy footprints at the outcropping's edge marked that clearly, confirmed by Jack's ability to see flashes of memory preserved in the natural world. Jack shifted her gaze to the right, the way her father had seemingly gone. Regardless of the way his footprint was oriented, Jack could tell from the subtle way his weight had been shifted that her father had leapt from the outcropping to alight in the large and deep bear tracks that trailed off to the northeast. Turning left, Jack could see that Garich had torn off after her father's seeming path, too enticed by the trail's re-emergence to realize that the tracks he now followed were a day older.
And likely lead back to the river, buying father even more time,
Jack thought with a satisfied smile, her ears barely registering the faint rush of water to the west. She supposed she should have been worried, and in truth she was. A little. She'd suspected that Garich would have learned of her connection with Owen Ed Ethelvir, and that he would have taken steps to make good on his promise at their last parting.
I know your strength now,
Jack could see Garich snarling at her in her dreams.
And you will suffer.
He'd been referring to her friends, Jack had come to realize. Allie, Tanner, Gefnar, and even Tiraki had given a good account of themselves tearing through the goblins, lizardkin, and crocbloods Garich had brought against them. Garich, however, hadn't seemed the least put out, having stayed back to watch the slaughter. He'd merely smiled at Jack's challenge for a direct fight, answering,
"Another time, Huntress,"
before vanishing in a cloak of magic as he issued his hateful threat. And now Garich clearly meant to make good on his promise to bring Jack suffering by hunting down her father.
Perhaps he's decided that my traveling companions have grown to be too much of a threat if faced directly,
Jack thought, turning over her shoulder in her crouch to see her friends dismounted and conversing in hushed tones. Naoni still sat astride her horse, hand on the hilt of her sword as she glanced about for any sign of danger. Jack studied the Samanir woman for a moment. For someone who'd likely spent most of her formative years in the droning bustle of Falcon Crest, Naoni was a remarkably intuitive woodswoman, seemingly marking stray sounds, bird patterns, and wildlife hovels with ease. She'd never spoken on them, of course, always allowing Jack to lead the way, but Jack could swear she'd felt the young Samanir studying her on occasion, as though waiting for her to make some connection in the world around them. Without fail, Jack quickly would, often the item in question being the faint shift in her father's trail. Between Jack and the others, Ember pushed his broad muzzle into Jack's back with a questioning, "Humph." Jack smiled tightly, easing to her feet as she ran her fingers through the wolf's furry neck and met the expectant stares of her friends.
"Garich passed this way recently."
Anger and apprehension shone on each of their faces, though Allie's was masked by eagerness.
"He won't be able to run again,"
she growled.
"We've all managed to learn some new tricks."
Tanner nodded, seeming comforted by Allie's confidence, if still decidedly less enthusiastic. "You don't seem too worried," he pointed out, studying Jack quizzically.
"He's alone,"
Jack clarified.
"And hot on my father's trail."
Tanner's eyes narrowed. "Again, you don't seem too worried." Jack smiled.
Garich is on the trail my father wants him to be following.
But your father is alone now too, Naomi pointed out. Something about the observation struck Jack as odd, though she'd whispered as much to her friends a few hours earlier, when the tracks accompanying her father's had diverged to head due east, back toward the Circle of Serenity.
And likely couldn't match Garich in a straight fight,
Jack replied, still finding a proud smirk on her face.
But no one can match my father's ability to vanish in the forest, should he wish to.
Abruptly, all eyes shifted past Jack, with Tanner's ears twitching to match Ember's as Gefnar slowly raised his armored hand to point. Jack? A nearly overwhelming panic filled Jack as she stiffened, knowing what she would see when she turned back down the slope. She thought of how the prospect of being terrified to reunite with her father would have seemed utterly ridiculous a year earlier. Imagined the baffled look her younger self would have fixed her with upon seeing her so reticent just to look at the man who had lovingly raised her. Slowly, Jack turned, relief and nameless shame battling in her chest as she took in the man who'd stepped from behind a cluster of trees barely 24 paces away. He wasn't especially tall, and he was muscular only in the leanest sense of the word, shrinking deceptively into his enveloping black cloak. Gray streaks accentuated his short curly hair, thick trimmed beard, and even eyebrows now creased in a studious frown. Gloved, sturdy hands made no move for the unstrung bow at his back. Dark eyes filled with trust and affection fixed on Jack, arms splitting the simple cloak as they went wide, revealing the lightest of leather armor over his simple shirt, boots, and breeches. Owen strode forward, clearly contented that the young woman who stood before him was, indeed, his daughter.
"My treasure," he said in his warm, soothing tones. "My heart has missed the beating of yours."
It was a simple greeting of Jack's people, customary before a meeting embrace, but Jack had never heard her father utter the words without utmost sincerity. Now, however, the love in them seemed to strip away any years and distance that had ever separated her from him, and, before she consciously realized what she was doing, she'd rushed forward, her feet skidding more than once on the leaf-strewn slope before she leapt into her father's arms. She clutched him fiercely, finding that tears spilled down her cheeks as she was caught up by her father in return. He staggered back only half a step. Owen was not a large man, but Jack had never known a more resolute force in all of nature.
"Your mother will be overjoyed to see you returned,"
Owen said softly into Jack's ear. He drew back, eyes dancing over Jack's face before he cupped the back of her neck in his hand and lightly kissed her forehead.
"You were a woman already when you left us, but I see now that you've become something more."
Jack withdrew a step, fear clawing its way back into her heart. Would that be the last time she held her father when they still seemed to pulse with the same blood?
How much have you heard?"
she asked warily. Owen frowned, clearly confused at Jack's sudden withdrawal.
"Much, my treasure. That you've safeguarded the helpless of Dragon's Nest, stood fast in the face of Samanir power, and aided in bringing a worthy heir to the Falcon seat. These events matter little to our own way of life, but I am proud of you, Jacqueline."
The great weight cinching around Jack's heart slackened greatly at hearing those words, and a relieved laugh escaped her lips.
"You never questioned the stories?"
"Not once," said Owen, shaking his head.
"Your mother and I wish great things for each of our children, so why should we balk when great things are achieved?"
Jack swallowed.
"And you don't think of me as too greatly changed?"
Owen cocked his head.
"And what is so terrible about change, my treasure? We who walk in a year-not's light should know that change is inescapable. Each choice we make will shape us, so we must endeavor to make them to the best of our ability and conscience." "Yes, but you don't worry that I've lost my way?"
Understanding furrowed Owen's features, and he gave a slow nod.
You speak of how you've championed the cause of the half-breed.
At this, he looked up and past Jack to where she knew her friends still stood, silently waiting to be introduced.
They'll have to wait a moment longer.
Specifically, Jack knew her father to be studying Tanner, whose discomfort through their mental link nearly made Jack's own neck hair bristle.
Yes,
Jack admitted.
Even crockbloods and the like. I know that they've killed our people in the past.
Owen nodded curtly.
Your great-grandfather among them.
Jack winced.
Yes, but I've come to know some of them, Father. Granted, there are those who wish to continue the bloodshed, but can't the same be said for us? Blazes, I remember Jainav declaring how he was eager to clear vermin dens with you when we were little.
To Jack's surprise, Owen smiled faintly.
Your brother has always taken the duties of eldest to heart, my treasure. He's learned not to let his passions rule his blade.
Has he? Jack barely kept from retorting out loud. She still recalled Jainav returning from a skirmish with a trio of snakebloods he'd happened upon while hunting. The broad-shouldered man had seemed to wear his victorious snarl for days afterward. Jack paused, wishing in vain that she could keep her next words behind her teeth.
Have you learned to do so, Father? The half-breed factions wish only to speak with each other, so that they might find a way to settle their differences peacefully.
Owen inclined his head.
And what then?
He wasn't arguing, merely debating the issue respectfully, with Jack, as an adult, with views very different from his own.
Even if the official views of the One Blood Alliance are not bent toward fomenting violence, in the pursuit of common ground, concessions will need to be made for those who feel they've been wronged.
Haven't they? Jack retorted, her thoughts reeling with how quickly she and her father had fallen into debate. Their relationship had never been like this before she set out from the clan grounds.
But now I've fulfilled my rite of passage in his eyes,
Jack reminded herself, seeing cool respect and a calm search for understanding in those eyes, though neither outshone his joy at seeing her again.
You would speak on behalf of the half-breeds to stay our attacks?
Her father replied evenly. At her nod, he added,
Then you must reach the ear of Wergald, the one who wields my hands.
Jack's mouth fell open.
You're serving a master? One who's ordering you to kill half-breeds?
A strange sort of relief swept through her until Owen shook his head.
The situation is more complex than that, my treasure. I owe my life to this woman, as do you by extension.
Slowly, Jack's addled mind began putting the pieces together.
She saved you while you were on your pilgrimage. Your honor demands payment, and this Wergald has called it due in the form of your aid in disrupting the half-breeds.
Owen nodded, and Jack thought she detected a hint of shame around his eyes.
She was a simple farrier when we first met, but she's now matured into the Marshal of Benchware to the north.
Jack glanced back to Allie, who cocked her head.
Smaller town, not too far from Tridath, actually.
At this, she looked up to Naoni, who still sat atop her horse. The Samanir woman squirmed.
Yes. I've heard of Wergald. A strong leader.
Tanner snorted. If you like the warmongering type, which I don't. Gefnar glanced uneasily between Tanner and Naoni. Not a relative of yours, is she?
No,
Naoni blurted, shaking her head, to Tanner's abashed relief. Jack frowned. The sharpness of Naoni's reply told her that the Samanir woman knew more of this Marshal Wergald than she was letting on.
Your friends seem well informed,
Owen said pointedly, smiling to Jack and motioning with his chin toward the others.
Oh, yes, of course,
said Jack, shaking herself as she led Owen up the slope back to the rocky outcropping where her friends remained clustered.
Father, these are my friends.
She couldn't resist adding,
each of whom has helped to save my life more than once. And you theirs, I'm sure,
said Owen, his soft words clearly meant to deflate rather than strike back. He took each of the other's hands in turn, clasping them warmly in both of his. Jack wondered distantly if any of her companions understood the weight of the gesture. For a wilderling, taking both hands out of a defensive posture showed the utmost faith in the one who'd introduced you to a new acquaintance. Thoughts of escape, defense, or attack, eventualities every wilderling should be ready for at a moment's notice, could be set briefly aside. There wasn't even an instant's hesitation for the half-smiling Tanner.
"Allow me to welcome you within the embrace of the Aethelvir,"
Owen greeted warmly, finally extending his hands up toward Naomi. The Samanir woman almost flinched back, eyes wide as she stared down at Jack's father.
"Naomi?"
Jack said questioningly.
Oh, it's nothing,"
Naomi declared with a nervous laugh, extending an armored hand down to Owen.
"You just reminded me of someone else for a moment."
Allie and Gefnar seemed as confused as Jack felt, but she noted that Tanner's face creased in something like sympathy.
"Tanner?"
she whispered softly enough so that the word could only be heard through their mental link. The foxkin twitched, sending her a faint shake of the head.
"Later,"
he mouthed. She sensed no threat or impending dread in his emotions, so she tucked the thought away, as requested, motioning the patient Ember to her side.
"And, father, you remember Ember, of course?"
Owen, who'd tactfully masked much of his own confusion at Naomi's reaction, turned a broad smile on the wolf, reaching out to scratch along his furry neck.
"This really is your little Ember? The name seems hardly fitting now. An entire coal bed, perhaps."
He laughed, then squinted into the wolf's face.
"His eyes even seem more vibrant, yes?"
Jack followed his gaze, deciding that, yes, the soft orange-red glow of Ember's eyes did seem perhaps more fiery than they had when she'd found him as a pup, but she supposed that it must have been the way the evening light caught his face.
"What magics have you uncovered or purchased to manage a feat such as this?"
Owen was asking, his features creased in genuine curiosity as he looked expectantly to Jack.
"None,"
said Jack, managing a smile as she swung up onto Ember's back.
"These changes are Ember's doing alone."
Owen's eyes widened.
"There's more?"
An anticipating chuckle slid from Jack's mouth as she reached out to Ember with her thoughts. No words. No mental link born of memory stone concoctions. Simply her natural connection with her greatest friend, amplified by the understanding of animal consciousness Gefnar had supplied months earlier. Ember sank back nearly to the ground, and Jack felt a pure delight wash over her, both at the familiar magical flourish of Ember's wings flaring into being, and at the utter shock and wonder that came over her father's face. Lunging skyward, Ember tucked his legs against his body, large furry wings pounding furiously to stir up fallen leaves. Jack held Ember back from breaking the tree canopy, or even taking too wide of a showy spin about the rocky outcropping. To compensate for the lack of space granted to build speed, Ember swiveled this way and that, bringing his paws about to leap off larger trees as Jack guided him in a stuttering semicircle, finally banking around to alight on the opposite side of Owen from where they'd begun. A childlike grin split Owen's face as Ember's wings folded away into nothingness.
"Jacqueline, I'd wished to believe, but and yet at this, can it be true?"
Jack frowned.
"Can what be true? And why?"
Owen rubbed a hand over his short beard, shaking his head as he stared at Jack in amazement.
"Can it be,"
he repeated,
"that you are the huntress?"
Jack's stomach seemed to fall away. That name. And here, where she'd thought she'd be free of its weight, if only for a brief time. She felt the stares of her friends, but her gaze remained locked on her father, who now beamed with pride.
"Father, please, tell me where you heard that name."
Chapter 26. Duties Unresolved. Owen's brow furrowed in confusion.
What do you mean? That is what the half-breeds call you, is it not?
Jack swallowed, slipping off Ember's back and stepping toward her father as though in a haze.
Tell me you don't believe it. Tell me it's just some story with no truth in it. Please.
The eagerness in her own voice made Jack shiver. Her father reached out to physically steady her as much as to reassure.
My treasure, even if your abilities and those of Ember can be explained by other means, the fact remains that many vermin believe you to be the fulfillment of Macarilon's words.
Macarilon, Jack thought, her knees nearly buckling. The ancient elf whose prophecy foretold the coming of a huntress who would walk with the steps of a great beast and unite the green. Aglek and Tiraki had only ever spoken of Macarilon as a significant figure among the vermin half-breeds. Somehow it had never crossed Jack's mind that others might know of him too.
How do you come to know about Macarilon?
She asked her father, wishing the world would stop swaying. Owen spoke softly and calmly, easing Jack to a seat on the rocky outcropping and sinking down beside.
He bore the gift of foresight, apprenticed to the seer Senarmiat shortly before the turning of the age. It was he whose teachings inspired the ways of our clans, to live within the purity of nature.
Jack scowled.
What do you mean? It wasn't Macarilon who began the northern clans. That was your song.
Jack's heart was filled with what she could only wish was certainty. Your song, the voice of lost ages who'd spoken to her people centuries earlier, guiding their exodus from what remained of civilization following the Dragon War into the northern wilds of Kavorum.
And who isn't spoken of in the presence of those not of the clans,
Jack reminded herself, barely keeping a sharp look from her friends. Her lack of control wasn't their fault. Clarity came to Owen's face as he nodded.
A failing of our oral traditions, it seems. Through the generations, your song has come to be related as an ethereal voice of the world, or perhaps even the direct will of Yirnat. We clan leaders are still handed down your song's true nature and name, however, among other things.
He smiled apologetically.
I've spoken of such things with you and your siblings on occasion, though it seems not enough.
Macarilon, Jack breathed, her thoughts tumbling over each other.
Your song is Macarilon.
Again, Owen nodded.
And he spoke not only to the northern clans before vanishing with the rest of his kind, as the songs and poems so happily omit, but to vermin and city dwellers as well.
An irritated sort of betrayal flashed through Jack's mind. Why had their clan leaders allowed the truth to be cloaked in obscurity? Why hadn't her father told her of this before? And what right did her people have to claim your song, Macarilon, as theirs and theirs alone? Or was it simply a lie of omission? And was that at all better? Jack rubbed at her temple.
We knew that your song had spoken with favor to the vermin races, and we still slaughter them in their dens? Still drive them from our clan grounds?
As your song predicted, Owen replied, sounding neither proud nor apologetic.
He knew the patterns of the past would be repeated, that they could only be altered by a fear greater than that of the unknown.
At Jack's questioning look, he added,
The fear of utter eradication.
Anger spurred Jack to her feet.
So our entire way of life, our isolation and cold survivalism, is bought with willful ignorance?
Owen's shocked confusion only infuriated her further.
Your song showed them the same favor he showed us, she yelled,
jabbing a finger westward through the trees.
And we happily treat them like vermin. We should be living as brothers and sisters, father. The forest could easily feed and shelter us all.
Owen rose, taking Jack's trembling hand.
My treasure, do you think peace has not been attempted?
Jack shrank away as though slapped across the face.
What? Every few generations, Owen sighed, a voice for change from their side or ours will attempt talks of peace or of coexisting in mutual understanding.
His brow furrowed.
Your great-grandfather, Orenfar, was among these voices. He hoped to usher in an era of change for Vermankind and the northern clans alike. The bite of a treacherous snake-blood dashed his hopes, however, and multiple skirmishes ensued, ending in great bloodshed on both sides. Orenfar succumbed to the venom of his wound days later, lamenting his oversights in his pursuit of peace, if not the attempt itself.
Shutting her eyes tight, Jack squeezed her father's hand, nuzzled back against Ember's muzzle as the wolf offered furry comfort.
"How many other attempts have been made?"
she asked quietly.
"Since the age's beginning? No fewer than a dozen."
A shaky sigh slid from Jack's mouth. Everything she'd distantly hoped to achieve. It had all been attempted before, and by greater leaders than she. What could she accomplish in the face of centuries of killing and distrust?
"I don't despise their kind, Jacqueline,"
her father whispered, as if somehow grasping her thoughts through a non-existent mental link.
"But even your song foretold that we would bite at each other for many years."
He stooped to catch Jack's eye, rather than lifting her chin.
"Now, however, we have a spark of hope denied to past generations. Whether you believe it or not, whether true or not, many of the vermin races seem to hold you up as the foretold huntress."
Jack laughed bitterly, studying her father's face.
"You believe it, don't you?"
He nodded.
"Why?"
Owen chuckled, glancing between Jack and Ember's level gazes.
"What good are signs if we ignore them, my treasure? You've always had a special connection with the forest, its light and the creatures therein. Your mother can soothe and salve with small magics, but you'd surpassed her ability long before you set out beyond our clan grounds."
A part of Jack wanted to balk at the idea, wanted to dismiss the notion that the power she'd grown accustomed to wielding had always been a part of her. But she knew the thought for the false humility it was.
"How old was I before Mother began letting me heal Jernost's many scrapes with only supervision?"
The thought of her accident-prone little sister left Jack even more wistful for home as Tanner cut in with a proud guffaw. "Yeah, and you should see the way she throws around lightning from the sky now." Jack would have shot a hard stare toward the foxkin, but she was already sure that her sharp stab of annoyance had gotten through their mental link. And she admittedly was savoring the amazement on her father's face.
"You can conjure storms on your own?"
Owen asked in near awe.
"Your mother might be able to do the same, given time and aid, but by a year not. That is remarkable."
"Not too remarkable, I hope," said Jack, smiling uneasily.
"I haven't changed so much as to be unrecognizable, have I, Father?"
He caught her up in another hug.
"No, my treasure. You could never hide your true face from me."
"But why do you still have to follow this wergald?"
Jack was saying in an imploring voice, the words and the raw emotion behind them both reaching Tanner easily through his large ears and their mental link respectively. Jack and her father may have stepped away from the rutty alcove their group had settled into with the coming of dusk, but the sound from their exchange easily traveled down to the others. Tanner pointlessly tried to distract himself from what was seemingly meant to be a private conversation by glancing about at his surroundings. If he had to guess, it looked as though an enormous tree had toppled over a few years past, with wind-swept erosion in the blustery forest valley building up dirt and clay at the uprooted base, forming a cozy little hideaway that still sported half-rotted tangles of roots that draped over their campsite, the fringed roots swaying in the whistling wind. Only the creepiest of wind chimes, Tanner thought, as the wind-blown roots clacked eerily. He stifled a shudder, settling his back against the slope of the crater once occupied by the roots. Beside him, Gefnar knelt by the spot he'd cleared for a fire, diligently striking away at his flint and steel to scatter sparks over the air-dried, web-like roots he'd harvested from their tree base wall. A bit of smoke rose, but there was no flame yet. Tanner held up a hand, letting fire dance over his fingertips. Give up? Gefnar shot him a playful scowl. I've almost got it, all right. Just because we have a shortcut doesn't mean that we should always use it. Uh-huh, Tanner said slowly, cocking his head. Is that supposed to be some kind of cloaked statement on where we are somehow? The gnome paused in his work, chewing on the question. I don't know. I mean, if Jack's father says that this is the best route back to the Circle of Serenity, I guess I believe him. But you feel oddly exposed out here, Tanner finished, casting a look eastward along the shallow valley. Lush green fanned up on either side, but theirs wasn't the only tree to have been ripped up from the valley floor in a past storm. Aside from a few scattered saplings who rose up to take their progenitor's place, the strip of land to east and west seemed uncannily barren. Gefnar followed Tanner's gaze. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's ridiculous, I guess. There's no real clear view down here from either side of the valley, so someone would have to stumble out right on top of us to spot us, so long as we don't have our fire out in the open, but yeah. I can't help but feel like Garich is gonna swarm in suddenly with his vermin throng. Thank you, Tanner blurted, barely remembering to keep his voice down, then wondering if he even had to. Naomi had volunteered to help Allie forage around for plants to bolster their dry rations, and with Jack, Ember, and Owen upwind, in this wind, the likelihood of someone overhearing them was minimal. And Wergold must still do what she believes is best, Owen was declaring calmly when Tanner twitched his ears about for the conversation overhead. It ran on, seemingly uninterrupted, to Tanner's relief. In truth, you've given me little reason to believe that she acts in error.
Father?
Jack sounded genuinely aghast.
Think of how damaging your attacks could be to talks of peace. That is what the One Blood Alliance wants, believe me.
I do, Owen assured her. But what if it is Garich and his vermin throng who prove more persuasive? What if those half-breeds who've been serving in Mevod's army until now decide to throw their lot in with Garich? Towns such as Benchware will be the first to fall in the resulting wave of violence.
And aren't you just giving undecided parties more reason to join Garich?
Wergold acts in defense of her people, Jacqueline. I did not ask her to apologize for that any more than I'd apologize for the vermin lives I've taken in defense of mine. Tanner smoothed down his fur. True, the debate between Jack and Owen had little in common with the subject matter of his own disagreements with Curtis, but hearing his friend so at odds with her father still brought some unpleasant memories to the surface. Catching Gefnar's eye after the gnome's latest attempt to strike flame into existence, Tanner motioned up to where Jack and Owen had perched down along the fallen half-buried tree that had formed their campsite. Don't you think it's a little weird how neither Jack or her dad seem to feel the need to talk about the giant crocblood intent on killing them? Gefnar shrugged, wiping some of the day's sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. He'd removed his armor and padded shirt, but being out of the wind seemed to leave him unable to cool down from another long day of riding and walking, one warmer than others recently. His light gray tunic was dark at the pits, and Tanner had seen him douse some of the horse's water through his tangle of hair after tying them to an especially hefty root. Tanner could have sworn there was a glint of indignation in the eyes of Gefnar's undersized horse when they'd been watered afterward. They know these woods, right? Gefnar answered Tanner as he gave a definitive strike against his flint. A minute flicker of flame plumed to life in his dry tangle of roots. Beaming triumphantly, Gefnar sank back to his rear, meeting Tanner's gaze. Maybe they just figure they'll see Garich coming, whatever he tries. And Garich doesn't know these woods? Tanner said, cocking an eyebrow. I mean, even if he hasn't spent a lot of time in this particular area, these aren't normal clan grounds either. If anything, Garich has the edge. How many locals do you think he has helping to guide his vermin throng around? Gefnar shrugged again. And we're sure Owen's alone? Tanner blinked. What do you mean? I mean, Gefnar sighed, easing his shoulders about as though he'd realized how stiff they were upon shrugging. He and this Wergold have been making their raids against Crocbloods and such, right? Uh-huh. Where do you think their followers have got to?
Well, Tanner said, looking pointlessly along the perimeter of their sunken campsite. We'd have seen them by now, right? Gefnar glanced up to where Jack and Owen's voices could still be heard debating the finer points of ethics and duty.
I don't know. You saw the way Jack's father just seemed to appear out of nowhere, and it wasn't because he was invisible or anything. Wilderlings just have ways to avoid being seen.
Tanner opened his mouth to comment that he was glad Owen was on their side, then thought better of it. The way he and Jack were talking.
And you'd continue your attacks even if the One Blood Alliance absorbs the other factions if Wergold commanded it? Jack blurted in disbelief.
You make her sound like a monster, Jacqueline.
To Tanner's ears, Owen sounded more hurt at Jack's latest question than at any veiled jabs at his own honor.
Should peace be secured beyond reasonable doubt, I am confident that Wergold will happily return home. All any of us want is to live in peace and safety. We simply acknowledge that such things are often bought at a heavy price.
Jack grunted. You make the half-breeds sound like monsters. Why is their wish for peace and safety any less valid? Or their actions to achieve them any more barbaric?
I do not begrudge them their need for livelihood, or even acceptance, Owen countered. We've simply proven too different to live in harmony. Change has come to your Dragon's Nest and beyond, yes, but mutual distrust is inflamed through centuries of violence. Atrocities on either side are not so easily erased as envy and jealousy, especially when the common foe against whom we might unite promises peace and safety along with revenge.
Why do you think the peace talks are happening at all, Father? Those swayed by Mevod's words have come to realize that they're only trading one form of submission for another.
I hope you're right, my treasure, Owen said heavily. And I even hope that Mevod's lackeys, as well as Garich's, may be persuaded to unite under the momentarily peaceful One Blood Alliance. But don't you see, my hoping cannot end there. If anything, it must grow more fervent. If all half-breeds gather their strength and should fall under the sway of ones not so seemingly enlightened as your Shanadir, our people may very well be lost.
Impressively, Tanner could hear Jack's sharp exhale above the whipping winds.
Peace will always come with risk, Father, but isn't it a risk worth taking? Please, you have to persuade this Wergold to give the talks a chance.
I'll do what I can, my treasure. But just as I value your actions, however much they may oppose my own, please understand the weight I must shoulder. It is not my life alone that I must think of, but those of your brothers, sisters, mother, and entire clan. If there is a danger to them, I must confront it the best way I know how.
I know, Father,
said Jack, her voice sounding muffled now, as though she'd been wrapped up in another hug.
You are a strong leader and a kind one. I hope to have half of your strength someday.
Do not be so greedy, Owen chastised warmly, for the entirety of my strength would barely match your surplus.
Tanner whooshed out a relieved sigh, smiling over to a similarly reassured Gefnar. All right, maybe these talks can make some things happen after all. All we have to do is find Wergold, hope Owen can straighten her out, and keep Garich occupied so he can't mess anything up.
Gefnar scowled over to him.
You know, for someone who thinks that Jack is being too calm about Garich, you sure haven't seemed too eager to talk about Marima.
Stiffening, Tanner stifled a shudder that wasn't entirely caused by the cold of gathering night.
We don't know it's her, he said flatly, his eyes falling to the tiny flames that sprang from Gefnar's work. Right, Gefnar said slowly. A shape-shifting snakeblood who seems intent on fear-mongering about us. Couldn't possibly be her.
Tanner winced. Gefnar wasn't usually so sharp or sarcastic.
Tanner's flesh prickled where Marima, someone he'd thought a friend in the years she'd posed as a traveling merchant by cloaking her snake-blood form in the near-human facade of an elf, had slipped a blade between his ribs over a year earlier. He could still see the satisfaction in her scaly, shifting face as he'd fallen, bleeding out. Tanner may have been a fellow half-breed, even a fellow demi-silg, one who hosted two souls within, allowing them to alter forms if they were a half-breed. But, to Merima, he'd been chiefly a city-dweller, a part of the vile pockets of civilization who shunned and slaughtered any sentient beings with scales. Anything green, really, Tanner reminded himself. The hatred of city-dwellers extended to orcs and their goblin cousins as well. Tanner had read in a few different books theories as to why that might be, and many seemed to agree that the similar appearance and lifestyle of scaly half-breeds to that of orcs and goblins had caused the elevated hatred from the major races. Others posited that perhaps it was the Scalies themselves who'd gravitated to the tribal existence of orcs and goblins based on outward similarities, as there were a handful of accounts from early in the age of vermin living among other half-breeds and even the major races. The truth was hard to suss out, most agreed, however. Reliable writings from the time of upheaval following the Dragon War were few, usually penned by scholars from the handful of remaining human and gnome strongholds. Fewer still by the last of the elves, who seemed to dwindle and vanish following the toll on their blood from the actions of Kirikath Lifebreaker. Tanner shook his head. To use your people's life essence like that, burning their souls to rip dragons from the sky. He'd never been able to determine if Kirikath was a personal hero of his or a cautionary tale. Yes, she'd won the war, but had the cost really been worth it? Abruptly, Tanner found that he was looking at an expectant Gefnar. And that I've been doing a very good job of distracting myself, he sighed inwardly. So, it's probably Merima, he admitted, scrunching up his face when Gefnar gave an impatient nod. What do you want me to say, Gef? She used Atrisar to distract me and ran me through while her pals slaughtered my neighbors. He gritted his teeth, looking down to his hands as flame leaked from between his clenched fingers. Who knows what she would have done to Atrisar if Curtis and my new friends he didn't approve of hadn't been there. Gefnar was silent for a moment, while Tanner continued to smolder. So, is it really Owen we need to worry about? Tanner frowned, looking back up to the gnome. What? You haven't seen Merima since the night she betrayed you. Betrayed all of Dragon's Nest to Baskug and his tribe. If you see her again, will you be able to keep it together? For the good of the peace talks? An involuntary snarl swept over Tanner's face as he recalled the last image he had of Merima, shifted mostly into her snake-blood form and fleeing Mayor Dynaxis's home as it burned. How close was I then to running her down, even if it meant Dynaxis and Baskug went free? And would he be able to resist the temptation twice? You weren't there, Tanner muttered, already preparing an apology as Gefnar nodded. You're right, I wasn't. I was at the temple, fighting to protect the only home I can remember having, and the people I considered my family. Hintothica, the priests and scholars, the other temple guards. A faint moan escaped Tanner as he grimaced. I'm a raging idiot. Somehow, it had never occurred to him that Gefnar might have taken the losses of that awful night so heavily. And why shouldn't he have, you unfeeling monster? Being a loner doesn't mean not caring for the people you see and work with every day. Sorry, Tanner sighed, the apology sounding weak to his own ears. Did you know Crexus well? No better than anyone else at the temple, I guess, Gefnar replied heavily. But I saw him fairly often. Hintothica made a point of checking in on any temple personnel who didn't really have a family outside its walls. And wherever she went, so did Crexus. We'd talk now and then, but most of the time we spent together wasn't... Well, I'd be talking to Hintothica, not him. Or, if she needed to speak with someone else nearby, we'd just read in silence. A faint smile tugged at Gefnar's lips as he stared into the softly crackling fire that danced between him and Tanner. You know, I wasn't aware humans could get that big before I met him. I mean, I've seen taller now, sure, but I swear you could see his muscles through his armor. Did you ever spar? Tanner asked softly. Once or twice, and I could tell he'd gone easy on me. I may have wanted to be a temple guard, but Intothica always encouraged me to play to my strengths, which were more in book learning and healing magics.
You didn't want to be a temple guard, Tanner scolded. You were one. You are one.
Do you think Intothica would have foisted some inexperienced novice on us?
At Gefnar's self-conscious squirming, Tanner added,
She believes in our mission, Gef, and she believes in you.
Gefnar smiled gratitude, curling up to hug his knees, and the two sat in silence for a while, with Tanner eventually realizing that Jack and her father had stopped talking as well. Flicking his ears about, he could faintly hear their footfalls as they circled back around to the campsite.
I helped save as many as I could,
Gefnar said abruptly, gazing off into nothingness when Tanner looked back to him.
That's what I have to keep telling myself. That, no matter what's happened since, I've helped save as many as I could.
His eyes shifted to Tanner, wide and vulnerable.
Did you know that a servant of Nomencal is supposed to pray for forgiveness for every life they take?
Tanner nodded slowly.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Gefnar's head seemed to sway, his brow furrowing as his eyes glazed over.
Well, I've prayed for forgiveness for every life I haven't been able to save, too.
He swallowed hard.
I don't think my prayers have been answered.
Then, with Tanner still reeling from his words, Gefnar blinked rapidly, forced a smile to his face, and nodded to Tanner.
I'm glad we were at least able to keep you from throwing your life away, though.
A defensive guffaw erupted from Tanner at the sudden turnaround.
Hey, I was trying to do something noble, all right. If there was a choice between Okizi's life and mine, I'd choose her every time.
Gefnar chuckled, waving to Jack, Amber, and Owen as they slipped into view over the lip of the sunken campsite.
Well, I can respect what you were trying to do and still be angry at you for it. What if we had been able to save you but couldn't react in time because you didn't tell us what you were planning?
Fair enough, Tanner groaned, sinking onto his back to stare up at the emerging stars.
Let's just all agree that someone can be noble and stupid and move on.
But there's so much more I could say about that,
Allie chimed in, abruptly popping into view from the end of the crater opposite the fallen tree. Tanner jumped, spinning to see that Allie and Naoni both returned, piles of what looked to be small citrus fruits spilling from their packs. With their foraging companions coming from downwind, Tanner hadn't been able to hear or smell their approach. Only belatedly could he sense the sharper emotions simmering from Allie in their group's mental link, the strength and proximity previously having been drowned out by the guilt radiating from Gefnar.
Oh, I've missed these,
Jack declared, plucking one of the fruits from Allie's pack as everyone gathered about the fire. Slipping off her gloves, she began deftly peeling it by hand.
Grandarfuith,
she explained to Tanner and Gefnar.
Much like your grapefruit further south.
Tanner nodded but found himself turning back to Gefnar, who, in turn, had his eyes fixed on Allie.
Oh, Gef,
Tanner thought, eyes creasing in sympathy as he recognized the fear on his friend's face.
You really are the best of us.
He could identify the mingled attraction and worry as easily as if they had been his own, even with Gefnar desperately trying to smother the strength of his emotions through their group's link. But his feelings for Allie, however pervasive, weren't in control. Above all else, there was compassion and determination in Gefnar's gaze, the same as he'd have for any of them, the same as Tanner had seen when the gnome had talked about stubbornly saving Tanner's own life. On Gefnar's face, Tanner saw a truly heartbreaking truth. Gefnar would break whatever oaths he might have made to serve Nomencal and root out evil, spend the rest of his life paying for what might be a disastrous mistake, even give his own life, for a chance at saving someone if the choice was his. In this case, that someone was the woman he loved. A woman who'd probably never see him the same way. A woman who'd probably despise him for trying to save her.
Tanner?
Tanner jumped, spinning to face Naoni. The Samanir woman flinched, her outstretched hand holding one of the fruits, shrinking back slightly.
Did you want one?
Oh, yes, thank you, Tanner mumbled in reply, plucking the fruit carefully from Naoni's grasp.
He wasn't sure how far her illusion extended, but he didn't want to compromise her privacy if he could help it.
"Your claws come in handy, I suppose,"
Owen said, smiling over to Tanner as he finished peeling his own fruit. He held up the discarded peel, emphasizing his point. "Yeah, I guess so," Tanner agreed weakly. The Wilderling man was clearly trying to put him at ease, seeming to sense that Tanner felt skittish around someone less than enthused about the coming half-breed peace talks, to the point of slaughtering stragglers. Tanner couldn't fault the man's views, though. He supposed if he'd had to fight against Scalies all his life, he'd probably have some trust issues too. Maybe you have the right idea after all, he thought, glancing back to Naomi, who made a point of fixing her gaze on the fruit in her own hands now. Then again, Tanner had a suspicion that looking like a human might be just as bad for his health soon, the way things were going.
Chapter 27 Waking Steps. Allie craned her neck about, bringing up a hand to rub at her shoulders as they screamed in protest at all the riding. And having a moment to pause and assess all her aches was making things decidedly worse.
"If we continue following this valley," Jack was saying, sounding surprised that she was even voicing the point opposing her father's, "we'll have to circle back to the site for the peace talks from the southeast." She pointed firmly northward. "The quickest way back to Itokar and Tiraki is that way. The easier path of the valley floor may have made up for the less direct route, but continuing to follow it is pointless now."
"No mention of your tigerkin acquaintance. Your friend Jack does seem particularly distrusting of her. Is there some sort of bad blood between them of which I am unaware?"
Allie didn't respond, of course, though it was a faint rush of comfort every time she was reminded that Sharad didn't seem able to sift through her thoughts and memories at will. Arching her back, Allie glanced to her other companions, each of them seemingly just as content to let Jack and Owen sort out their disagreement on course before pressing on. Wind whipped in Allie's dirty blonde hair, which had grown long enough now for her to tie it back out of her face, mostly. Stray strands still pelted at her eyes as the whistling gusts rose and fell around them. Few trees braved the clay-smeared valley floor, even this far eastward, meaning that the winds that seemed to funnel down into the endless ravine had only the scattered, water-smoothed boulders to contend with, before spilling into every crevice of Allie's clothes and snapping her cloak out like a cape behind her.
"One point in favor of traveling into the wind, I guess," Allie thought, though she would have gladly traded having her clothes awkwardly pressed against her back, if it meant she and her horse didn't have to push against the wind with every step.
"Trust me, Jacqueline," Owen was saying, his own hand pointing further eastward down the valley as he looked up to his daughter from the ground. "It will add some distance, yes, but the branch of the valley that breaks to the northeast in a handful of miles will bring us to our destination more quickly."
Jack frowned, studying her father's face. "Wergald is there, isn't she?"
Owen nodded, as though unconcerned with the implications.
"If she's made it to our proposed rendezvous point, yes. You've persuaded me to present myself to this Itokar in peace, Jacqueline, and I will gladly do so, if my commander allows it."
A heavy sigh escaped Jack as she slumped in her saddle, running a hand through Ember's neck fur to calm herself.
"You won't break your word to Wergald, then?" she asked, her eyes not meeting Owen's this time.
"I've told you that I can't," Owen replied heavily. "Awfully stubborn, these Wilderling companions of yours. Perhaps you can achieve your goal of removing them from this delicate equation merely by having them spend the next few days arguing the merits and failings of local plant life."
"What's so funny?" Gefnar whispered, and Allie whirled on the gnome, her face hardening. Not because he'd had the courage to talk to her, but because she realized why he'd asked the question. She'd been smirking at Sharad's commentary. Anger spiked through her body, and she had to fall into a quick calming technique taught to her by Intothica. Glancing back to Gefnar told her that the gnome recognized the exercise from his own attempts to help Allie find some level of tranquility, which only made Allie grow even more frustrated.
Nothing,
she snapped, keeping her voice low enough not to interrupt Jack and her father's back and forth. Immediately regretting her own sharpness, she growled,
"Just sorting out my thoughts."
She decided that Gefnar really hadn't needed to look so understanding about her explanation. Still, she tried not to lash out at him any more than their current rift warranted. She knew what was really bothering her. Had it really become so easy to mistake the thoughts and impulses of the dark entity in her mind for her own? She'd managed to convince herself that she ignored Sharad's voice, not letting it influence what she said or did. But, with little slip-ups like this, it was growing more difficult to convince herself that she was still in control. Sharad didn't gloat, or even carry on chattering for only Allie to hear. That somehow made it worse. He'd had his small victory, and now he was letting Allie stew.
"Very well,"
Jack was saying, clearly deflated.
"But if Wergold attempts to stop you from continuing with us, I may have to see if she can be taught any respect for a purported huntress."
Allie blinked. It was the first time she'd heard her friend say anything that remotely resembled acceptance for the role Tiraki and who knew how many others were trying to foist on her. Jack didn't sound happy about leveraging her reputation, true, but the determination in her eyes said that she'd do whatever it took to ensure that peace between the half-breed factions was given every opportunity. Owen, however, merely bowed his head.
"You will do what you must."
Jack's mouth fell open, and Allie could see a painful question forming as Owen spun on his heel and continued eastward down the valley. Numbly, Jack nudged Ember after, worry tugging at her eyes. "Yikes," Tanner muttered, spurring his own mount alongside Allie's. "The air is getting a little tense, and not just because of the wind."
"She respects her father,"
Naomi said from the Foxkin's other side.
"But she's also found her own values in their time apart."
Allie regarded the scowling Samanir as the young woman added,
"It's difficult to know what to do when duty and honor collide."
Gefnar nodded slowly. "I guess the Samanir have been facing a lot of that lately, huh?" Naomi shook herself, turning to the gnome.
"What do you mean?"
"Oh, just that I'm shocked there hasn't been any sort of violent reaction, or even dissidence as far as I can tell, with the leadership being handed over so abruptly." Tanner snorted. "And strangely."
"Ah, that,"
said Naomi, visibly chewing on the point.
"I suppose not everyone has been so accepting of the new leadership from outside the Order, but even those who grumble find it hard to rally anyone to any kind of meaningful opposition. What can they do? Blade Master Volgrit was always more charismatic than General Fathaig, and both he and Head Mage Dewach fully support Queen Gwytherin. And, by extension, her appointment of General Thradlos. And, by extension, his appointment of Captain Itakar."
Allie frowned.
"Not that I think Gwytherin's gone corrupt or anything, but isn't this the kind of thing we were trying to fix, exposing all the shady dealings by the nation's leadership?"
Naomi offered a curt laugh.
"Loyalty's a funny thing, Lady McAllister."
Allie groaned softly, but despite her otherwise informal nature, the Samanir seemed far more comfortable calling her by her title than by her name, so Allie had let the point go. Naomi, meanwhile, seemed not to have heard Allie's groan. Likely the sound had been lost in the wind, and was pointing minutely ahead to the loping Owen, who seemed not to grow any more tired than the horses in keeping their pace across the hard-packed valley floor.
"Take Owen at Ethelvir's apparent commitment to a woman not even of the northern clans. That level of loyalty can prove dangerous in times like this."
She trailed off, leaving nothing but the sound of rising and falling wind as the four of them trailed Jack and Owen for a moment.
"Well, I think it's possible to disagree with someone and still admire their loyalty,"
Gefnar announced, his eyes almost shifting to Allie. "Even if it means you end up on opposite sides." Tanner chuckled awkwardly as Allie tried to puzzle out the subtext of Gefnar's words. "Oh, well, I'm fine with Owen's loyalty," the Foxkin asserted in a voice soft enough not to be heard by the incredibly light-stepped man, who led them further down the narrowing valley. A task difficult for someone with Tanner's naturally projecting lungs, Allie knew. "I just hope his insistence on keeping to the valley doesn't get us swept away in a flash flood." He craned about to look back the way they'd come, as if expecting a sudden rush of muddy water to swell over them from the west. Naomi cocked an eyebrow at him. Oh, we don't have to worry about that." "We don't?" Tanner asked hesitantly. "No," the Samanir woman stated with surprising authority. She pointed off toward the center of the valley, only a few dozen paces away, now that their path was narrowing. "That trickle's all that will be coming through. The water flow's been diverted by something. The river won't be returning this spring." "Diverted?" Gefnar said warily. "By what?"
"By giants, Master Gefnar," Owen declared from ahead, having stooped over a large depression in the mud before him.
Allie's stomach backflipped. Her eyes quickly swept her surroundings for danger, barely leaving room for her to wonder if Owen had heard their whole exchange, or if the slight distance they'd closed since he'd come to a stop had made the difference. Seeing no sign of danger, she maneuvered her horse alongside her companions to fan out behind Owen and Jack, who'd had Ember trot up to flank her father. Half filled with the rainwater they'd pushed through that morning, an enormous imprint, unmistakably in the form of a great, human-like foot, marked the otherwise heavily churned mud of the valley floor. "Giants?" Tanner gasped, his neck fur bristling. "What in the blazes are giants doing around here?"
"Sleeping until quite recently," Owen said coolly, brow arched as he glanced back to the Foxkin. "I'm surprised you've not scented them, Master Tanner." He smiled up to Jack. "I'm sure your Ember has marked their every twisting trail."
Tanner's eyes went wide. "That's what that smell was?" he mumbled, mostly to himself. "I thought there was just some kind of rock smell I didn't know." Allie craned her neck left then right, seeing no other clear signs of giants passing. "If there have been giants around and enough to divert a flow of a whole damn river, why is this the first clear sign we're seeing?" Owen eased to his feet, wiping clumped mud from his gloved fingertips with his thumb. "Testing for consistency of the displaced mud?" Allie wondered.
"Many varied herds of animals migrate through this valley," Owen explained, "as do their numerous predators. Word reached us of the giants stirring in the final days of winter. So the paths they've left in this valley have been all but erased." His gaze shifted to Naomi beneath a furrowed brow. "Have the Samanir not heard reports of such things? Have the giants not been stirring elsewhere in the world?"
While Naomi struggled to locate her tongue, Allie cut in, "They have." All eyes shifted to her as she gave an affirming nod. "One of the people I interviewed for the position of steward for the McAllister estate was a merchant from Pagrin, and she said that every city-state surrounding the Buryankurt Mountains was in a panic because the giants had started waking up." Tanner rubbed nervously along his chin. "This is happening in Asaliran too? Is there some kind of something happening across Dairness to wake them up?"
"Unlikely. Giants wake and sleep on their own time. Not even that fool Yrnot ever truly controlled his pet creation."
Allie's brow twitched. To hear one Thekur speak of others of its kind, and the complex manifestations of netherplane energy in the physical world, legend said they manipulated to form the various sentient races, so casually, might have caused her knees to buckle, had she been on foot. If the world's overlapping creation myths were to be believed, Sharad had made no such contribution, with Zautep forming the elves, Okugath the orcs, as a twisted insult to the firstborn. Hungyel the gnomes, and, as Sharad had seemingly just confirmed, Iirnat the giants.
But not in that order,
Allie could practically hear Lethold chiding. Though the dwarves had owned no part of the creation story before their emergence prior to the Dragon War, the prevailing theory of scholars since seemed to be that it was Yakosal, most conniving of the Thekur, who'd crafted the underfolk to upset the balance of the world, which left Sharad, Nomenkal, and Ushunasil as the only 3 Thekur seemingly without any sort of creative instinct, at least in the physical realm.
Unless Kravog is who he claims to be,
Allie thought dryly. Something cold and fierce flared in Allie's chest, causing her to gasp out loud. Just as quickly, the sensation vanished, leaving her unsure of what it was she'd just felt. She shuddered. Even the thought of the powerful scorpion entity seemed to spark dread inside of her.
I don't know,
Owen was answering Tanner's question.
But the giants' movements have circumvented our clan grounds thus far, and they've not been antagonistic to the animals they've encountered.
Gefnar frowned. They haven't even eaten any? Herbivores, Tanner said, grinning as if in some private triumph. That was always the theory that made sense to me. Why else would so many herds flourish around mountains and valleys?
Better terrain and plants to feed on,
Jack posited. Tanner shook his head. And if creatures the size of giants decided to feast on them, it wouldn't matter how good the location was. Their numbers would be devastated.
Explaining why the wilds weren't overrun without giants to keep the herd animals in check, Owen agreed, smiling to Tanner. And the giant's choice of feast upon waking.
He glanced around the valley floor meaningfully. Allie felt her jaw go slack. That's where all the trees have gone? At the same time, however, she couldn't help the urge to laugh. The image of a towering, stony-skinned giant chomping down on an uprooted tree like a turkey leg was decidedly amusing.
Of course, Owen replied, his voice thick with a father's patience. Most eaten, others simply toppled in their trek. Thankfully, their rate of consumption seems to have lessened in the time since their waking, and many seeds have fallen to the lush ground, granting the valley a chance to recover, with the river now diverted. In truth, I don't know if the giants planned any of this, or if they simply replenished the land in their wake out of instinct.
Tanner chuckled. Here I thought the wind was to blame for everything.
Owen turned contemplative. Things we are often eager to attribute to causes we more easily understand are often a result of something far grander, I think. He winked at the foxkin. And one should also consider that, with winds exclusively sweeping westward along the valley, trees would have to be especially stubborn to topple toward the east.
To Allie's amusement, Tanner visibly spent the next few seconds trying to puzzle that problem out in his head, likely considering their campsite of the night before. Oh, yeah, that would make more sense. Naomi giggled, but Jack impatiently nudged Ember into motion again.
We should keep moving, Father. If the giants are content to keep to themselves, then they're no concern of ours.
No chance they're friendly enough to talk to about keeping peace in the forests? Gefnar asked, snapping the reins of his own mount. Owen shook his head, already bounding off alongside his daughter.
Giants care little for the affairs of others, Master Gefnar.
His eyes darkened.
And I'd not rely on their benign attitude continuing. Most we've tracked have made their way to the Infinity Grove.
Again, Allie shuddered, this time at the prospect of such powerful beasts falling to the same madness that gripped anyone who ventured too close to the endless fields of untapped memory stone, tainted by the horrors witnessed by the empathic veins of magic there. The countless dwarves slaughtered in the name of preserving the surface world. Allie shook away the thought. Jack was right. They couldn't let any of this concern them right now. They had a paranoid marshal to confront, peace talks to protect, and a mission to fulfill. She swallowed.
And And then the final ingredient in getting Veladrock her wings back.
She tried unsuccessfully to convince herself that her panic was at the prospect that their dragon taskmistress might not be understanding of their delays, not at leaving Jack behind to more strained interactions with her father. Chapter 28 Dead Ends. Jack forced herself to count to 20, nudge Ember into yet another slow perimeter sweep of the mossy alcove she and her companions found themselves in, and mark the position of the waning sun overhead before asking,
"And what if she doesn't come?"
for a second time. Her father chuckled, stretching out his limbs lazily from where he sat in a gnarled curving root system that snaked along the side of the rocky alcove wall behind him.
"She will, my treasure. Wergold is fully capable of evading enemy movements and keeping an eye on an agreed meeting spot simultaneously."
Frowning, Jack found herself gripping the hilt of her sheathed sword. Something in the way her father spoke whenever he mentioned this Marshal Wergold made her uncomfortable. Tenor shifted on the mossy rock beneath him as Jack passed him in her circle of the alcove. "So, we just wait here until she shows up? We can all be pretty stealthy when we want to be. What makes you so sure Wergold even knows we're here?" Owen hesitated, leaving Allie to speak up from where she sat cross-legged nearby, clearly taking a moment to center herself, her eyes still half closed.
"We tripped some sort of a magical alarm a few miles back, when we turned to follow the valley this way," she grunted. "My guess is that Wergold's been personally alerted."
Gefnar looked up from where he crouched across from a seated Naoni on a drier patch of overgrowth. The two had gathered some cut-off twigs together for a makeshift game of sticks after the first hour. "Hold on," Gefnar said, frowning. "Even if Wergold knows something came this way, how does she know it's not just a family of boars or something?" Still concentrating on a twig she was attempting to lay across 3 of Gefnar's marked placements, Naoni muttered, "Magic wielders around Tredath are skilled at crafting specific magical sensors." Finishing her move successfully, shifting each of Gefnar's twigs downward to leave her with 2 ascendant twigs, she leaned back, smiling. "They're cheaper and easier to make than wards, and our defenses are more than capable once someone raises the alarm." Jack caught Tanner's brief, scrutinizing look over to the Samanir woman, but her attention was more so on her father, who was nodding in agreement.
"The villages south of Lorsen have learned well how to defend themselves from violent half-breeds."
He made no pointed look to Jack and hadn't even placed any emphasis on the term. He hadn't even used the term vermin. Yet somehow Jack still felt like she needed to launch some sort of defense.
"Why?"
she asked herself in exasperation.
"You know as well as anyone that half-breeds are capable of violence, just as humans are."
If she wanted to start changing things for the better, she couldn't very well start denying facts. Healing lay in accepting the past to build a better future. Ember's head shot upward, his eyes glinting in the near darkness as his ears and head swiveled about. Only seconds after, Jack's own ears could pick up the faint rustling of someone scrambling down the side of the alcove just out of sight, the smoothness of their descent suggesting that they had a rope in place. Jack caught the eye of each of her companions, sending mingled thoughts of calm and wariness through their mental link. Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar all nodded minutely as they moved to stand at the ready, while Naoni followed the others to their feet, affecting a very Samanir-like posture as she turned to face the newcomer. Only Owen stood completely relaxed, a warm smile coming to his face even before Wergold came into view, as though he was familiar and at ease with the sound of her unique gait. The cause for the faintly stuttered pace was evident when the woman swept into view from around a dense thicket, the last glow of sunlight that filtered into the alcove catching her form. Her long, sturdy legs fell short of a fluid stride because of a slight limp in her dominant right. Jack quickly formed a theory as to the cause when the woman lifted her wiry right arm overhead in a sort of greeting, granting Jack a brief view of the tail end of a scar that ran up to the woman's hip when her furry top was raised just slightly. Wergold was a sturdy sort of beautiful, Jack decided, and this was Wergold by the warm look of greeting she drew from Jack's father. Though she was well into her middle years, a youthful fierceness still blazed in the woman's silvery-gray eyes, and Jack could tell from her brief glimpse of the woman's midsection that she was right to assume that the muscular shape beneath Wergold's thick, furry clothing was more than just a trick of the eye. Owen, meanwhile, watched the woman's greeting, stepping forward to catch Wergold up in a brief embrace. Jack found her lip curling in disgust at the sight, despite the lack of untoward intimacy in the greeting. Her father was holding Wergold to him no differently than he would a fellow clan leader, or a dear friend. Wergold, however, the way her natural rigidness seemed to enfold Owen, felt a touch too familiar. The two soon pulled away from each other, ending the embrace, if not Jack's lingering unease. Beaming, Owen turned to the others, motioning to the woman.
Please share in my heart when meeting Wergold at Hirsoth, Marshal of Benchware.
Jack's mouth fell slack.
Please share in my heart?
That was how a clansperson would introduce a member of their family, or a dear, long-time friend.
And I've never even heard this woman's name before this week.
Gefnar was first to break the awkward silence, stepping forward to offer an armored hand up to Wergold. Well met, Marshal. I am Gefnar Ed Nomenkal, guardsman of the Purist's Temple and a humble mouthpiece to High Priestess Intothica of Dragon's Nest. I hope our time together will vindicate the trust I place in all fairly appointed leaders. A smirk tugged at Jack's mouth. Gefnar's greeting allowed her the time she needed to recover. Her gnome friend was right. They couldn't start any negotiations with either hostility or overplayed meekness. Cordial strength was called for, and Gefnar had just saved them all from the potentiality of starting from a position of weakness. Wergold inclined her head in response, sweeping her fall of thick auburn braids behind her shoulder before clasping hands with Gefnar.
Well met, Master Gefnar.
The woman's face showed no hint of being placed off balance, her full lips quirking in the trace of a polite smile. Her voice held a drawl to match Hattie's, though it was far less poignant, like it had been adopted later in life than her formative years.
I, in turn, hope that your presence brings with it Nomenkal's blessing, not his ire.
Jack stifled a wince. Wergold's meaning was clear. It was no secret that some purported followers of Nomenkal leveraged whatever influence their position might afford them. Of course, Jack felt a stab of indignance on Gefnar's behalf.
He would never use the faith of others for his own ends.
And the fact that Wergold would even make the implication set her against the woman all the more. Hello, I'm Tanner. Tanner spoke up from where he sat, then apparently decided that he should match Gefnar's handshake. This led to a few awkward seconds of the foxkin quickly trotting up to Wergold before presenting his furry hand. Not even sure what Thakur I'm pulling for, so hopefully I don't have any standard to live up to. He smirked uneasily at his own joke, but it appeared that Wergold didn't have much of a sense of humor.
The convenient excuse of the self-centered agnostic, the woman said coldly, though she did take Tanner's hand. In one's haste not to be defined by those whom they serve, one's morality can err too far into subjectivity. For all our sakes, I wish you a path free of the resulting snares.
While Tanner failed to dredge up a response to that, Allie merely raised a hand in minute greeting to Wergold.
Allie.
If the younger woman had been hoping to avoid any verbal jousting with such a minimalist introduction, Jack could tell she'd be disappointed immediately.
The Lady McAllister,
Wergold replied, inclining her head toward Allie.
Those who come into wealth and station do well to act as they did before, provided they understand they are no longer truly peers to those with whom they associate. A way out has been afforded them, where others possess none.
Allie cocked an eyebrow.
Only if I don't use what I have to help other people escape my old life too. You know my name, but do your research.
Jack smiled faintly. No pronouns or dodgy hypotheticals.
Never change, Allie.
Wergold merely shrugged, almost seeming pleased that someone was firing right back at her. Her gaze shifted to Naoni.
Samanir, Strong, proud, and working to build a world where they'll be utterly obsolete.
Naomi shifted on her feet, but cleared her throat.
And what's so wrong with wanting to build a world where peace isn't something brought by force?
Peace only for the select few fortunate enough not to reside under banners the Samanir deems inferior or vile.
Once, perhaps,
Naomi admitted, a distinct fierceness coming to her eyes.
But our mandate must shift to match the enlightenment of the times.
Wergold's eyes narrowed, though they showed more interest than anger.
Indeed.
Finally, she looked to Jack, who squared her shoulders, nudging Ember slowly for the other woman.
You've much of your father about you.
Jack's posture stiffened.
I've always been told I take far more after my mother.
She was almost on top of the woman now, Ember's added height allowing her to look down on the otherwise respectably tall Marshal.
In appearance, perhaps,
Wergold allowed, studying Jack's eyes.
But your father's confidence, his strength of both will and character, are distinct, whoever bears them.
Slowly, Jack reached down for the other woman's offered hand, clasping it firmly.
Then you will know I hold others to task for misguided actions, regardless of my loyalties.
The words were meant as much for her father as they were for Wergold, Jack's gaze sliding over to meet Owen's. He met her stare, unflinching, as immovable as she could ever hope to be.
Understood,
Wergold was saying, withdrawing her hand to adjust her braids. She turned to Owen.
I take it your presence here with them means that the powers of Falcon Crest wish for our efforts here to end?
Owen nodded.
Samanir forces are encamped close by. Their wish is for the peace talks to be resolved in favor of the One Blood Alliance, ideally dissolving both the Vermin Throng and any half-breed aid from which Mevod has been benefiting.
Wergold grunted, placing her hands on her hips as she looked back up to Jack.
And you speak of my misguided actions. Garich will not bow to the One Bloods, especially not with their ringleader's late arrival.
Tanner's snout twitched. Shanadir isn't there?
He arrived only today, said Wergold flatly. Some underling by the name of Desikin originally has spoken in his place, an insult to the other leaders.
Jack frowned.
What could Shanadir have been seen to that would be more important than this? We've encountered Desikin and Garich both, she declared out loud. Desikin will have presented Shanadir's perspective to the best of her ability, and Garich will still be miles from here.
So certain, said Wergold, her mouth puckering in disapproval.
The lead vermin is not only physically imposing, but he is crafty. He and his agents have tracked our movements, even as we have stalked theirs, evading our every ambush, besting our every direct attack.
Her voice lowered to a growl.
Garich is driven and cunning. I don't suppose your father has told you this is not the first time he's narrowly evaded the beast's attempt to run him down?
Stiffening in her saddle, Jack spun to face her father, who sighed lightly.
What matters is that I have evaded him.
He looked pointedly to Wergold.
And now perhaps these talks can be allowed the chance to continue unchecked. If we continue to deprive the Vermin Throng of their figurehead, perhaps.
He trailed off at the vigorous shaking of Wergold's head.
Our scouts reported his return to his people just as the sun began to set. He will take part in the talks, and he'll be the loudest of the voices.
Jack stifled a snarling outburst. It seemed Wergold was right. Garich was cunning. Whether he'd faked his own trails somehow, or realized that he'd been duped, he'd trusted that Jack and the others would take the cautious route of circling back to the Circle of Serenity stealthily. He, meanwhile, had bought his people a window of time free of harassment, from Owen at least, in the crucial hours leading up to the peace talks.
Your people couldn't intercept?
Owen asked, his tone incredulous rather than derisive.
No, Wergold sighed. It was a good plan, Owen, but Garich has outmaneuvered us once again.
Jack's eyes narrowed as she looked to her father.
You knew that Garich would abandon your trail when pressed for time to return to the Circle of Serenity?
I theorized, Owen said heavily, based on what we know of him.
And we set a trap accordingly, Wergold added. But, as I said, Garich has proven cunning. So, what happens now? Tanner cut in, looking warily to Wergold. I'm guessing if you know what's happening back at the peace talks, it means you've got people there ready to attack. Wergold nodded. I do. They await my order, though I only intend on giving it when the last of the half-breeds arrive. Her stance shifted slightly to the balls of her feet. And before any of you get any ideas, the chain of command is established should I fail to return. Gefnar's features scrunched up at the insult to his honor. We'd only resort to abduction if you proved completely unwilling to negotiate, Marshal. Jack's mouth puckered, her grip on Ember's fur tightening. The thought had crossed her mind at least, and not just to bring a speedy resolution. Then we negotiate, Master Gefnar, said Wergold, shuffling to the center of the alcove and dropping to her knees, favoring her scarred side. This is a safe, hidden spot to camp for the evening. The Wolfkin and Phoenix Blood representatives arrive tomorrow at the earliest. She began clearing a spot for a fire, fishing in the pouch at her side for flint and steel. We may yet meet each other as enemies, but for tonight, let us converse as potential friends. Bitter cold sank into Jack's stomach. Wergold so casually implied that she might force Jack to oppose her father that Jack almost convinced herself that it would never come to that. But when she glanced to where Owen followed Wergold over to the emerging fire pit, Jack saw the weight of dread in his step. A searing panic nearly overtook her, but she felt Ember nuzzle affectionately against her shin, the display of camaraderie driving her to steady her breathing. She met the eyes of her other companions as well, seeing unshakable support there, even from Naomi. Exhaling weakly, Jack slipped from Ember's back to drop on the opposite side of the faint glow already rising from the twigs Wergold had gathered. We speak as equals, Jack declared, or not at all. We've been entrusted to represent the forces of the Samanir and Queen Gwytherin, and we will be afforded the respect that entails. Jack sensed her friends fanning out and sitting to either side of her, while her eyes were locked in battle with Wergold's. Of course, the older woman allowed, after a moment, dipping her head across the rising flickers of flame. But do not assume that your superior force will cow me into submission. Like you, I must only do what I believe to be right. Jack's gaze shifted to where Owen stood at Wergold's elbow, looking down on her with conflicting pride and worry. The worry, at least, Jack could match, not because she doubted herself in a match against him, should it come to it. With Ember and the light of the forest on her side, she could overpower him in a straight fight quickly. She only worried that, if the time came, she might not act quickly enough to subdue him safely. Untenable, Wergold protested, leaning back from the fire and folding her arms so that her face now flickered in shadow. You cannot ask me to withhold action until such a time as it becomes clear that the talks have failed. Even if things do not go as I fear, with Garich strong-arming the others into the vermin throng, acting so belatedly may allow the representatives time to disperse. Worse, if Garich does have his way, eliminating him will only provide a martyr to the cause. Any successor will have a rallying cry to war. Okay, Tanner sighed, eyes and whiskers drooping after long hours of debate. This could definitely be going better. Let's go with your worst-case scenario. Even if that happens, won't that just mean that Mevod and Garich will tear each other apart for you? As I said, Wergold shot back, Garich is cunning. More likely he will allow Falcon Crest to crush Mevod's forces, weakened by the loss of half-breed mercenaries, then slaughter any who remain. Tanner winced. Why does she have to be making so much sense? Insurance, then, Allie offered, shifting uncomfortably at the words coming from her own mouth. You say this gathering is your best chance to remove the various leaders from play? You're probably right, but that doesn't have to mean killing them. You obviously already know about the Circle of Serenity, and what it does. Send hidden agents into the perimeter who only act if the talks have completely broken down, and before the leaders have time to break apart. The Circle punishes indiscriminately, right? Assassins move in on the half-breed leaders who defend themselves on instinct, and they take themselves out for you. Wergold somehow managed a long-suffering sneer at the younger woman. You think the half-breed leaders would be so careless? Each will have their best warriors around the Circle, barring entry for any but the appointed representatives. The only way one might even draw close enough to push through would be if they were a half-breed from one of the delegations. You may have friends within the half-breeds, but you'll not convince any to take that level of action against their own kind. Moreover, it would be as good as suicide. The instant violent intent would be detected within the Circle's perimeter, your proposed infiltrator would succumb to the same madness to befall the others, success uncertain. Tanner's brow twitched as he fought not to look over in Naomi's direction. He still didn't know her true form, only that it was hidden through illusion. Even if she was a half-breed who could slip through, however, he wasn't about to ask her to take on a mission so senseless. Frowning, Tanner considered their problem. The more he thought over this circle of serenity, the less sense it made. He only knew what he did from vague references in old books, as did Allie presumably, but General Thradless's tests seemed to prove conclusively that the circle was, in fact, indifferent to who had initiated the aggression. A lot like a frustrated parent, Tanner thought. The circle would strip aggressive thoughts from anyone within it. But did that mean the aggression still had to be reciprocated? Tanner imagined it was hard not to have any thoughts of violence when someone was swinging a weapon at you, but if you just ran, would that—
"This is getting us nowhere,"
Jack snapped, leveling a hard stare across the flames to Wergold.
"We're simply guessing at what concessions you're willing to make, when it would be far simpler if you just told us."
Wergold considered the point for a moment, finally giving a slow nod.
"Fair enough. Here is as far as I will move. I will allow the talks to happen, and my people will refrain from attacking only until sunup the day after tomorrow, or until the first representative threatens to leave. Your One-Blood Alliance has until then to rid my people of the threat posed by the vermin throng through diplomacy."
Tanner felt his mouth fall open. You can't be serious. The Alliance removing half-breed support from Mevod has to be enough. You can't expect—
"What I expect," Wergold cut him off sharply, "and what my terms are, need not intersect. I will do what my duty requires."
Allie sneered at the Marshal over folded arms, shaking her head in disgust.
"You know Shanadir's people can't hope to dissolve the vermin throng peacefully. Not in a day."
Wergold shrugged.
"All the better if they start fighting among themselves. It will make my job simpler."
Jack shot to her feet, features lined with frustration as she looked to where Owen still stood calmly behind Wergold.
"And you'll drag my father into this? Why? What difference will one man make in your plans?"
"I drag your father into nothing," Wergold retorted evenly. "He swore an oath to me years ago, and I ask him to fulfill it. If his moral objection outweighs his honor, he is free to leave." Tanner winced at the apologetic determination in Owen's eyes. "Yeah, I don't see that happening." "As to your question," Wergold continued, "your father has proved instrumental in the effectiveness of my people's guerrilla warfare. We're accustomed to defending walls, not stalking prey through the forest."
"Then have him advise,"
Jack shouted, blinking rapidly. Tanner could see even in the fickle light of the campfire that tears glistened in her eyes.
"Just don't make me."
"Jacqueline," Owen soothed, sweeping forward to catch his daughter up in his arms. She didn't fight it, but she didn't hold him back nearly as tightly either, almost seeming afraid to do so.
"I have made my choice, my treasure."
Owen pulled back to look into Jack's drawn face.
"And I trust you to make yours. Remember, my service to Wergold does not supersede my love for you. Even should you stand against me, I will not strike at you or your friends."
He looked back over his shoulder, pointedly locking gazes with Wergold.
"Not even at a direct order."
The Marshal inclined her head,
And that order would not be given.
Not entirely heartless, then, Tanner thought, studying the woman's face for signs of deception. He couldn't see any. But I've been wrong before.
My terms are also nullified if I have reason to suspect that you've alerted the half-breeds,
Wergold declared, easing to her feet.
Do we understand each other?
Allie snorted.
Sure we do. If we even talk to anyone involved, you'll have enough reason.
Wait, Gefnar scowled. We can't do anything?
We can rejoin with General Thradlos,
Naomi cut in, speaking for the first time since the negotiations had begun.
He'll know what to do.
Wergold offered her hands palm upward.
Confer with your Samanir masters if you wish. I only strike prematurely if you endanger my goals.
Without another word, she strode to the nearest wall of the alcove, preparing a place to sleep with her meager supplies.
Guess we might as well sleep too,
Gefnar sighed, eyes distant with thought as he stood and took his own advice. Tanner nodded, sharing an uneasy look with the others as Owen gave Jack's shoulder a final squeeze before taking up a defensive position over Wergold.
Sure, Nomencal knows I'm not going to toss and turn all night.
Chapter 29 Moonlit Exchanges. Despite Tanner's sarcastic statement about tossing and turning, the foxkin was snoring within minutes of Allie turning her back to the fire.
Well, better that one of us be rested for tomorrow than none of us, she supposed.
Naomi paced the alcove's perimeter, sharing first watch with the unwavering Owen, while the others fanned out near the dying flames. Every minute or so, Allie thought she heard faint sobs from where Jack had her face buried into Ember's side as the wolf curled around her comfortingly.
Allie?
Allie jumped, nearly leaping to her feet and calling her dagger into her hand. The voice hadn't belonged to Sharad. Craning her neck around as her heartbeat slowed back to normal, Allie glared over to where Gefnar lay on his bedroll, the gnome looking to her apologetically. He always seemed so small and vulnerable without his armor on.
What is it?
Allie whispered back, softly enough that only her focus on Gefnar through their group's mental link carried the words. She turned away again, dropping her head back down to her well-used pillow.
I was just thinking.
Allie could imagine the gnome's bushy eyebrows furrowing at the tension in his voice.
I think I understand why. Why Jack is so frustrated with her father.
Allie was about to reply with something to the effect of
course she's frustrated. She's worried his stupid sense of honor will force them against each other.
The shakiness in Gefnar's words, though, gave her pause.
He's not talking about Jack and Owen.
On the other hand, Gefnar continued, I can respect that he wants to keep his word and repay a debt. But he's also not allowing for the possibility that maybe the right thing to do requires him to go back on his word.
He paused, and Allie realized that she'd stopped breathing.
I can't promise what I'll do if Sharad, takes over. I thought you should know that I think I understand your side of things a bit better. You don't want me to allow something awful to happen if I can help it. But you also don't want me to strike you down out of only my duty to Nomencal. You deserve better than that, and I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that I was being just as selfish in refusing to stop Sharad by killing you, as I was in thinking that it was my mission to remove you as a threat. So, yeah, I can't promise what I'll do if it comes to it. But we've been through enough together that whatever happens, whatever I do, it'll be because we're friends. And I do want to be friends again, Allie. I don't need anything more than that.
Allie inhaled deeply, frowning as she realized tears spilled down her face, soaking into her pillow. She hadn't realized how much she'd needed to hear those words. But what was Gefnar saying about just wanting to be friends again? What more could he...
A baffling blend of panic, confusion, and, was that excitement? Swept through Allie, making her feel as though her limbs pulsed with alternating hot and cold blood, and her stomach churn like frothing rapids.
"Oh, how pitiably priceless,"
Sharad's voice echoed in Allie's thoughts.
"The small one harbors romantic affections toward you. What a sad little slave Nomenkal has burdened you with."
Allie grimaced, wishing that the thing's reaction didn't so closely resemble her own. She wouldn't have said it so harshly, not even at the times in her life where she now regretted how spiteful she'd been toward others. But Gefnar? She could honestly say that she'd never once considered him as anything more than a friend. Despite being barely a year younger than she was, she'd sometimes even thought of him as more like a little brother. Not that she had any blood siblings to compare the feeling to.
Gefnar, she whispered slowly. I'm not.
It's all right, the gnome blurted, loud enough that Allie could almost make out the words through her reddening ears. Like I said, I don't need you to. I just want to know that you and I will be all right. Allie's tongue began to throb, and she realized that she was chewing on it mercilessly.
We'll be all right, she said, sighing.
Part of her itched to roll over and look Gefnar in the eye, but she couldn't quite bring herself to see that wide-eyed embarrassment she knew she'd find there. She could feel his self-effacement strongly enough through their mental link. She clenched her teeth. The link. He'd have been able to feel her own borderline revulsion just as clearly.
Look, Gefnar, Allie forced out through her set jaw. It's not that you're brave and confident and humble, somehow, and blazes, I don't know. I don't even think you're, unattractive. It's just...
I'm not your type, Gefnar finished for her, actually sounding less self-conscious at Allie's own display of awkwardness. Allie could swear he was even smiling. I mean, let's face it, I'm 3.5 feet tall with my boots on, which, I'll have you know, is a respectable height for gnomes. Allie smirked, craning her neck around again to meet Gefnar's gaze. Shifting fully to her other side, Allie shot him a playful glare.
Are you really going to paint me as so narrow-minded? What about that barmaid who winked at you back in Parowith? Are you really going to tell me you didn't talk to her for some reason other than her rotted teeth?
Gefnar's face went slack. Her? I thought she was just trying to get me to buy another round.
I'm sure she wouldn't have minded, Allie sighed. But, Gefnar, there's a difference between a woman's wink for customers and her wink for someone she fancies.
There is? Allie couldn't tell if the gnome was that good of an actor, or if he really was so shocked at learning what Allie felt to be a simple truth. Why didn't anybody tell me? I probably could have healed those teeth with enough time. Allie stifled a chuckle. A weight lifting from her heart she'd been trying to deny was even there.
Hey, Gefnar?
Yeah?
Thank you for what you said earlier.
He smiled. Of course. Sorry I couldn't hear you over my own convictions before.
Forgiven. I do appreciate what you were trying to say. Thanks for not giving up on me.
Never. Realizing that tears still glistened on her face, Allie quickly brushed them away, matching Gefnar's smile.
Good night, Gefnar.
He nodded. Good night, Allie.
How touching,
Sharad droned as soon as Allie's eyes drifted closed.
The boy professes his love for you, and you placate with directions for wooing another. You don't really believe that's the end of it, do you? He'll continue to pester you for position and reciprocated affections until you are forced to drive him from your presence. Best to be done with it quickly.
With more ease than she'd done in a while, Allie ignored the dark whisperings. Sharad was wrong. Things might be strained between her and Gefnar for a bit, as they both adjusted to Gefnar's feelings being out in the open. But Gefnar didn't care about her being the Lady McAllister, and he wasn't the petty type to demand something of their relationship that she wasn't able to give. Through all of this, Allie knew that Gefnar valued her for exactly who she was.
Like Crexus did.
Powerful anger and fear swept through Allie's veins. "Shut up," she yelled internally at the thought, even though she knew the words had been her own, not Sharad's. "I don't live like that anymore." She couldn't live in terror of bringing danger to her friends. Gefnar was right. They'd been through too much together to push each other away. Beneath that conviction, however, was another point Allie couldn't shrug aside. Quietly calling her dagger to her hand in a muted, crackling flash of magic, she studied its intricate blade and hilt, the dark veins of the purplish stone embedded at the hilt's base. Crexus had obviously cared for her. The fact that he'd gifted this, his mother's enchanted blade, Biriak, to her shortly after meeting was irrefutable proof of that. Allie recalled her shame and shock at realizing that the muscle-bound man had seemed to care for her deeply after only a short time together. Now, at Gefnar indirectly declaring his feelings, she found that she must have grown in the last year. All she felt now was confusion. Why? She wondered, her knuckles whitening as she gripped Biriak to her chest. Out of all the women in the world, why did she deserve anyone's affection? She was blunt, argumentative, short-sighted, and dangerous. Then she recalled the vibrant lights and sounds of Bayat in Falcon Crest, Gefnar's warm smile after she'd dealt with the pickpocket girl, Vanna, her own demand to know what he was smiling at. "Nothing," the gnome had said. "You can just be incredibly sweet when you're not blasting people apart or filling them with daggers." Allie couldn't help a smile as she closed her eyes, trying to quiet her thoughts with breathing exercises practiced with Intothica and Gefnar. "Maybe someday, if I can ever retire from blasting and daggering, I can see if anyone's still around to explore something more with me." The thought almost didn't terrify her. Jack inhaled deeply, bracing herself as she heard her father's footsteps draw closer to her back. Which, of course, meant that he was purposely alerting her to his presence. She winced. In all her years at home, he'd never felt the need to warn her he was near. The most notification she might receive was a faint rustling of leaves or grass that Owen was approaching. He'd startled her a few times growing up, but she'd never been uneasy in his presence. And once Jack had grown to nearly match her father's skill at blending into his surroundings, that faint rustling had been more than enough to alert her, even without Ember's ears twitching as they now did. The fact that Owen now performed his equivalent of clomping toward her only served to accentuate the fresh gulf between them. Hearing her father take breath to speak, Jack shut her eyes tightly, forcing the words out, however afraid she might be of the answer. "Was she your lover?" Owen's step faltered, but he still came up alongside Jack to stare out with her and Ember into the narrow ravine that ran past their alcove.
"You know that I was promised to your mother before departing on my pilgrimage, Jacqueline," he said softly, thankfully not attempting to catch her eye as she looked down to her feet.
"That's not an answer,"
Jack whispered. She could feel her father wince.
"If that's true, then you must suspect me to have been honorless all my life."
"Father?"
"No, Jacqueline." The sharpness in his voice did draw her gaze now, and the pain tugging at his features almost made her regret asking.
"Wergold and I were not lovers."
Jack swallowed.
"But you cared for her?"
Slowly, Owen turned to face her, his eyes catching just enough of the three-pointed moonlight for Jack to see the shame there.
"Yes."
Nodding, Jack found herself leaning against Ember for support. Even the thought of her father potentially with another woman made her feel sickly. Her parents had always been the best of teams, had the strongest of bonds.
"You told me once,"
Jack found herself saying,
that many of our people have been known to unshackle their hearts on our journeys.
I recall.
Do you love Mother?
Jacqueline! Owen sounded physically struck. I love your mother desperately. You know this.
Jack sighed.
I do.
She paused, Ember butting his large head into her side as though prompting her to say the words she perhaps feared the most.
Tell me what happened.
Between Wergold and myself?
Yes, I need to know.
Owen shifted on his feet, folding his arms over his chest as he forced out the words.
I was freshly departed from the clan grounds when your grandfather still guided our steps along Iyrnat's path. I carried this even then.
He produced a silver disc from beneath his cloak, one etched with figures depicting the birth of the northern clans. Your song calling the lost human refugees of the Dragon War to reclaim the forests in place of the elves. It was a keepsake Jack had seen many times, typically when her father related the story of their people. Jack had even begged to hold it on occasion, to admire the intricate metal writing and to feel connected with her ancestors. Jack supposed that most of the wear on the disc had been her own doing, as she traced her fingers over the smoothing silver grooves.
Mother's token,
she declared wistfully, unable to suppress a smile. Owen nodded.
Her skills were breathtaking, even well before she was your age.
I know this story,
Jack said, frowning as she drew upon memory.
You dropped Mother's token as you passed through marshlands.
Her eyes drifted to her father's collar, where she could see a faint series of scars dotted up along his neck.
A crocblood seized you in its jaws as you stooped to retrieve it.
And would have dragged me under the water to my death for my carelessness, had an arrow not skewered it through the eye.
Jack reluctantly glanced back to where Wergold lay, the elder woman's severe face shifting in the faded firelight.
From her bow.
Yes, Owen affirmed. Wergold was but a farrier, serving as a huntress for her people then, venturing into the northern Aethelvir with a handful of her people to scout and to retrieve meat and plant seed.
A stab of jealousy seized Jack's breathing. Not envy at her father's obvious affections, but a protectiveness for the title of huntress that shocked and shook her.
Wergold's fellows thought me at death's door upon seeing my injuries,
Owen continued, not dispassionately,
thinking to leave me alone, wounded and defenseless before compromising their own objectives. But Wergold insisted the vermin's teeth had not severed my jugular, despite all the blood. And so, even as I weakly clutched your mother's token, she staunched my bleeding and hurried me to safety, eventually healing my injuries with practiced skill.
Owen sighed deeply, taking Jack's trembling hand.
I owe her my life, Jacqueline, as you do yours.
Fighting the urge to tear her hand away, Jack met her father's gaze.
No more stories, father. Tell me directly. Were you at all romantically involved with Wergold?
The flicker of shame in Owen's eyes nearly fractured Jack's heart, but she dared not even blink for fear of missing his answer.
No,
Owen said softly, his eyes falling.
Though I cannot say I didn't wish to be.
Jack's hand, still held in her father's, twitched at her indecision to recoil or to squeeze in comfort.
She is brave and noble and kind.
Owen's voice was barely audible, even standing so close.
Life has hardened her, but I still see the young woman who would risk her own safety to care for a foolish, sentimental invalid.
His eyes lifted back to Jack's.
But know that I did not dishonor your mother, my treasure. I am guilty of many things, not the least of which is remaining in and around Benchware for far too long, when Wergold invited me to return with her, convincing myself that I was merely there to render aid to those in need. But always I kept your mother's token close, and never did I break my vows of faithfulness.
He winced again.
Not in action at the least. When my denial lifted and I came to realize that Wergald had, through no fault of her own, bewitched me, I bid her and her fellows farewell, returning home well past the advisable time. Despite her unease at having her father relate his attraction to another woman, Jack found that she had to admire his strength. He'd lived for well over a year in close proximity to someone he'd obviously cared for deeply without acting on his feelings. Some from the northern clans never returned from their pilgrimages. That was their right. Nothing had enforced her father's return to their people except his own honor. A promise to a woman he hadn't chosen. While no law of the clans had dictated that Jack's parents marry each other, both families had felt it a good match, with Owen and Yatroith, Jack's mother, willingly assenting.
"You loved her,"
Jack whispered, realizing that she'd withdrawn her hand from her father's.
"I don't know,"
her father replied, subdued.
"While the cloud of fascination still hung over me, I was able to convince myself that I merely longed for a woman's touch. As that began to fade, however, and I sensed that I still wished for Wergald's closeness, I knew that if I did not leave then, I may never find the strength to do so." "So, Mother was then just some consolation prize?"
Jack nearly recoiled at the acid in her own words. Pain and anger flashed across her father's features in equal measure.
"That's not fair. I've respected your mother's wisdom, integrity, and tenderness since first we met. I valued her greatly, and it was my privilege to return and find her still willing to accept me. She'd ventured beyond the northern clans for only a few months, having tended to the sick displaced in the far-reach famine. She knew who she was already, the purpose she sought. It was I who needed to learn what I valued. And, in the years since, our mutual respect has borne a deeper love than I could have ever imagined."
Jack folded her arms.
"And does Mother know about Wergald? That you wished to toss her aside for a life of passion and battles?"
It was all Jack could do to keep from splitting in two, the better to stare at herself in shock and horror. She knew her words were intended to hurt, but it was as though her tongue now belonged to a vindictive child, one she couldn't wrangle into submission. Owen, meanwhile, blinked, his jaw going slack. The expected pain was there, yes, but what tormented the part of Jack still wishing to catch up her father in her arms, amid a torrent of apologies, was the loss. Through the tension of the past few days, Jack had felt that there was still the unshakable bond of a father to a daughter between them. And so it seemed had Owen. Now, however, it was as if Jack could feel a gaping rift yawning open to rip them apart. And she'd been the one to initiate the ground quake.
"She knows," Owen said softly, "and she has forgiven me. I hope that, in time, you can do the same."
Blinking back hot tears in the cold night, Jack found herself spinning to swing up atop Ember before snapping,
"I need some solitude. If my friends wake, tell them I'll be back soon."
Then she was urging Ember into the night with the speed of a lightning strike, the wolf's massive paws barely offering up more than a muffled rustling as they carried the two northward along the narrow moonlit ravine.
"Forgive you?"
Jack thought, her jaw clenched as she wiped streams of tears from her face to clear her blurring vision.
"How can I forgive you when you choose to stand with the woman who's secretly held your heart since before I was born, over your own daughter? How can I forgive you when the very honor that helped bring about my existence could now cause the deaths of innocents and threaten peace for us all?"
How could she forgive him when she couldn't help but wonder if, all those years ago, he'd made the wrong choice? Chapter 30. Destiny and Choice. Jack didn't know how far Ember had run. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess that made her feel as though she was gasping for air. Then, abruptly, she realized that she physically was.
Almost without thought, she bid Ember to halt with the faintest impulse in her mind, collapsing to the mulch-strewn ground as the wolf drew up, himself hardly breathing any more heavily than when they'd begun. Catching herself on her hands and knees, Jack swooned with an overwhelming, nameless dread, even as her jaw clenched in frustration.
"What's wrong with you?" she scolded herself. "You're acting like a child."
Even so, she couldn't help the frenzied wheezing that racked her body as she slumped to the earth, burying her face in the crook of her arm. Ember whimpered, plodding anxiously around her prone form and nuzzling her with his nose. But not even the tireless soothing of her best friend could slow Jack's bizarre breakdown, with Ember finally having to content himself with plopping down beside her, curling his warm, furry side against her shuddering frame. After what felt like an eternity of senseless floundering and panic, Jack found that she could breathe normally again, rolling to her side to nestle against Ember where they lay.
"I'm sorry,"
she breathed, not sure whom she was addressing, as tears still spilled down her dirt-smudged cheeks.
I just want to be me."
It struck her as an odd thing to say, even as the words slipped from her mouth. But, before she could even attempt to decipher her own meaning, she encountered an elf.
"I'd say you've achieved that rather well from where I'm sitting."
Jack stirred at the voice, though not in alarm, she found. She turned, lifting her head to see that a slender elf man sat on a nearly flat-topped rock nearby, knees hugged to his chest as he smiled contentedly up into the moonlight that bathed them. He wore simple garments, the kind of sturdy attire a young Northern clan member might fashion with the aid of a parent, once they were old enough to work a needle and thread with any precision, and his silvery blonde hair fell back from his pointed face and ears as he studied the heavens. He was familiar, Jack decided. She'd seen his face in a sword once.
"Macarilon,"
she breathed, bringing a sleeve up to wipe dirt and tears from her face. Had she been crying? The elf adopted a comical grin, cocking his head as he glanced over in Jack's direction.
"Well, that's refreshing. Most of your kin would feel the need to address me as your song, I think."
"You're no illusion,"
Jack declared, feeling the light of the forest tell her so, as she extended her awareness, both magical and sensory, toward the man who'd guided the formative years of her people. Macarilon smirked secretively.
"No."
"Are you real?"
"Who can say?"
"Am I dreaming?"
"Does it matter?" An involuntary chuckle shook Jack as she heaved herself to her feet with a nudge from Ember's shaggy head. The wolf, for his part, seemed as unperturbed by the elf's presence as Jack, calmly plodding along behind her.
"Well, you're certainly not here to give any direct answers."
Macarilon laughed, a hearty, melodious sound that seemed to fill Jack's heart with joy.
"Even for one as long-lived as an elf, nothing can be known for absolute certainty. Please, sit. Join me."
And the rock he was sitting on was large enough for two. Had it been before? Frowning, Jack stepped forward, easing down opposite the elf.
"Why are you here?"
A bizarrely eloquent shrug seemed to take the bulk of Macarilon's body to execute properly.
"I could hardly come before you were at your lowest, could I? That's simply not how these things are done."
Jack cocked an eyebrow.
"My lowest? I was only crying like an entitled little girl in the middle of a forest. Surely I've been in far worse places than this. I've fought against overwhelming odds, possibly confronted a dethroned Thakur, and nearly been blasted apart by a dragon."
"Ah," Macarilon countered.
"But you've never doubted yourself so much as you have this very moment."
"What do you mean?"
Jack shifted over her coiled legs, unsure how to label the disquiet flaring in her chest. Across from her, Macarilon smiled warmly, his eyes then shifting to the oversized Ember as he lifted a summoning hand. Not waiting for the go-ahead from Jack, Ember practically frolicked toward the elf, dropping his broad neck onto Macarolan's shoulder as the two nuzzled like old friends. Jack's mouth fell open.
You know each other?
Macarolan laughed again as Ember moved to slump down alongside him.
In a way. I've always found it odd that, at times, we beings of Dernas seem to know more of the Thakur and their realm than we do of our own world. Dernas holds its own forces of creation and entropy, each pivotal in its cycle of death, rebirth, and blooming again into what it was meant to be.
That nameless panic returned fiercely inside of Jack, and she felt the urge to scream, flee, and bellow in anger all at once.
Do you see now?
Macarolan said, leaning forward to meet Jack's eyes intently.
It is not in battle or conflict that we face our darkest moments, but in the silence that overtakes us in between. In the doubt, in the fear of facing our destinies.
Jack swallowed.
I don't want to be the huntress.
Macarolan nodded.
I know.
The dread of it all nearly overwhelmed Jack for a moment, and she issued a shaky exhale.
I don't want to be a symbol to unite a people I would never have thought to claim as my own.
Because you feel guilt for what your kin have done to them in the past? You feel you are not worthy of their faith?
No.
Jack frowned.
Partly, perhaps.
Macarolan offered a sad smile.
I know your shame. I sought to offer the dwarves guidance when they first emerged from the earth, and yet not even Sinarmiat could have foreseen the unprovoked atrocities one of our own would exact against their number.
Lamothil,
Jack recalled.
He was thought to be a noble warrior of your people before the Infinity Grove massacre.
He cared for his people dearly, Macarolan allowed with a sigh. But even elves are not free from fear and prejudice.
The elf scowled.
You fear that your father may go down in history to match Lamothil's crimes?
Jack winced.
Yes, but I also fear what I may unleash if I act against him.
Macarolan patiently cocked his head, allowing Jack the seconds she needed to sort through her muddled thoughts.
What if I attempt to unite the half-breeds and I succeed? What if I do everything I can to bring peace, but I only end up unleashing bloodshed to rival the dragon war?
Macarolan's warm smile returned.
I cannot lead armies as Kirikath, nor can I see the future so keenly as Sinarmiat. All I can tell you is that the dragon war came about through Lamothil's actions, not through any attempts at kindness or understanding. In Lamothil's fear, he wounded the dwarven people, and, in his bitterness, Gamondel struck back with a vengeance, once his peacekeeping father was laid to rest.
And that was their destiny?
Jack spat.
Was Lamothil fated to slaughter innocents? Gamondel to burn Dernas? Kirikath to end the war by destroying your people?
You speak of choices, Macarolan soothed patiently, not destiny.
Jack threw up her hands.
Can one even exist with the other?
Macarolan waited for her words to cease echoing through the moonlit trees surrounding them.
Child, the two are inextricably linked.
At Jack's baffled look, he sighed.
It was Lamothil's destiny to be afforded the power he could use for good or evil. It was his choice to cut down the dwarves who'd sheltered in the Infinity Grove. It was Gamondel's destiny to inherit the throne from his father, Erengol. It was his choice to respond to the Surface's transgressions with violence. And it was Kirikath's destiny to become our greatest mage, as it was her choice to end the war as she did, burning a soul for a soul to tear the dragons from the sky. Each choice we make may alter our destinies, but our destinies afford us every choice, granting us the opportunity to demonstrate what lies in our hearts.
So,
Jack rubbed at her arms, deciding that her head hurt.
The courses of our lives aren't predetermined?
The elf's smile turned mischievous.
Would you act any differently if you knew they were?
Then, laughing without mockery at Jack's glower,
No, young Jacqueline. Some things are certain. Life will endure so long as the light wills it. Anger, hatred, and fear will infect that life until the dark is extinguished. And there will always be those who will endeavor to heal, sustain, and protect until that day comes. But the actions you take are indelibly yours. Each of us can only act on what is in our hearts, however, and so those of us attuned to the threads of fate may still endeavor to plot a course as one would through uncharted lands.
Macarolan's eyes sparkled.
The difference being that, here, a miscalculation may mean that a mountain pass may not be there to walk when you reach it. Then again, neither may be the mountain itself.
Jack ran a hand over her eyes.
This must be a dream. Only my own dormant mind could be so confusing.
She expected Macarolan to laugh again, or to be gone when she opened her eyes, but he was simply sitting there, smiling, waiting.
So,
Jack said heavily,
it's my destiny to be here with this choice. Embrace my role as the huntress, uniting the half-breeds, many of whom I've been taught to distrust all my life, and opposing my own father. Or allow innocence to die, chaos to reign, and a real chance at peace to be snuffed out by fear.
Macarolan nodded, studying Jack intently.
And what is your choice?
Vertigo gripped Jack as though she swayed at the edge of a great cliff, yet her next words still came to her with surprising clarity.
May I ask you a question?
You may, said Macarolan.
Even if you'd known that Gamondel would one day attack the surface, regardless of Lamathil's actions, would you still have tried to stop the slaughter of all those dwarves, if you'd foreseen it?
Without hesitation. He smiled. But that would have been my decision.
Jack bowed her head, wiping the last of her tears away.
And I've known mine for some time.
Macarolan abruptly knelt beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder.
There is no shame in mourning an old life, Jacqueline.
His smile was filled with pride as Jack lifted her gaze.
Pain and loss are entwined with growth.
A bitter chuckle slid from Jack's mouth.
A wise king once told me that remaining true to myself and striving to do what was right would always be enough. Perhaps Shanadir's not so wise after all.
Ah, but you are enough,
Macarolan insisted, his hand squeezing quite tangibly against Jack's shoulder.
It is simply a betrayal of who you are to become, to remain precisely as you have been.
He smiled pointedly.
Did not your wise king also warn against stagnation and complacency?
Jack couldn't help a smile as she grasped the elf's offered hand, rising to her feet as the rustling leaves, muffled calls, and low thrum of insect life seemed to still in unison. In the quiet that followed, Jack thought she must have lost the use of her ears, frowning as she opened her mouth to speak and test her theory. Before she could utter a word, however, her tongue seemed to deny her commands, her eyes going wide as, from behind the smiling Macarolan, two great beasts stepped into the moonlight from the trees. One stood nearly as tall as the forest canopy, the fur and feathers of its broad, muscled frame rippling at the sourceless wind that seemed to flare in its coiled wings. The full mane framing its avian and feline head plumed and undulated about its large yellow eyes as it studied the unblinking Jack, while its tail, thicker than any rope, whisked back and forth along the grass. Jack tried to swallow, but her throat had gone dry.
A griffin,
though more than triple the size of any she'd ever glimpsed. Even a child of the northern clans knew never to face such a dangerous creature alone, but this one, Jack wasn't certain she'd choose to face it even with her mighty friends at her side. And that was without considering the terror that slithered into view alongside the griffin, its scales gliding against a pair of trees as it passed between. The length of its winding form seemed to glisten, as though perpetually bathed in water, the fin-like protrusions that lined its long reptilian form aiding in its movement across the dry land. Unlike the lithe, looming griffin, Jack couldn't place this second beast that seemed to be a chilling blend of snake and sea creature, but she somehow assessed that its home was beneath the ocean waves, being poorly built for a life on solid ground. It still propelled itself more than quickly enough to outpace a running human, however, Jack assessed, and, though while in its default slithering state, its head barely rose past the griffin's knee, Jack watched in horror as both creatures came to a stop alongside each other, each clearly not considering the other a threat as they stared down at Jack's diminutive form. Drawing up, the sea creature now rose over even the griffin, filmy eyelids blinking over its vibrant green gaze as it swayed about like a serpent prepared to strike.
"Remarkable," McCarillon whispered, and Jack dared to glance to where the elf had stepped back to stand at her shoulder. The great Yorsong wore an awestruck smile on his face.
"I suppose,"
Jack offered begrudgingly through the dryness in her throat. Sweat pooled in her gloves as she found she already clutched her bow in her left hand, her right resting on the hilt of her sword, Helfade, in her indecision of how to face such tremendous odds.
"Which do you consider to be the greater threat?"
Odd, she thought distantly, that it wasn't occurring to her to flee. She heard the frown in McCarillon's voice. Threat? She felt his eyes swivel on her. "Oh, child." His hand came to rest on her shoulder. "You may wield a power greater than that of an average mortal, but these—" His arm swept broadly to encompass the towering creatures before them. "These are beings of magic without origin, armed with the knowledge of millennia and the aptitude of masters in their craft, at this point in their cycle." Jack's heart abruptly pulsed with terror. Not for her own safety, but for Ember's, as the wolf purposefully padded forward to stand before the pair of great beasts.
"Then Ember's no match for them?"
Jack blurted, trembling. The thought of her beloved companion being shredded by fang or claw left her infuriatingly immobilized with fear. McCarillon's hand squeezed her shoulder. "Not yet," the elf whispered. "Not for a few centuries at the least. His siblings have had far more time to acclimate to their current forms." Unable to tear her eyes from Ember, who stood in a faint crouch, his hackles at half-mast, Jack scowled.
"What are you talking about?"
She was surprised at how discernible the words were, forced out from behind her clenched teeth as they'd been. "Watch now," the elf instructed coolly. Jack was about to protest, steeling herself to rush to Ember's aid, when the griffin raised its forepaw slightly, twisting it about to present the padded underside to Ember, claws still retracted. Ember bent forward, touching his nose to the paw before turning to look up at the finned serpent. For its part, the second creature swayed a few seconds more, its reptilian gaze flitting briefly past the wolf to Jack. The great serpent then coiled about, bringing its scaled flank up alongside Ember, turning away slightly. Ember then slowly lifted his own forepaw, sinking his claws deep into the offered flesh and calmly dragging downward to trace 4 bloody gouges to the forest floor. Jack braced herself for the serpent's retaliation, already calculating how difficult it would be to fire an arrow into the creature's mouth as it struck for Ember, but the serpent didn't even flinch. Instead, cinching up its form further and slithering over itself to bring its head down to Ember's level, the griffin beside dropping to its haunches to do the same.
"What?"
Jack found herself whispering. Beside her, McCarillon laughed.
"The ways of the Turnian are beyond even the elves, I'm afraid."
Then, at Jack's baffled look,
"Oh, yes, I suppose those of your lifespan would encounter them even more infrequently than we did. Spectres of a kind, I suppose you'd call them. Great entities that predate the formation of the elves, and even Dernas itself."
Jack swallowed.
"Are they like Kravog? Will he become one of them if he breaks free from between the planes?"
Macarillon withdrew a guarded step, smiling tightly at her. No. Kravog is not of the Turnian, and they are not of the Thekur. He again motioned to where the griffin, serpent, and Ember faced each other, now looking as though they conducted some intense, silent conference as Ember sat, comically minuscule between the other two. The abiding three have long since become one with Dernas, even adhering to its rules of life and death.
Turnian.
Jack turned the word over her tongue.
Abiding three. Where is the third? There are only two of them.
The elf at her side had fixed her with an endeared, long-suffering stare as Jack turned back to him.
Are you truly so reluctant to see it? But of course you are. As reluctant as you've proven to grasp your own true nature. The Turnian have adopted many forms through the ages. He dropped an arm about Jack's shoulders, pointedly indicating the creatures gathered nearby. Survival, strength, adaptation, companionship. They each embody varied aspects of these qualities and more in their cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Macarillon met Jack's gaze before leading it back specifically toward Ember with his own. Would you have them born fearsome and fully formed? This is not the way of life. A fearful, wondering gasp seemed to fill Jack's lungs. And more, with the cool night air in that instant, as Ember's shaggy head craned about to fix her with his glowing red-orange gaze.
No,
Jack said breathlessly.
They'd be born small, defenseless, nothing more than a pup.
As reliant on the compassion and care of others as any newborn, Macarillon added.
Soft, stuttered laughter spilled from Jack's mouth before she even knew why.
All this time?
He was more than he seemed, Macarillon finished for her.
The griffin and serpent rose once more, turning to retreat through the trees, Ember watching them go.
As are you all.
Jack felt as though reality itself swayed about her as she turned back to the elf. Your song. The guiding voice of her people. Macarillon studied her, smiling as the world seemed to shift from focus. Had he just muttered something under his breath? The sharp scent of magic hung in the air, and Jack thought she recognized the dry, floral aroma of one of Allie's spells to it. Was it meant to bring sleep? Yes, Jack had asked the other woman to attempt the spell on her on one of her more fitful evenings.
Be well, huntress, Macarillon said as though through water. We'll not meet again.
Then Jack was falling backward and into unconsciousness. But Ember was there, of course, his furry side cradling her head and his warmth seeming to push back the night. Jack stirred, her eyes fluttering open where she lay. The night was peaceful. An owl hooted softly in the distance. Feeling awash with calm and restfulness, Jack pushed herself up from Ember's side, brow furrowing as she looked about. Shouldn't there have been great paw prints in the earth just over there? And a broad, furrowed groove touched with water and scales? She blinked.
What an odd thought to have.
But it wouldn't leave, and neither would the sense that she'd just spoken with someone ancient, and for whom she had great respect.
Your song, Macarillon.
And he'd told her. She turned slowly to regard Ember, the wolf dutifully scanning the forest around them, head raised and ears forward.
What are you?
Jack whispered. No fear or apprehension struck her as she reached out to touch the wolf's mind, using every technique Gefnar had taught her. And it was, she realized, because she already knew the answer. Ember turned to meet her gaze, and she felt his response as clearly as if the wolf had opened his mouth and spoken in the common tongue of Kavorim. Your friend. Jack's face split in a smile, and she wrapped her arms around Ember's neck, feeling a peace she'd never even known to miss, filled her with a certainty she'd never dared to crave.
And I'm yours,
Jack muttered softly.
How much of it was real? She wondered.
Then decided it didn't matter. There were forces at play well beyond her, and there was a certain comfort in that. Whether or not she was a prophesied heroine, powerful warrior, or simple wilderling in well over her head, all she could do was her best. The will of ancient elves, Thakur, or whatever in blazes Eternian might be, was immaterial. She would fight for the causes she believed in. As she drew back, she looked up to gauge the shifting of the clouds, moons, and stars. The night was still young, and she had much to do. Such was the duty of the huntress. Chapter 31 Diverging Trails.
Calm yourself, Wergald.
The words brought Tanner back to the strange sort of wakefulness that bleeds over from dreams. Although the image faded from his mind almost immediately upon opening his eyes to take in the low glow of the fire and the frenzied activity of their campsite, he could have sworn that the words had just been uttered by an oversized marmoset, as it had merrily snacked on the food stores Tanner had painstakingly set aside for the winter months. Odd.
Do not tell me to be calm,
another voice retorted, its features resolving into those of a snarling werewolf as Tanner sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes.
I understand you do not wish to think that your daughter would be so duplicitous, but the fact remains that she has been absent more than long enough to have a potentially damning head start. I cannot afford to wait for her to possibly disprove my suspicions.
Tanner was instantly alert, climbing to his feet alongside a frowning Gefnar. Allie, meanwhile, already strode to intercept Wergald as the older woman spun from the pleading Owen to gather her gear.
"And what exactly are you intending to do about those suspicions?"
Allie demanded, planting herself in Wergald's path, arms folded.
"Just what I've promised,"
said Wergald, not flinching as she drew nose to slightly lower nose with Allie.
"I'll not harm your friend if I'm able to help it."
She glanced over her shoulder toward a tight-faced Owen.
"For her father's sake. But if my plans have been prematurely compromised, I have no choice but to order my people to move against those already within the noose."
Allie's taut jaw flexed, and, for an instant, Tanner thought the younger woman would deck Wergald with a lightning-quick punch. It seemed Gefnar thought something similar. "Whoa, Allie!" the gnome blurted, darting forward, raising an empty hand toward each woman. "Let's not start any fights we don't have to." Wergald's head twitched toward Gefnar.
"He speaks wisely. Any attempts to subdue or kill me would not do Jacqueline any favors. My people are already in position. They might not be as alerted without my direct supervision, but neither will they have my command not to bring Jacqueline to any harm."
"Wergald,"
Owen gasped, catching the woman by the arm.
"You can't."
"It's up to them," Wergald snapped, shrugging forcefully out of Owen's grasp, her eyes shifting between Allie, Gefnar, and Tanner.
"Will you stand against us?" she growled. "Are the lives of a few half-breeds really worth putting your friend in such danger?"
Tanner flinched in the millisecond before Allie moved, alerted to her intent by their group's mental link. He caught his breath, frowning at something he couldn't quite identify, distracted as he was by the scene frozen in place before him. Allie held her dagger, Biriak, to Wergald's throat, the dark stone embedded in its hilt pulsing furiously with an eerie purplish light. She hadn't even drawn the blade, instead manifesting it in her grasp as she struck out for Wergald with what had been an empty fist. At the same time, Tanner was in awe of Owen's reflexes. Even without forewarning of Allie's movements, the wilderling already had an arrow notched on his bowstring, drawn back to his ear and leveled, to Tanner's relief, at Allie's shoulder joint.
"Good. We haven't all lost our minds entirely."
"Do not try to put any of this on us,"
Allie spat at Wergald, her eyes glinting with the same darkness that pulsed in her dagger.
"Those peace talks and everyone at them are in danger because of you." Garich has Owen's scent and now ours because of you, and Jack has been forced to make an impossible choice because of you.
Wergold, meanwhile, was frozen with her arm half raised to block what she'd believed to be a mere punch, her forearm still as stone where it had caught the inside of Allie's elbow joint. Blazes, Tanner cursed softly as he realized what had happened. Thinking to slip just out of range of Allie's blow, Wergold had moved to shorten its arc as it had pivoted around her block. But, with the dagger apparating in Allie's hand, she'd nearly gotten her throat sliced open, going instantly still as stone, her other arm half drawn back for a counterpunch. To grasp her error and immediately freeze in that instant, she must have had reflexes to rival even Owen's. But she didn't cower, she didn't flinch, and she didn't concede.
I'll take responsibility for my actions, Wergold said coldly, her eyes locked on Allie's. Those done and those I've yet to do. I hope your little band of heroes can do the same.
Beside the two women, Gefnar's hand twitched for his sword, which Tanner saw he'd left by his bedroll in his haste to talk the women down.
We've made mistakes, the gnome said evenly, glancing between Wergold and Owen.
But we've always tried to do what we thought was right. If Jack is going to warn the half-breeds, all I can tell you is that she must believe as deeply as a person can that it's the way for her to do the most good.
Wergold's eyes slowly shifted down to Gefnar before she risked a slow, short nod. And I can respect that. But my convictions are no less sincere. This is our greatest and likely only chance to neutralize a potentially devastating threat to my people.
Then we all lower our weapons, Tanner found himself saying as he stepped up behind Gefnar, and go our separate ways.
Wergold's lip curled. The same way, you mean?
Tanner shook his head. No, we're going after Jack, which, knowing her, likely means right into the thick of things. You and Owen still have underlings to order around, and we still don't know where they are. A reserve bone in your favor.
What?
Of course, she's not the type to play, Craig bit. An advantage. Plus, you know these forests better. Do you really think we stand a chance of getting back to the peace talks before you?
You will still try?
Tanner gave a grunting laugh. Of course we will. He gestured animatedly between Wergold, Owen, and Allie. But none of us can afford the time or potential cost of a fight right now.
Wergold,
Owen said warily, neither his arrow nor his eyes leaving Allie.
He's correct.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Tanner thought, nodding to the older man. The faint, pained narrowing of Owen's eyes told Tanner that the wilderling had come to the same conclusion as he had. Regardless of the outcome of combat, Jack would never forgive any of them for laying into each other, especially while there were bigger problems in play. And Tanner considered it a great boon in his life that he'd yet to be on the receiving end of Jack's cold stare of disappointment. Seeing it make others wither was as close as he wanted to get.
They will simply follow us,
Wergold hissed back to Owen. A sincere smile spread across Tanner's features. Trust me, he said, slowly raising a finger to indicate his foxen nose. Outside of a small radius, this thing is mostly just for show. Without Jack, we wouldn't have been able to trail Owen here through the woods, even while he was trying to make it easy to lead Garich away. He grimaced at Wergold's continued hesitance, willing Allie and Gefnar not to object as he added, I'll even do you one better. You can turn our horses loose before you go. A short pause ensued, ending when Allie, her dagger still threatening to bite into Wergold's neck, quirked an expectant eyebrow at the older woman.
Fine,
Wergold declared stonily, cautiously pulling away from Allie. In response, Allie merely opened her hand, cinched around the hilt of her dagger, allowing the blade to drop and disperse into nothingness.
You tell your people,
she said icily. Again, Wergold nodded, tersely flicking away the single droplet of blood Biriak had released from her neck.
As far as is within my power, Jacqueline will not be harmed.
She turned heavily to Owen, who'd lowered his bow.
I swear it.
Owen bowed his head in reply before glancing between the others,
Thank you for validating my daughter's faith in you. You are clearly men and women of honor.
Allie grunted. I hope when this is all over, we can say the same about you. Tanner wasn't expecting Owen to wince, but he did, falling into step behind Weregald once the woman had hastily gathered up her things. Quickly, Owen, the Marshal of Benchware ordered, sparing a sour look for Tanner and his remaining friends as she unfastened the tethered horses and swatted their flanks to send them indignantly trotting off into the night. Many lives depend on our haste. The shapes of Weregald and Owen slipped swiftly and silently from the alcove and its dying firelight, causing Tanner to briefly wonder if he'd imagined the whole thing. At least they didn't steal the horses, Tanner consoled himself, though he knew that choice to be based on the two's familiarity with moving through the forest on foot, rather than any objection at theft. And lives probably do depend on ours, Allie growled, trotting over to her own bedroll and hastily packing up. She looked angrily over to Tanner. Did you have to tell them so much of the truth? Chances are we really can't follow them, not with any sort of speed. Any reason you felt the need to throw the horses into the deal? Gefnar nodded, matching Allie's efforts as Tanner moved to do the same. And if Weregald's right, and Jack really has taken off the peace talks on her own, she'll have tried to make herself hard to follow too. Pretty sure we couldn't have taken the horses where we're going, and our link with Jack will at least give us a general heading, Tanner assured them. She can't help that. We already have a general heading, Allie groaned, pointing vaguely northward. That way. Ah, but if I'm right, Tanner assured her, taking a moment to sniff the air, we should have another trail to follow, one that doesn't seem worried about stealth. He sighed, which could also mean another potential problem. Gefnar frowned. What do you mean? Then, his frown deepening, he glanced about the alcove. Wait, and where's... Naoni, Allie finished, eyes narrowing as she grasped Tanner's meaning. Tanner nodded, pointing over to where something had caught his eye a minute earlier, or rather, the absence of something. The rope Weregald used to climb down into the ravine is gone. Naoni's not just out scouting or answering the call of nature. She slipped away, probably back to General Thradlos. We'll be keeping a close eye on things at the peace talks, said Gefnar, daring a smile. It didn't last long. Wait, why would Naoni be reporting to the Samanir now? Because Thradlos wants the talks to succeed too, Allie sighed, rubbing tiredly at her forehead. Which means this might have just become a 3-army fight. Gefnar paled. You think Thradlos double-crossed us? That he's already got an army in place to take on Weregald's people? I think he's savvy enough to have a backup plan in case Jack failed, Allie pointed out. More importantly, said Tanner, why would Naoni pull up the rope, She doesn't want anyone following her? Gefnar offered. Tanner pointed triumphantly to the gnome. Which means she's more concerned about moving quickly than discreetly. Well, I hope. As the three finished hurriedly gathering their gear, Gefnar hoisted his pack over his shoulder, deftly cinching his breastplate and vambraces into place as he looked warily up the length of the overgrown, almost sheer face of their alcove. So, how do we follow her? I'm not exactly the best climber, and whoomp! That last exclamation came as a crackling cyclone of wind whirled to life around Allie, and she hoisted Gefnar up from under the arms, hurling them both skyward and out of their would-be dead end. Tanner couldn't help a small grunt of laughter as he caught sight of Gefnar's face mid-trajectory. There'd been shock, yes, but also a nearly elated smile. Like that, Tanner laughed, waving up to Allie as she alighted overhead and glanced back down to him. Mind giving me a lift too? Allie offered him a dry smirk. I couldn't possibly. You're just so heavy from all that muscle. Tanner made a flicking motion at her that he'd picked up from Drogal back in Dragon's Nest. Flattery won't get you out of this. We've got places to be. Sneering, Allie dropped lightly back down, catching up Tanner as well. Oh, she said, feigning surprise. I take it back. If anything, you're lighter than Gefnar. Amusing, Tanner grunted as she deposited him up in the comparative darkness. Gefnar still had that broad grin on his face, he saw when his eyes adjusted. No chance you're strong enough to carry me further. Nice try. So, how do we play this? Said Allie, sobering as she touched down beside him. I can move faster in my power wake, at least until my magic runs dry.
That can happen, Tanner muttered.
But we're down an ember, Allie continued, as though she hadn't heard. No offense, Gefnar, but you're not exactly the fastest of us on your own feet.
Gefnar nodded.
No, but what about back at Varbius?
Allie frowned.
When we were getting back to Gwytherin and Noller? Right, you made yourself faster. Not as fast as Ember, but still. Could you do that for all of us?
Like how you draped that quiet shroud over us all back in Falcon Crest? Tanner added, growing excited at the prospect. Allie fidgeted uncertainly.
I could try, but whatever we do, we should get moving. She turned to Tanner. You've got Naomi's scent?
Well, I wasn't bluffing, Tanner admitted sheepishly. My nose isn't nearly as good as Ember's. Thankfully, he added, gesturing to a patch of leaves nearby, I was also right about Naomi not worrying about making a trail. The leaves in question had been disturbed by something decidedly boot-shaped, and recently.
All right,
said Allie, brow creased in concentration as she began trotting after Tanner in that direction.
Let's see if I can...
As Tanner's feet thudded against the earth, he abruptly found that his limbs moved more quickly than he was used to for the same effort. A lot more quickly. The abrupt shift in his gait nearly caused him to stumble over his own churning feet to the ground, but his reactions were heightened too, he realized. He caught himself almost instantly, and the touch of the magic felt cold, heavy, like gravity had increased, but he was more than strong enough to match it. The sensation was unsettling, but Tanner was more worried what toll such a constant drain might take on Allie.
Whoa,
he laughed nervously. How long can you...
Longer without distractions, Allie hissed through her teeth at his shoulder. Gefnar, you just focus on keeping up. It's not like I gave you longer legs or anything. Tanner, you keep us on Naomi's trail. I'll make sure we have a chance to catch up.
Got it, Tanner replied dutifully. Then, warily, but in case she doesn't look the same when we find her, there's probably something I should tell you both about Naomi. Chapter 32 Unveiled Intentions. Allie wiped sweat from her brow, nearly stumbling to the ground as her body rippled head to toe in a running shudder. She couldn't tell if she was more chilled by the rush of cool night air on her sweat and mist-drenched clothing, or by the prolonged flow of magic she drew from her core and draped about herself and her friends. She'd done things that required more potent magics, certainly, but she'd never left herself open to that cold darkness, which now had a name, for so long before. It was the gasping after a sprint versus the raw, blistered fatigue of a full-day jog. She didn't care for either, but Allie was starting to wonder if the latter option was worse.
You wound me, child. You use my power readily enough, but loathe how close it brings you to me.
Allie snarled, keeping her eyes fixed on Tanner as the foxkin periodically adjusted their heading. She felt as though her blood boiled on a low simmer, like a cookpot over dying coals. A pale sheen of crackling power filtered her vision, bathing the night in further purple-tinted darkness, but she pressed on, bolstering her speed, senses, and reflexes. The link between her and her nearby friends aided in helping to drape the effect over them all, she suspected. With practice, however, she might be able to enhance strangers in much the same way if she ever wanted to. And she suspected the urge would never strike her if those hypothetical strangers were to react with looks anything like the one Gefnar now wore. Even weighted down by his heavier weapons and armor, the gnome kept pace beside Allie, periodically glancing up and over at her. He wasn't trying to look aghast. After their talks just a few hours earlier, she knew he wasn't. It still hurt, though. Open to both Sharad's power and their group link as she was, Allie could sense that both Tanner and Gefnar had been granted a taste of the darkness she felt whenever she wielded the tainted magics. And she could just as easily feel their shock and revulsion. They hid it well enough. Tanner, as usual, had laughed it off, and Gefnar, it was the concern she felt through the link that he wore most prominently on his face, the one time her eyes had darted down to him. Still, she couldn't help echoing Sharad's sentiments. They were happy enough for her to bring out her power when it aided them, but it was clear that it also left them feeling guarded, distant.
Selfish bitch,
Allie chided herself almost blandly.
Gefnar bears his soul to you, tells you how much he cares, and all you can think about is how he's not your type?
She'd let her guard down, momentarily forgotten the inevitable truth that would keep her from being that close with any man, but most of all Gefnar. How could she take the risk of passing this darkness on? And, when it came to Gefnar, a devoted servant of Nomen Kal, purest of the Thakur, how could she ask him, of all people, to condemn any potential children to that fate? Not that Allie even thought of him that way.
Do I?
No, even if there was very little age difference, he acted so young.
Because he values kindness and honesty over a cool facade?
He was naive.
Because he believes in the goodness of others, even when they won't see it themselves?
He was short. Her internal opposition didn't even have a response for that one, beyond the equivalent of a disapproving scowl at an argument so shallow.
Can't help my preferences,
Allie mumbled dejectedly in her thoughts. Besides, it was all moot. Regardless of how she felt about Gefnar, or how good he might be for her, she would be beyond awful for him. Whatever his vision might be of their future together, she'd rob him of it somehow. No children, no intimacy, and no chance at a life without the shadow of Sharad. Would he leave the service of Nomen Kal for her, if it came to it? Allie found herself nearly tearing up at the thought, and she wasn't entirely sure at which possibility. Tanner abruptly came up short, holding an arm back to Allie and Gefnar. Armed with heightened reactions as they were, none of them had difficulty plodding to a halt in only a few steps. How long had they been running? An hour? 2?
What is it?
Gefnar hissed, his hand drifting to his sword hilt. The foxkin inhaled deeply of the night-shrouded forest. I smell Naoni and...
Well, she is not with us, I assure ya.
The unmistakable sauntering silhouette of the Samanir general, Thradlos, stepped into view from behind a thicket, trailed by his heavily scarred, keen-eyed wolfkin captain, Itakar.
Have ya misplaced our provided escort?
Allie shared a wary glance with Tanner and Gefnar, her palm prickling with power as she prepared to bring Biriak to her grasp. Simultaneously, she dispelled her efforts to quicken their pace. Enhanced reflexes were useful in a fight, but she'd rather have the strength for other, more volatile spells if needed. Neither Thradlos nor Itakar adopted a threatening stance, however, as they moved to stand before Allie and the others. And they appeared to be alone.
Naoni abandoned us, Allie said guardedly. We assumed she was reporting back to you.
Itakar shook his shaggy head.
We've received no word from her since she departed with you four.
He looked around pointedly.
Where is the huntress?
Wouldn't use that name to her face, Tanner mumbled.
She's gone ahead,
Allie said quickly. No need to betray more information than necessary with Thradlos acting so strangely. It didn't matter. The general exchanged a knowing look with his captain, his shoulders drooping and eyes closing briefly in resignation.
By which I mean to say she's gone to warn the gathered half-breeds of your failed negotiations with her father.
I don't think her father's the problem, said Tanner, shrugging defeat at Allie when she shot him a frustrated glare. He was probably right, she decided with a sigh. It had to be clear to their Samanir allies that talking things out hadn't gone so well. Gefnar nodded slowly. It's Wergald, the Marshal of Benchware, who's really orchestrating the attacks, and Owen, Jack's father, seems to feel like he owes her his obedience. Jack's run off, and Wergald's convinced she's gonna warn the half-breeds.
And plans on attacking first, Allie added curtly. So we're in a bit of a hurry.
Thradlos rubbed tiredly at his eyes.
Then it's as I feared. The talks will fail, and more half-breeds will rally to Mevod's cause, feeling they've no other choice.
Awfully defeatist,
Allie said, folding her arms. Somehow the weight in the general's words felt strange. If anyone can talk them into standing against the real enemy, it's Jack.
I'm afraid, said Thradlos, exhaling deeply, that I cannot take that chance.
Tanner's eyes narrowed, and Allie saw faint, fiery threads glow to life in his robe. What do you mean? You're not going to attack the peace talks too, are you? Thradlos shook his head.
I've no need to. As soon as the fighting breaks out, the lot of them will be eradicated.
Even Ithakar was frowning in confusion now.
General, what do you mean?
Yeah, said Gefnar. I thought the Circle of Serenity was only supposed to break the minds of anyone acting violently inside. Allie ground her teeth as she watched Thradlos's face contort into a cornered grimace.
It's not a real Circle of Serenity, is it? She growled.
Oh, now this is interesting.
Nah, Thradlos sighed.
Designed to have the appearance of one on the surface of its magics, even still triggered by a violent thought. But I've encountered no more Serenity Stone than the rest of the world.
Tanner's fur bristled. Then what exactly did we examine? Thradlos chewed on his tongue for a moment, before apparently deciding he had no more reasons to hold back the truth.
Something a bit more volatile.
Ithakar muttered a curse, disappointment and betrayal flashing in his lupine eyes.
You swore to me, Thradlos. You swore you'd dumped the rest at sea, that you'd never use it again.
Use what again? Gefnar pressed when Thradlos merely hung his head in stubborn shame.
Firestone,
Ithakar practically spat, his hard gaze still locked on the general.
The blighted Terrience has traveled far in its years at sea, uncovering many things thought to be mere myths, and some that the prevailing magical power centers prefer to claim non-existent.
Allie half grunted, half groaned in understanding.
Sources of magic besides Memory Stone. We've seen a few ourselves.
Thradlos nodded heavily.
One that spews violent flame on the touch of fire or harsh impact. We unearthed veins of this firestone on a volcanic island my whole crew's been sworn to keep from any charts. We spent weeks carefully harvesting it, said Ithakar, his lips curling back at the memory. Only one crewman lost. Kars, who'd inadvertently made the discovery shortly after announcing that he intended to carve a pretty stone free, and had set off with a pickaxe.
Ithakar's hands curled to fists at his sides.
But it was still dangerous, foolhardy work. The only time I'd questioned your orders, General.
But we won, Thradlos hissed, spinning on his captain. His tone and expression were more imploring than angry. Won what? Tanner asked sharply.
After using the Firestone on our ballistae to trap Wajili's forces on Gerikat,
Ithakar related as his eyes seemed to glaze over, his tone growing haunted and distant.
We carefully preserved the rest, only going to our stores when we were marked for death by the Malred trading empire. We loaded the Firestone into barrels, luring a full Malred fleet through a narrow causeway. At a pivotal juncture, we ringed them in with the barrels and ignited them.
He shut his eyes against the memory.
I could feel the heat a quarter-mile distant, could hear their frenzied cries of surrender, their screams for mercy. But we couldn't accept. The fire burned for days, mocking the very waters of the sea. Silence fell, save for the roar of the flames, only well into the second day.
Ithakar looked up to lock eyes with his superior.
I still refuse to believe you felt that horror to be justice. Not even the vilest of the trading empire deserved that fate.
Thradlos's bottom lip quivered, but he held Ithakar's gaze.
Are you so certain? After what they did to Adware?
Allie frowned. How did she know that name? So, that's how you lost your sister? Tanner cut in, sharply but sympathetically. The trading empire killed her?
Nothing so direct, I'm afraid, said Ithakar as Thradlos's face twisted in a chilling blend of loss and anger. Those damned parasites turned her against me,
the general snarled.
She made her own choice, Itakar shot back. Your heart was at sea, but hers. She recalled the glory days of your family too clearly. The Commodores may have offered her the coin to reclaim the estate, and remove the Turians as a rival. But she's the one who tried to unseat you, who nearly broke the crew. And you.
Threadless's whole body shook now, the moonlight glinting in the tears of sorrow and rage that spilled down his face.
I should have listened to ya, Itakar. To all of ya who warned me of her growing unease. If I'd acted sooner, found a way to compromise, perhaps she'd not have struck so angrily, not forced me to. Listen to me now, my friend, Itakar pleaded, clapping Threadless heavily on the shoulder. You've taken the wrong lesson to heart. What you plan is merciless, murderous, and it destroys all chance at peace.
I'll not be a slave to sentiment again, Threadless declared weakly.
I can end the war tonight, and this wergold's forced me to leave it to the flame. How many more'll lose loved ones if the vermin throng gain further allies? With their leaders dead, they'll be scattered without direction.
But both sides know about the circle, said Gefnar, sounding faintly hopeful. What if the leaders retreat inside and none of Wergold's people are willing to take the risk of losing their minds needlessly? Something close to shame darkened Threadless's eyes as he bowed his head.
Contingency.
Allie's thoughts swept back to her earlier talk with Wergold.
Only a trusted half-breed could get close enough.
Places, she hissed under her breath.
Nelina.
Itakar spun to her.
The Tigerkin? She would throw her life away?
Don't know,
Allie muttered.
But she's always got some angle of her own.
She glared at Threadless.
More importantly, your general's not bothering to tell me I'm wrong.
At Threadless's guilty shifting, Itakar's jaw went slack.
You claimed she was acting independently from us. She is, Threadless sighed. She came to me, offered her aid in gathering the half-breeds in exchange for a shot at Sunblade.
Why?
Allie wondered, sharing a confused look with her friends. Nelina had even helped gift the new Wolfkin Alpha the traitorous Bearkin General, Rigand, back in Katasan. Just as quickly as the question arose in Allie's mind, however, she decided she didn't care. Nelina could be working for some devious new employer for all they knew. Itakar's wolven eyes flashed with fear, causing Allie to wonder, not for the first time, who the new Alpha was to him.
And you agreed?
Threadless turned from his captain's accusing gaze.
You saw her back at camp, Itakar. I've people on her with orders not to let her out of their sight.
He turned a pointed look to Allie and the others.
If I've not returned by the appointed time, they set her loose regardless. Thought I'd just hold her till the talks were finished if they went well.
Allie's dagger was in her hand, though not plunging for the general's throat quite yet.
Then you're both idiots. Nelina goes where she wants, and some of those blazing leaders you're ready to sacrifice are friends of ours. Good people who just want peace.
Threadless winced.
They'll have it if the Samanir are victorious. Do you truly believe that?
Itakar had the general by both shoulders now, his large eyes earnest and imploring.
Are you so prepared to prevent another potential mutiny of sorts that you'd sacrifice those who share your cause?
His voice lowered to a hoarse whisper.
Would you have sacrificed your loyal crew members to destroy the traitorous among us?
Threadless visibly shook himself, his jaw falling slack.
I'd never. Then you'll not let this choice made in fear stand either,
Itakar declared, and Allie abruptly found herself wondering how long it had been since the Wolfkin had blinked. The general, however, slowly shook his head.
It's too late, Itakar. The circle is made, the bulk of the half-breeds have gathered, and the same trigger remains. As soon as anyone attacks within the circle, there's no undoing this.
Won't keep us from trying,
Allie snarled, turning to her friends.
Tenor?
Right, the Foxkin grunted, trotting past the Samanir leaders as he put his nose to the air again. We just have to get there first. No pressure. Allie matched his pace, already drawing more power from her core to bring speed and clarity to their movements. From behind, she heard Itakar hiss, "But they might listen to me. You're still the enemy to many of them." Only the raising of the general's voice brought the words to Allie as she, Tenor, and Gefnar sped away. "Y'all not." "Do you order me to remain, General?" "Nah." The sharp whisper afterward was lost to Allie's ears, and she felt the soft padded steps of the wolfkin falling in behind, even gaining ground as he sprinted to close the distance. Allie sighed. She didn't know how far they had left to run, or much of Itakar's stamina, but she knew that the wolfkin couldn't keep pace with them unaided. Expanding her focus as she clutched her dagger, the dark stone in the hilt pulsing with sickly blackish light, Allie draped her enhancing touch over their new companion. Her energy drained all the quicker, but she returned Itakar's nod of thanks as he came up beside her, his fur rippling against the night air as they ran. "You know these woods, right?" she asked. "The quickest way back to the circle?" At Itakar's repeated nod, she sped to catch Tanner's sleeve. "Better let him take point. No time to go after Jack now, so we're headed to the same place." Tanner glanced over to the wolfkin, inclining his head and falling back. "Right. I'll try to keep the scent, though." As the four of them readjusted their formation, Allie panted over to Tanner. "Are we close?" Tanner's pause gave her the answer before he replied. "What do you need to hear?" "That we'll make it in time." "We must," Itakar announced from a pace ahead and left. "Correct, but not all that helpful," Allie groaned inwardly. Then, from down at her other side, "Hey." She looked down to Gefnar, imagining the hope and trust there that the veiled moonlight failed to show. "You can do this." Allie could already feel her limbs shaking from the expenditure of power, as well as Sharad's ever-present offer of more. But she didn't want to argue. Instead, she sent Gefnar a tight smile, letting her focus return to bolstering their speed. "It'd be easier if I had a blazing dragon to draw power from," she thought dryly, recalling how Intothica and Veladrok's combined strength had brought them reinforcements so quickly when the Samanir had attacked the Glenadok orcs to retrieve the imprisoned Mayor Dynaxis. "Anyone got a plan of action for when we get there?" Tanner asked, already gulping for air again after their brief rest. "Stop a war? Don't lose anyone," Allie growled, seeing the others stiffen their posture with shared determination. "Not again."
Chapter 33 Converging Paths. Tanner frowned, his momentary distraction at the strangeness of the scents that filtered to his flared foxkin nose, nearly causing him to turn his ankle at a slight dip in the terrain, as Itakar led them on their relentless run. He knew both scents, one well, the other freshly, and yet, inhaling them both simultaneously, they almost seemed to overlap, complementary.
"Tanner?"
Gefnar gasped from behind, his short legs pushed to the limit in the last hour with Itakar pressing them at nearly full speed.
What is it?"
Tanner was about to respond when the flicker of lights from ahead stole his attention, followed shortly by the murmur of distant raised voices. They were nearing the gathered half-breeds.
"Jack's here,"
he panted, then, his frown returning as he lifted his gaze over the treetops.
"But she's gone up."
"There'll be birdkin scouts overhead," Itakar stated over his shoulder. "If she arrives unannounced, they may attempt to shoot her down."
"What else, Tanner?"
Allie pressed. Tanner smirked weakly to her. "I've never been good at hiding my feelings, but reading them through our link still feels like cheating."
"Naoni,"
he sighed.
"She's here too, but—"
"She's broken off to our left,"
Itakar finished, putting his own nose to the air.
"Any idea what she might be up to?"
Allie asked the wolfkin. Itakar shook his head minutely.
"None. I've given her no orders except for those she appears already to have ignored."
"Any chance she's working with Wergald?"
Gefnar forced out between wheezing breaths. The wolfkin's posture faltered.
"I don't know. She's proven herself a dutiful Samanir, or so I had believed. But if she's gone rogue like this...
I don't like an unknown that big, Allie said sharply, motioning for Gefnar to break off with her. Guess this is where we part ways. You two are most likely to have people listen to you anyway. We'll keep the other human, or whatever she really is, from doing something stupid. Tenor groaned, holding up a hand as he plodded to a stop with the others. They risked being spotted if they got any closer. Sorry I've got to rat you out to your superior, Naoni, Tenor thought, glancing to the frowning Itakar. But only sorry if you're not a rat, of course.
Whatever she really is, the wolfkin was repeating guardedly.
Tenor nodded. Naoni wears an illusion. Itakar's jaw went slack.
Are you sure? We've detected nothing in her time with us.
And how long is that? Allie asked warily. The wolfkin blinked.
I don't know.
He frowned.
How can I not know?
Allie's lip curled in an expression of begrudging respect. Whoever she is, she's good. Strong magic, Tenor agreed with a tight bob of his head. His lungs weren't seizing up on him anymore, at least, and he could feel the touch of Allie's magic fading. Must have learned from the best. Doesn't matter, Allie said curtly, motioning Tenor and Itakar onward. We'll deal with her. And how are you going to find her? Asked Tenor, massaging a stitch out of his side. He motioned between Itakar and himself. We're the ones with the noses.
You're right, said Itakar. I'll go with them. Whatever Naoni is up to is my responsibility anyway. And splitting up will cover more ground to guard against Nelina's probable arrival, though I fervently hope we've beaten her here, by the absence of her scent.
From the weight of the wolfkin's words, Tenor knew that to be an understatement. He sighed. Who knows? Maybe, by some miracle, your people have even managed to hang on to her. Then, after some quick mental math, this leaves me to warn and probably take down the half-breeds on my own.
Any goodwill your friends possess is yours as well, Itakar assured him, and it's undamaged by the lack of elven blood.
Fine, so it makes sense. It didn't mean Tenor's heart wasn't pounding for another reason now, though. He cast his eyes briefly upward. What are you even doing up there, Jack? No time for debate, Allie said, with what Tenor took to be an encouraging nod in his direction. Let's go find your Samanir mystery guest, Itakar. The wolfkin wordlessly fell into step with the human woman, the still breathless Gefnar clapping Tenor supportively on the knee as he sprinted off after. Though he appreciated the gesture, Tenor couldn't help being a bit annoyed as, without Allie's magic to bolster him, his knees nearly buckled beneath him. Sure, cut me off, he mumbled, seeing uncanny speed even in Gefnar's tired steps, as the three others disappeared into the forest night. He knew he couldn't expect Allie to expend her power even further by continuing to lend him magical alacrity across a greater distance, but the fatigue that gripped deep into Tenor's very bones as he ambled wobbly onward left him feeling a tad involuntarily bitter. Don't bother giving the diplomat more energy, he growled to himself, even knowing that he should be saving his breath. All he's got to do is stop a war, or a worse one anyway. He couldn't be sure if it was his mutterings that gave him away or the heavy plodding of his feet, but he'd barely run a minute before more than a handful of birdkins swept down through the branches overhead and encircled him with readied spears and blades. Immediately, Tenor threw up his hands, glad for once of Okizi's absence. Her instinctive defense likely would have caused fire to blossom in his hands, which in turn likely would have ensured Tenor ended his life with a short-lived career as a pincushion. Wait, he blurted, casting his eyes about in the dim light for a sympathetic face. He didn't find one. I'm a friend of King Shanadir. I have an important message for him. One of Tenor's captors, an eagle-blood, stepped forward, lowering his weapon. Yes, I do recognize this one. One of our king's honored guests in Carasson, and he sought you out in Falcon Crest as well. Just as Tanner was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the Eagleblood guard brought his spear up again to block Tanner's path. "You trespass, Foxkin, as your people have not declared themselves at this gathering, and Shanadir has not foreseen your arrival. But speak your message. It will reach him." Tanner shook his head frantically, barely clamping down on his frustration in time. "There's danger. I need to speak with him now." "What danger?" A phoenix blood clucked tersely. "Do your Samanir friends come to slaughter us?" "The circle, it's—" Tanner blurted, but he was drowned out by further input from the surrounding birdkin. "They will not find us easy prey," a Ravenblood cawed. "Peace," a second Eagleblood cut in, turning on the two doomsayers. "The Samanir have fought you only because you've stood with Mevod. King Shanadir has dined with them, and Queen Gwytherin has assured—" "I know her too," Tanner tried to interject, but it was no use. Beaks clacked fiercely as the birdkin jabbered back and forth, even the ones initially arguing for calm and to hear Tanner out, eventually falling into the shouting match. Even with them all distracted, however, there was no hope for Tanner to slip away unseen. "If only I was as quick a study with invisibility as Allie," he thought with a snarl. As it was, he needed another way out of this. "Sorry," he whispered, wincing as he sank back into his fiery cloak. The first Eagleblood was alerted instantly, calling out an alarm as a vibrant shockwave swept out from Tanner's abruptly outstretched palms. It was the gust of rippling heat from an oven door, only backed with the roar of an inferno. At least Tanner hoped it was. He didn't want to hurt anyone, only buy himself the room he needed to sprint the last few hundred steps to the waiting glow in the trees ahead. Utilizing every scrap of control he'd learned over the past year of channeling fire, Tanner focused on releasing the raw strength of fire without the actual flame, hoping this untested technique would suit his purpose. The wave caught up each of the birdkin surrounding him, hurling them off their feet and leaving their wings flailing wildly in the eddies of heated air. Tanner didn't wait to see how quickly they recovered, instead darting onward to put as many trees between him and any potential projectiles to follow. He didn't have to wait long. A heavy thud sounded overhead in a thick, low branch as he dived beneath it, and a shuddering javelin blossomed in the ground just left of his churning feet as he altered course. Varied, squawking cries rose into the night, causing a frenzy of activity through the trees before Tanner. The thrum of dozens of pairs of wings bearing birdkin to the sky began a chilling staccato with Tanner's heartbeat, and he expected to have a deadly flock descend on him through the darkness at any moment, impaling him into the dirt. "Not before I'm able to give these ungrateful mutts the damned warning I came here for," he thought with a snarl, finding that desperation granted him almost as much speed as Allie had provided. He'd be satisfied about that later. "Just let me try to blazon save you," Tanner thought to no one in particular. He'd had more than his fill of arriving too late. "Can't be late again," Allie ordered herself as she ran on behind Itakar, even as she felt her magic begin to falter. If she spent any more, she doubted she'd be able to draw more than a single blast of power from the dark kernel that now flickered in her mind like a dying flame. She was good with her fists and daggers, but without a rest for her to replenish, much like one had to recover from physical fatigue, she'd be overwhelmed as easily as a normal person.
"And your physical form is drained as well. Be reasonable, child. You play with a mere bauble in the treasure room of my might. No ordinary human could channel the raw power of a Thekur, but your blood is fashioned to flow in concert with my very essence. Avail yourself of all I have to offer, and these troubles of lesser beings you face will impair you no more than a grain of sand can trouble a crashing wave."
It was tempting. Even accustomed as she was to shutting out Sharad's voice, Allie couldn't pretend otherwise. She knew he was telling the truth. The darkness she drew on was the single drip of runoff from an overflowing spring, the power that naturally seeped through her blood's connection to the vile Thekur. She'd come to suspect that the only way Sharad could keep that trickle of power from seeping through would be to sever their connection, and he'd never do that so long as he thought there was a chance that Allie might submit to him fully. Luckily, Allie didn't have to pretend that the continued offer enticed her. She'd felt powerless for most of her life, unable to determine her own course. But if the cost of the power to control the world around her was allowing Sharad a foothold in her soul and in the world of Dernas, then the cost was too high. Her aching feet still pounding beneath her, Allie took a steadying breath. She'd grown stronger with the help of others in the past few years, learned how to channel the darkness more efficiently and with greater precision. She no longer feared accidentally tearing apart the world around her. Well, not constantly anyway. But she had no precedent for containing the full, unbridled power of a Thekur. How many people would die if she ever decided it was worth the risk in trying to? "You're stronger than he thinks, Allie," Gefnar's voice sounded in Allie's mind. "You've never needed him for that." Allie's head snapped around to look down at the gnome's shadowed form. He practically stumbled along, barely able to keep up, yet he hadn't sounded out of breath. "Just ahead," Itakar hissed, drawing Allie's focus away from that confusing realization. The wolfkin was pointing to where another shadowy figure crouched just beyond the lights of the gathered half-breeds. Allie stifled a curse. Whatever was causing the lack of patrols on their approach had allowed them to get this close, but it also threatened to let Naomi get wherever she was going unchecked. Allie's eyes narrowed, her jaw setting in a snarl as she drove on the last 100 or so paces. "Gefnar?" "On it," the gnome replied, and Allie experienced a sudden disorienting plummet of sound from her own breathing and footfalls, as Gefnar drew the quiet of surrounding wildlife over them. With Gefnar's focus divided, it was only seconds before Allie and Itakar far outpaced him and Gefnar's gifted silence faded. But then they were almost on top of the figure ahead. Allie could just make out Naomi's silhouette as the Samanir peered earnestly forward, then frowned, whirling to face her assailants. Snapping Biriak to her grasp, Allie dropped back a step to let Itakar fall in on Naomi first. Surprise was on the wolfkin's side, and he quickly had Naomi's arms pinned behind her. Grunting, Naomi was already fumbling for the knife at her hip as she flung the back of her head into Itakar's snout with a dull thud. The wolfkin gave no sound, but his grip faltered just enough for Naomi to slip an arm free, and freeze as she found Biriak pressed up under her chin. "Please," Naomi exclaimed in a pleading whisper. "You can't. This is all wrong." "Agreed," Allie snarled, fighting to steady her breathing. "Explain." Allie could just make out Naomi's guarded frown. "Explain what?" "The fact that you have to ask means you have a lot of it to do," Allie said with a grunt. At that moment, Gefnar stumbled up to them, falling to his knees and gasping for breath. To Allie's surprise, genuine concern came to Naomi's face as she looked down to the gnome. "Is he—" "He'll be fine," Allie cut her off, tossing Gefnar the small waterskin at her belt.
"Why can't I remember you?"
Itakar asked in a low, throaty growl. Naomi visibly gulped. "What do you mean? You're my captain. I've served you for—"
"Before that,"
Itakar snapped.
"You weren't among us and then you just were."
"I can't." Naomi briefly closed her eyes, grimacing. "I'm sorry. This is all wrong." Allie's frown deepened. Whatever Naomi meant, she sounded sure of it. "Wrong how? Whose side are you on? What are you even doing here?" I'm here alone," Naomi stammered. "And I'm mostly here to observe, I swear." "Uh-huh," Allie grunted. "And why the fake face?" Naomi's eyes couldn't have shot open wider. "What? Blazes, I can't tell you that either."
"Perhaps there is even false smell as part of the illusion," said Itakar, scowling as he pressed his nose to Naomi's scalp. "Though perhaps not a perfect disguise. She does smell human, or very nearly."
Allie sighed impatiently at the continued defiance on Naomi's face. "Well, if you won't tell us anything, we'll just have to see for ourselves." She raised her free hand toward the restrained Samanir, painstakingly replicating the forcible dispelling she'd used against the Samanir mages back at the Glenadok stronghold. "What are you doing?" Naomi whimpered. Then, as her form began to shimmer and dissolve,
"No, please, Allie, I'm begging you. You don't understand."
"Trying to," Allie said dryly, stepping back and, with her magic all but spent, manually striking a match to hold before Naomi's face. As the other woman's recoiling true form emerged, Allie's face contorted in abject confusion.
"What in the... And just who the blazes are you?"
Chapter 34 Warnings and Challenges. Tanner yelped as an arrow sank deep into the ground at his feet. Under different circumstances, he might have found it fascinating how the fletching's shadow, cast from the nearby campfire, seemed to resemble a bloomed flower in the instant before it stopped shuddering. But he was a little preoccupied with the fiery blasts from the pair of phoenix bloods bearing down on him from the sky. Cowering as he flung his cloak around him like a prancing nobleman, Tanner felt most of the flame dissipate on contact with the magic-infused barrier, but liquid droplets of it still rained down to singe his toes. "Now that's just insulting," he thought as he spun awkwardly away, matching the next 2 gouts of flame from the sleek phoenix blood weapons with fire blasts from his own outstretched hands. The phoenix bloods broke off, buying Tanner enough room to continue his frantic dash toward the fake circle of serenity. Perhaps a dozen figures stood within its perimeter, with a central bonfire lit at its center. When Tanner had first burst into view, the figures within the circle had been gathered about the fire, conversing animatedly. But all eyes were on Tanner now, many going wide in alarm as he drove directly for the circle. This close, Tanner could make out the startled faces of Samanir, Ledderog, and other leaders within the circle. "Really wish my friends and I weren't immune to your foretelling powers at times like this," Tanner thought exhaustedly, pushing himself the final few strides toward the perimeter of the raised mound. "Step! Step out!" he yelled, gasping for breath. "Marshal Wergold!" That was as far as he got before a wooden bar the thickness of a tree branch thrummed about in a tight arc, catching Tanner across the middle. The bar cracked against his ribs, banishing what little breath his burning lungs could cling to, and reversed his trajectory. Tanner's head snapped forward as he was flung back the length of his own body to slam his spine against the trampled turf. Eyes wide as he fought seizing muscles to inhale, Tanner thought he saw the muted silhouette of a great winged beast against the clouded night sky. And then he was a squealing, coughing mess, blood and spittle flying from his muzzle as cold metal sank deep into his chest. Through his own writhing and a haze of anguish, Tanner looked up into the scarred, toothy snarl of a towering crockblood. "Reach!" he spluttered, desperately reaching out to Jack across their mental link. It was all he could muster, and he hoped his final warning would keep Jack from throwing her life away. Garich and his encircling vermin didn't seem too incredibly cowed by Shanadir's cries to stand down. As Garich's underlings closed ranks around him, the great crockblood swayed his snout triumphantly, stooping low to peer into Tanner's failing eyes. "You divide yourselves freely," he jeered, his fetid breath actually helping Tanner to continue his fight for consciousness. "Your huntress's strength now becomes her weakness." "You commit an act of war if you slay him, Garich," Shanadir was threatening, his voice muffled from behind the wall of Garich's back. "He is an ally of the One Blood Alliance and of Queen Gwytherin. Don't commit your people to such action so brashly." "Careful, Shanadir," a voice Tanner could only identify as slithering replied on Garich's behalf from behind the crockblood. "You still stand within the circle of serenity, and you sound very near to aggression." It was Ledderog who responded, the growling menace in his voice causing Tanner to wince in anticipation of a sudden fiery blaze. Luckily, it seemed the Bearkin King could summon bluster without actionable aggression, and the firestone no one suspected could easily eradicate them all remained unignited. "Your chief has sworn not to instigate hostilities. He's bound to his oath unless he wishes the wrath of us all." "Garich has sworn," the slithering voice retorted, "not to strike first at any of you. This foxkin is of no people. Alone,
the last of his kind. Unclaimed, and the Vermin King has personal business with him."
Garich planted an enormous scaly foot on Tanner's chest, uncoiling back to his full height to turn a challenging eye on those gathered, backing his orator's words. As the crockblood shifted, Tanner weakly lolled his head to the side to get a better glimpse of the figure who was speaking, hatred nearly burning away the pain in his chest. Marima stood there in her twisted snakeblood form, what would have been the slithering lower half of any other of her kind, a sort of vestigial tail and a pair of humanoid legs. Tanner had only ever seen her like this before in the seconds of consciousness after she'd stabbed him in the back a year earlier in Dragon's Nest, and from across the vast entry chamber of Mayor Dunaxis's home before the snakeblood had fled. Now she stood boldly still, and well illuminated by the surrounding firelight. Tanner shuddered. He'd only ever possessed a tail when he and Okizi had fused their foxen halves to form a full, oversized fox. He doubted that Sinarmiat, father of the half-breeds, had taken Demi-Silg, or beings that held two souls within, into account when he was magically splicing together the future of Dernas. But somehow Marima's form seemed more disturbing than Tanner's own, more twisted and beast-like somehow. Maybe some of it had to do with the grotesque reptilian garb Marima now wore, as though she'd fully thrown off the trappings of the major races and civilization. Molted skin accentuated the hems of her cloak, which seemed to be otherwise made of regurgitated knots of fur, left over from devouring small mammals whole, and a pair of small antlers were strapped over her glinting reptilian eyes. At a guess, Tanner supposed the rumors he'd heard of snakebloods wearing the pelts of their most sizable prey were true, as the rest of the unfortunate deer appeared to make up Marima's shirt, breeches, boots, and gloves, the hooves dangling like charms about her neck. Slowly, as though feeling Tanner's eyes on her, Marima turned to regard him where he lay, bleeding out and rasping for breath. Her tongue flickered eagerly out of her mouth, tasting the scent of Tanner's death, and she cocked her head about to fix him with one eye, then the other. Her slick fangs showed in a victorious smile. "Besides, this one's death is long overdue." The forest fell silent for a moment, save for the crackling of dotted campfires and the uneasy shuffling of clawed and taloned feet. As though watching himself from outside his own body, Tanner analyzed that he was likely finding it so hard to breathe because one of his lungs had been skewered through. That could be a problem. A heavy thwoom, thwoom, accompanied by soft rushes of air, then drew his gaze to where a fearsome warrior swept down from above the trees atop a mighty winged wolf. In a blur of motion, Jack drew her gleaming elven blade to hand as she and Ember alighted equidistant from the supposed Circle of Serenity and Garich. "He is not unclaimed," she bellowed, hardened eyes leveled at the crockblood. She then swung her gaze about at the gathered half-breeds. "Hear and know me. I am Jacqueline Ed Owen of the Northern Clans, the huntress foretold by Macarelon, who is known to my people as your song." Ember's wings furled into nothingness against his sides, causing a ripple of gasps from those present who'd not witnessed the similar display in Katasan. The great wolf then prowled in a tight circle beneath Jack as the woman sat tall and striking in her saddle, nodding brief acknowledgement to those whom she recognized. "I have broken the dynasty of Chief Baskog to the east," she continued, her voice clear, strong, and commanding. "And I walk with the steps of a great beast, possibly even greater than I'd come to realize." It was impossible to miss the brief prance in Ember's step as Jack rested a hand atop his shaggy head. At this point, Jack had completed a second tight circuit, her eyes falling back to Tanner and filling with sympathy for his plight. "I'm sorry, Tanner," she whispered, her words only reaching him through their link. "I rushed to you as quickly as I could without starting a battle in the sky." Tanner weakly raised a hand by way of brushing the apology aside. He didn't dare try to speak, but, by the faint twitch of her brow, he thought she at least grasped the overall message as he focused on her and thought, No problem. Just catching my breath anyway.
Some of you doubt my claim to this title, Jack pressed on, hardly missing a beat. I'll admit I've been reluctant to believe it myself. I am not even certain how to interpret my supposed destiny to unite the Green. But this I swear to you all, before your leaders and anyone else willing to listen. For today, and for any remaining when I still draw breath, I will do everything I can to enact a better future for you all. One that doesn't ignore the wrongs of the past, but learns from them, building a world in which the varied blood in our veins strengthens us rather than divides us. A world in which half-breeds, humans, gnomes, orcs.
Tanner's voice failed him as he tried to yell out a warning in the instant he saw Merima draw and fire her bow. He didn't know if he lacked the physical strength to look away, or if he just felt he needed to witness the death of his friend directly. But, as the arrow shrieked the short distance for Jack's heart, Ember reared his massive head, catching the shaft in his jaws and reducing it to splinters in a single bite. Other weapons were hastily raised, then hesitantly lowered as Jack raised a hand to stay them, calmly continuing her address.
And any others who wish to can live together peacefully.
Were he not frantically fumbling at his still impaled wound with shimmering fingers to magically staunch his own bleeding, Tanner would have guffawed in amazement. As it was, he only managed a faint smile to Jack as she turned back to him.
That is the kind of huntress I intend to be. And, though I hope you'll have me as such, I claim this foxkin, Tanner Surehammer, not only as my friend, but as second family to my clan, even if you will not.
Tanner found himself blinking back tears, and not just at the shock and pain seizing his body. He didn't know what to say. Which is fine, I guess, considering. Garich's gnarled snout clacked heavily as he snarled.
You speak of weakness, huntress. We vermin know the unkindness of the world, its hatreds and comfortable lies. What you seek to build would fall easily to those who would amass against it.
Do not mistake acceptance for weakness, Jack shot back. I stand ready to combat any who threaten myself or my allies to the death.
She glanced heavily between Garich and the gasping Tanner.
A fact which you will come to understand in detail if you fail to release my brother.
A soft, involuntary sob gripped Tanner. As much as he valued Jack's impromptu adoption, he couldn't help but think of his blood sister in what might be his final moments. Would Okizi feel his death, even from this distance?
You are not protected under the Vermin King's oath either,
Merima declared, nodding to surrounding vermin to join her as she drew her next arrow posturingly.
Then we shall claim Tanner Surehammer as well,
King Shanadir declared, fluttering to stand beside Jack and Ember. Even knowing the supposed Circle of Serenity wasn't what the others believed it to be, Tanner couldn't help but be moved at the gesture. To Shanadir's knowledge, he was abandoning the protective barrier of the Circle's perimeter in an act of solidarity to Tanner.
And we,
Liderog affirmed, though the broad-shouldered bearkin only took a few steps outside the circle.
And we,
a voice Tanner thought he recognized as King Physix of the Phoenix Bloods echoed. A slow, growling laugh rumbled from within Garich as, without warning, he tightened his grip on his polearm, ripping the butt of it from Tanner's chest. Tanner thought he might have howled in pain, but it was hard to tell from behind the blackness that tugged at his eyes. Whatever the case, by the time he regained his senses, he was being heaved up under his arms, granting him a better view as Garich stalked toward Jack.
A meaningless gesture, Shanadir,
the great Crockblood roared.
Unless you are willing to order the first strike yourself. Or don't you recall that, in your haste to placate me, you've had our fellow leaders swear an oath of defense as well? You intended it as an assurance of retribution, should we fall to the madness of the Circle, but now it demands that any claim of the Foxkin, or even of the Huntress, be more than hollow words. If one of you acts against me in retaliation for my actions against them, thereby solidifying your claim, the others must either stand with or against you. Are any of you truly willing to descend upon each other in open war here, Shanadir? Are you so certain of the outcome, of who will choose to fight at your side over mine?
Even Tanner's quick scan of the gathered half-breeds showed that easily half of the faces were creased in uncertainty. Jack, however, stared heavily at Garich.
I don't care if I have to fight alone, Garich.
She looked past the Crockblood to Tanner.
I don't wish to instigate the violence, but I'll take my brother from you if your people remove him another step.
The Furmen who held Tanner under the arms paused, turning their goblin and Crockblood eyes back to their leader. Garich, however, didn't even look back to them. Instead, he merely offered a snarling chuckle toward Jack.
I believe you'd already have carried him away if you could, Huntress. He's wounded, perhaps mortally. You saw this as you swooped in so grandly. The surest way to sweep him to safety would have been to alight only long enough to catch him up and retreat back to the sky, where none of my vermin may follow.
Jack offered only the slightest twitch of her eyes in response, but Tanner's heart sank. Now that he was looking for it, he saw what Garich had seemingly already detected. Fatigue weighed heavily on Ember. Jack had told her friends previously that altering his form and taking to the sky left the wolf tired, so she'd never pushed that ability to its limit. Until now. Tanner didn't know how long Ember had carried Jack through the air, but the result was now clear, despite the fierce glow that still shone in the wolf's eyes. Ember was spent. And, sensing this, Jack had made a desperate play for diplomacy, rather than swooping in to save Tanner. She'd only have gotten them both killed, with Ember too exhausted to carry them away.
We don't have time for this,
Jack declared in a low, threatening tone. She turned down to Shanadir.
The talks must disperse. The marshal of a nearby township has learned of this gathering and plans to strike at you while you're weak.
Tanner tried to gasp out the rest that Jack didn't know about the false circle of serenity, but his breath was still failing him.
We are not weak,
cawed a Ravenblood who thus far stood dispassionately beside the new Wolfkin Alpha, Sonblade, who stood within the circle. Need to warn her, Tanner thought helplessly. Nelina could be pouncing onto Sonblade at any moment, dooming them all to a hellish death. The Ravenblood figure, meanwhile, brandished a sleek black blade as it swooped beyond the circle's perimeter, causing Tanner to recoil again in anticipation of the firestone igniting. This time he saw a low pulse of magic in the ring of enchanted casings, and he gulped in relief as the glow faded with the Ravenblood's exit. Too close.
Let these honorless city dwellers strike and find that we only fight all the fiercer when few in number,
the Ravenblood continued, swaying his feathered head about to flaunt the beaded tassels braided into his crest. Shanadir spun on the Ravenblood.
The mongrels have appointed you to speak on their behalf, Rashuga. Do not treat their faith in your judgment so flippantly.
The Ravenblood, Rashuga, waggled his beak dismissively at the Eagleblood King.
They appointed me because I am their general, Shanadir, and I am their general because they know I will offer no sign of weakness when it comes to dealing with the major races. You and your allies may exchange sweet words with human queens, but only strength is respected within Mevod's army.
Enough,
Jack snapped, the word accentuated by a clap of thunder overhead. A few of the gathered half-breeds shrank back, though most appeared to think the display either coincidence or a parlor trick.
Rashuga, I wish we could have met under better circumstances, but trust me when I say that a fight here will benefit no one.
She looked about to Shanadir, Ledderog, the new Apekin, High Silverback, Dunfana, and even to the quiet, calculating Sonblade.
Please, disperse and resume these talks another day.
You do not speak with authority,
Rashuga shot back, his following defiant caw rattling Tanner's ears as he fought to remain conscious. And I hold myself together. The thought was literal at this point. He felt as though he was drowning in his own blood as, still gripped under the arms, he awkwardly fumbled at his wound with red-soaked fingers, feeling like a tailor stitching up rotted, crumbling drapes. Jack or Gefnar could fix him, but Tanner's skill lay more in cauterizing than healing. And that won't draw out the internal bleeding. Rashuga's mongrels, meanwhile, some of whom Tanner distantly recognized as the birdkin who'd accosted and pursued him, roared in support of their captain's words, raising their weapons to the sky. The Ravenblood's eyes puckered in a birdkin smile.
You may have brought the One-Blood Alliance to heel, but we are not so easily swayed.
Letterog bristled, striding purposefully for Rashuga. But, surprisingly, it was Garich who clacked the butt of his bloodied polearm to a rock at his feet to halt the advance.
Children of Senarmiat, the path before us is clear.
He lowered the blade of his weapon toward Jack, teeth bared in an eager smile.
We must determine once and for all if this vile human, whose own blood marches with our enemies against us, is but a child playing at heroism. Or, in fact, the huntress of prophecy.
Shanadir's eyes narrowed at having his shared revelation of half-breed elven heritage leveraged against him, and he opened his beak to object, before being shouted down by Rashuga.
What is it you propose, Garich?
The Ravenblood asked with clear interest. Garich clacked his snout in expectant victory.
Merely that we grant her the opportunity to prove her claim.
Tanner could hear the gleam in Garich's reptilian eyes.
As I said, the dynasty of my father, Kulegrath, is not yet broken. The rule was passed to Baskug, whom this woman has slain, along with my nephew, called Ironjaw. But I have reclaimed my place within the tribe, meaning that I am Baskug's heir and rightful leader of all Crockbloods, by Kulegrath's feats, and of all half-breeds by my own.
Growls and hisses of praise erupted from the vermin throng surrounding Garich, which their leader allowed to run their course before he continued.
This human and I shall face each other alone, respecting the rules of this gathering by not igniting battle between half-breeds. If she emerges victorious, you will know her for the foretold huntress. But if I win...
Something like a hungry rumble slid from Garich's throat.
You will all know that this human is nothing more than a false savior who seeks to use your heritage against you.
Shanadir clucked his tongue angrily, craning his neck about to fix Garich with half a cold stare.
We have not assembled here so that you might sate your...
Done, Jack interjected, slipping down from her saddle. Tanner couldn't determine who was more surprised, himself, Ember, Shanadir, or Garich, and everyone else gathered was a close second. Tanner wanted to blurt out an objection, but despite the fact that his voice still failed him, he saw Jack's eyes dart about the gathering. No, beyond the gathering. And Tanner understood. Jack felt that there needed to be decisive action, and now, before her father arrived alongside Wergald's forces. Many seemed to have taken her warning to heart, bolstering defenses along the fringes of the gathering, but if there was any hope for avoiding conflict, they all needed to unite, now, and peaceably. A toothy, maniacal grin spread across Garich's scarred face, and he swept forward, already whirling his wicked polearm as he fell in on Jack. Ember bared his teeth, crouching to spring at the Crockblood, but Jack stayed him with a raised hand, coolly dropping her bow from one hand and brandishing her sword Hellfade with the other. Marima, meanwhile, motioned to the two vermin who still held Tanner under the arms, and Tanner felt himself fall away from the sight of the towering Garich as the Crockblood carved his scything blade for Jack. There was a chorus of gasps as vermin bodies hid the skirmish from Tanner's view, but there'd been no sound of tearing flesh, or even of metal on metal. Jack must have fallen into a dodging retreat. Tanner gritted his teeth, both in pain and in anxiety. Whatever Jack's tactics were, she didn't have long to implement them. They'd been fortunate enough to arrive even this far ahead of Wergald. Funnily enough, it was only as an afterthought that Tanner considered his own predicament. Darkness fell around him as he was carried back through the surrounding trees and away from the campfires. Allie and Gefnar were nowhere nearby. Tanner could feel them distracted by something else through their magical link. Had they come across Wergold and Owen?
"We may not be able to kill you,"
Merrima's voice hissed in Tanner's ear, and he realized that the snakeblood Dimisilg had slinked away from the gathered half-breeds alongside him.
"but you'll succumb to that wound soon enough."
Touching, Tanner thought darkly, lolling his head about to look up into her patient, softly glowing eyes. I guess I'm more important to her than the fate of her leader. He also decided that he felt like being particularly stubborn, dredging up every last scrap of focus to continue weakly cauterizing his injury. Merima only sneered at his efforts, gripping his wrist and wrenching his glowing hand from his chest as she leaned in, her flicking tongue dancing before Tanner's eyes, tasting his desperation.
"Fitting that an old friend should be here to witness as you slip away."
Tanner wished his voice would return. He had a few choice responses to that. Chapter 35. Goals Aligned. Jack leapt backwards another step from the low swipe of Garich's blade before diving left and down beneath the Crockblood's follow-up blow for her neck. He was strong and fast, reacting to Jack's movements almost as quickly as she made them. She'd offered no attacks of her own in the seconds since the match had begun, hoping to draw Garich into overconfidence and overextension. But even someone of Garich's size and skill wouldn't have made it to his position by underestimating his opponents. The surrounding half-breeds and even Ember had drawn back, a few warily eyeing the nearby circle of serenity. If either Jack or Garich stepped within its ring in their current state, anyone inside was subject to the enchanted madness that would descend as retribution. Most had seemed to realize this, quickly exiting the circle, though Jack noted peripherally that one figure remained. Dutiful Ember, meanwhile, offered no sound of protest, though Jack sensed him standing anxiously on all fours beside the frowning Shanadir, hackles raised as he pawed at the ground. No time for that, though. No time for anything that wasn't immediate life or death. Garich advanced, slicing arc after tight arc, each one lined up perfectly with a vital point on Jack's body. And he was getting smarter, starting to recognize Jack's movements, the minute tells in the tension of her frame that would inform him where she was bound next. A spray of dirt and grass flew across the side of Jack's face as Garich's polearm clipped the ground where she'd nearly just rolled from his latest feint. She'd barely reacted in time, awkwardly leaping from her one foot still planted on the ground and tucking in a side spin that saw her stumble forward a step as she landed. It was only the fractional slowing of Garich's blade from passing through grass and topsoil that even gave Jack enough time to see the weapon arcing back to cleave her head at the ear. But before her, Garich was finally within striking distance. Jack's blade was already thrusting for a seam in the Crockblood's armor. She hoped his femoral artery was anywhere even close to where a human's lay. If her desperate duck and lunge allowed her to survive Garich's blow, an injury like that might at least slow him down enough to let her recuperate. Then her target was spinning away, bringing his polearm about to force Jack back again. She frowned as she regained her footing. Even with her last instant maneuver, Garich's blade still would have carved deep into her chest. Why would he sacrifice a chance at ending the fight to prevent an admittedly nasty injury? Jack saw the answer as the two squared off, granting her breathing room for the first time since she'd agreed to the match. Garich's eyes flicked sharply over her comparatively tiny frame and to her gleaming sword, his snout twitching as his tongue ran over scarred lips. A nervous tick. A grim smile tugged at Jack's mouth. For all his bravado, Garich feared destiny. He'd have heard of Jack and her friends' exploits, how they seemed to reshape the fate of the world around them. And, after a year of Jack's legend growing, perhaps Garich wasn't so sure she was a fraud any longer. Playing on the hunch, Jack shifted from her two-handed grip on Helfade, standing tall as she drooped the tip of the sword toward Garich.
This sword can only cut you, Garich,
she declared, finding that she was breathing heavily.
The blade of the huntress, passed down to me by Macarelon and through Aglek, whom you murdered in cowardice, is only a blade.
She poured ice into her next words.
I'm the one with the power to kill you.
Garich's clawed hands dug into his polearm as he gave a deafening crockblood bellow.
I'm more than a match for you, human. But if you think yourself so untouchable...
He offered a crazed grin as he drew a small vial from a pouch at his belt, flicking off the stopper and pouring the sickly green contents along the edge of his blade.
Let us test your skill in earnest.
Jack's blood pulsed cold in her veins. She recognized the substance instantly.
Jaruk.
The potent poison infused with vile magics that defied the healing light of the forest. The poison that had slowly and painfully claimed the life of the crockblood mage, Aglek, when Garich had wished to lure Jack into a trap. If Garich landed even a minor cut against Jack now, she'd be a dead woman walking, though likely not for long, as the poison would slow her and grant Garich the chance to finish things quickly.
Is that panic I see in your face, human?
Garich growled mockingly, stalking Jack in a circle to her left, as he swung his dripping weapon in lazy, testing arcs. Jack inclined her head, inhaling a steadying breath as she shifted her grip on Hellfade.
The concern of a mortal, she corrected. I am no Thakur, Garich, and much of my magic is spent.
Garich's step faltered, and Jack could read in his scowl that he was confused by her admittance of weakness. She paced opposite the crockblood, allowing Garich and all onlookers time to weigh her words. Then she allowed herself a confident smile.
Which will make your defeat all the sweeter.
Fury flashed in Garich's eyes, and he wordlessly lunged forward, striking down for Jack's legs.
Perhaps I overdid it,
Jack considered, barely managing to dodge and sidestep the sheer ferocity of that blow and its two blinding follow-ups. She'd hoped to provoke Garich to the point of overextending himself and allowing her a counterattack. Now she just hoped to survive the ferocity she'd incited. And that was when Jack's vision seemed to split in two. Gefnar braced himself against a nearby tree, frowning at the stranger that had assumed Naomi's place as Allie had swept away her illusory face.
What do you mean you're not from here?
He still hadn't quite recovered his breath, despite the few moments he, Allie, and Itakar had had to interrogate their captive. Naomi, the real Naomi, Allie supposed, stood deflated in Itakar's grasp, physically biting back the words her eyes said she wanted desperately to speak. She was human, Allie thought, the same height and build even as the illusion she'd draped over herself, though this woman's hair was dark rather than a vibrant auburn, as were her eyes. The intensity in those eyes, as well as the way Naomi's long hair was drawn back, reminded Allie of something, but she couldn't quite place it before Naomi spoke again in her pleading voice.
I'm sorry, that's all I can tell you.
She shot a frantic glance over her shoulder to where the lights of the half-breed gathering still flickered.
And we have to go and help the others. Now, please. I'm here to help.
Allie flicked her dagger about in her hand, frozen in indecision. Naomi was right. She could sense that Tanner was hurt, though it was hard to tell how badly. His presence felt hazy, but he projected a sort of tired assurance through the group's magical link that he wasn't in further immediate danger. Jack, however, was another matter. Allie could feel the adrenaline coursing through the other woman's system almost as clearly as her own. She was in a desperate fight, Allie guessed, but then why weren't there any sounds of battle? No war cries beyond the single bellow they'd heard seconds earlier. Allie soon grasped that it might not matter how she chose to respond to Naomi's assertion of innocence, though. Itakar still clung to the woman's Samanir armor. That much, at least, didn't seem to have been part of the illusion, and he held her grimacing face up before the scrutiny of his blazing wolfkin eyes.
You've deceived your fellows and your commanding officer,
Itakar growled coldly.
"What reason do we have to put any further trust in you?"
And that was when Allie placed why Naomi's true face felt so familiar.
"Answer me just one more question, Wilderling,"
Allie found herself saying, satisfied at the defeat of discovery in Naomi's eyes. In the same instant, she saw Itakar's brow crease in understanding and heard Gefnar's soft mutter of startled affirmation.
"I don't care what clan you're from. Just tell me if you're here to help Owen or Jack."
Naomi gnawed on her lower lip.
"Jack, I suppose, but both of them, really."
"Explain,"
Itakar snarled.
"Owen advances with Marshal Wergold's forces to attack the half-breed gathering, while Jack seeks to avoid bloodshed. The two goals cannot align."
The woman in his grasp was already shaking her head.
"You really think Owen will stay true to Wergold? All thoughts of honor and duty will vanish the second he sees his daughter in danger."
Allie's stomach tightened as she felt Jack's fear spike through their link, and Gefnar preempted her question by a fraction of a second.
"What danger?"
the gnome demanded, stepping forward on steadying feet.
"Wergold promised not to attack us."
The answer filled Allie's mind before Naomi could muster a reply.
"Damn it,"
Allie hissed, realizing she was already in motion. She had to be wrong. Jack was the most even-keeled of them. She would never do something so monumentally stupid. Would she?
"Jack's fighting Garich,"
Allie barked over her shoulder, cutting short Gefnar's questioning call after her.
"Yes,"
a new voice cut in as a familiar crockblood silently swept in from Allie's left, leaning heavily on her staff and cutting short Allie's sprint.
"The Huntress suspected she may be led into a confrontation with her nemesis, and so sought me out."
Allie stiffened at being intercepted, her curiosity barely keeping her from pushing past Tiraki.
"What do you mean? What did you do?"
"Those of us loyal to the Huntress have set about non-lethally harrying Wergold's forces, as well as safeguarding your approach,"
Tiraki explained, nodding greeting to Gefnar, Itakar, and quizzically to Naomi as the woman was forcibly escorted up behind Allie.
"Which is why Wergold isn't here yet,"
said Gefnar, relief momentarily overruling his rising concern for Jack. Allie nodded, studying the hunched and winded Tiraki.
"And Jack went to find you, which is why she's only just got here."
"Correct,"
Tiraki affirmed.
"Many players have been put in motion, and the Huntress has taken what steps she can to divert the most threatening."
"But she can't really think she can take on Garich by herself,"
Gefnar blurted. Tiraki frowned.
"I don't know. She is changed, I think, at peace with her destiny."
"I don't care,"
Allie grunted, moving to continue her sprint past the crockblood, only to have Tiraki bar her path with her staff. Bracing to backhand the crockblood in the interest of cutting short any talk of letting Jack fulfill her destiny alone, Allie felt her mouth fall open as Tiraki bowed her head, determination flashing in her reptilian eyes.
"Nor do I, but any aid we provide must go unnoticed if the Huntress's goal is to be achieved. Come, I will explain on the way."
Chapter 36 Old Friends. Tanner lay peacefully on his back, stripped of his weapons and belongings, and staring up at the vein of stars visible through the branches overhead. He was surprised at how easy it was to fight down any residual panic as death's cold grasp closed in. He'd accepted death back on that table in Hattie's workshop. He could do it again. The most important thing was to keep the others from sensing his state and rushing to his aid. Jack was the one who needed them most. She might be deciding the course of a war in the next few minutes. Tanner's life was a small price to pay for that. Not that he wanted to die. Even as he lay there on the cool grass, trying to steady his coarse, blood-flecked breathing, he felt a tear slide down his furry cheek as he thought of the people he'd like to have seen one final time. Drogal, Curtis, Atrasar, Hokizi. He loved them all uniquely. He hoped they wouldn't be too mad at him if these were in fact his final moments. That they wouldn't feel like he hadn't fought, He had. Even now, he gave a testing pull against the weight of the knee that dug into his splayed arm. Still no. In response, the serpentine head looming above him stooped low to bare its fangs before his eyes.
Ordinarily,
Marima hissed softly as she obscured Tanner's starry view.
I'd be delighted to watch you struggle and bleed your life away. But I'm guessing your friends back at the circle will be noticing your absence shortly. Which means we're a bit pressed for time. I'd speed you along, but any venom or further injuries would likely raise objections from our more honor-minded potential allies. So, would you mind awfully?
She gripped Tanner's snout, forcing him to stare down her large, hate-filled eyes.
Just dying already?
Tanner was surprised to find that the choked gurgle from his bloody lips was a derisive laugh.
Why?
Marima swayed her snake-like head, seeming genuinely curious.
Why do I despise you so strongly, you mean, after I pretended to be a friendly face for so long?
A weak nod was all Tanner could manage.
Because you used our gift to live among the major races so eager for their approval. You are blind, selfish, or both. Couldn't you taste it?
Marima's tongue flicked out of her mouth like a lashing whip at the word taste.
Their disdain for those of us we now know to have the blood of the first race in our veins.
Tanner would have groaned if he'd had the strength for it. He'd worried that the half-breeds not present in Katasan for Shanadir's revelation might not believe they were joined by elven heritage. He hadn't considered that they might eagerly accept the knowledge and let it fuel their hatred all the more. Marima was shaking her head now, her reptilian eyes furrowed in what Tanner took to be almost parental disappointment.
I watched you for years, Tanner, hoping to see the spark of defiance in you. That you would join me in watching for the right moment to strike against the major races. But instead I only ever saw weakness and fear. Even now you only wear your true face because your second soul is divided from you.
Word certainly gets around, Tanner thought, distantly reminding himself to somehow alert Gwytherin, Njolar, Volkrit, or Dewach about the apparent leak of information to the vermin throng. He smiled weakly. Not that I'm gonna have a chance to do that.
We could have been partners,
Marima spat, drawing Tanner's focus back to her as she pulled down the collar of her grotesque wrappings, hides, and molted skin to reveal the coiled, spiraling discoloration in her scales that seemed to circle her neck like a snake draped about its charmer. Her mark, Tanner realized. Weakly, he turned his head to look down at his forearms, where the geometric planes and swirls of fire that indelibly marked him from his time bonded to Okizi pulsed faintly at his attempts to call up cauterizing heat. Though each mark was different, every Dimisilg seemed to have one, a physical manifestation of their soul fusing to another.
Few understand the weight of these marks,
Marima continued, pain thinning her voice as she looked forlornly down to Tanner.
Neither of us would have had to be alone any longer. I could have taught you how to embrace the divide, to walk between two souls without falling to the madness.
And that was when Tanner considered something he supposed he should have long before. Who was the other soul bonded to Marima's? An unborn sibling like with Tagathis? Someone fused to her in a moment of powerful magic and loss, like with Tanner and Okizi? So distracted was Tanner at the thought, that it took him the span of a few seconds to realize that the vermin who'd stood flanking him as Marama oversaw his dying moments were now reduced to toppling corpses as a thin, gleaming blade carved through the night. There followed a near-invisible rush of dark fur as Marama scrambled for her weapon, bringing it up to guard, and overcompensated in her haste. Her opponent's blade sliced cleanly through her arm, and Tanner saw the snakeblood's mouth go wide as she gasped in shock and pain. Something warm splashed against Tanner's cheek, and he watched Marama's arm drop, writhing to the ground. Marama was still moving, however, coiling back and away from her attacker's next slash, and Tanner realized that the bottom half of the snakeblood's body braided in on itself to form the typical lower half of her kind. As Marama drew a smaller secondary blade into her remaining hand, her serpentine body lashed out against the other dark form, seeking to wrap about and contain the assailant. Though the other figure moved with cat-like grace, the maneuver had clearly caught them off guard, and they were briefly relieved of their footing. The figure cleanly somersaulted backward in the air, however, granting Tanner a brief glimpse of their face in the moonlight. Tanner could have sworn that Nelina even winked down at him. The tigerkin landed in a ready crouch, blade held up and across her body as Marama withdrew a slithering pace, her snake-like eyes frantically assessing the scene before her. The victorious sneer on Nelina's face was audible as she stared down the snake blood.
"Who now do you think will bleed out first? You or the boy?"
She tilted her head fractionally back to Tanner, and Marama's furious gaze settled on the foxkin once more. Slowly, Marama succumbed to the reality of her wound, dropping her dagger and clutching at the bloody stump of her severed arm. Tanner also noted that her features were twisted in concentration, as though holding her fully snakeblood form taxed her even further. And, in the span of 2 heartbeats, her snake-like tail had receded into her usual legs as Marama stumbled off into the night, glaring hatred back at Tanner and Nelina both. The instant Marama was out of sight, Nelina spun and dropped to one knee over Tanner, just as he realized that he'd nearly stopped breathing altogether. His body didn't seem to like that, trembling feverishly in what would soon be his death throes. When he later had room in his head for coherent thought, it would surprise him that Nelina didn't gloat, tease, or even hesitate, as she coolly plucked the stopper from a small vial and spilled its contents down Tanner's throat.
"Well over a month's wages for a normal being,"
Tanner thought he heard her mutter as warm healing magics began to spread through his veins. He recognized the sensation. Crexus had gifted him a similar concoction to help mend Tanner's scorpion-related injuries a year earlier. He hadn't even considered how costly the aid had been to the temple at the time. In seconds, Tanner's breathing came far more easily, and the dots in his vision began to subside as he looked up into Nelina's scowling face.
"You saved me,"
he rasped blankly. Nelina merely shrugged.
"Not for the first time. Can you stand?"
Tanner was curious about that himself. His lungs still felt heavy, as though his own blood lingered in them, but he could feel that his internal ruptures had sealed. Hope Jack hasn't misplaced that healing wand, Tanner thought, climbing to his feet with Nelina's assistance. The warmth of the healing magic had passed, spent, and he could only do so much with his own minor skill in that area.
"You're on your feet," Nelina declared in satisfaction. 9 times out of 10, if you can stand again after going down, you can live. Just try not to pick any further fights."
"Why not just kill her?" Tanner realized there was annoyance in his voice. He wasn't trying to be ungrateful, but it would have been satisfying to see Marama finally go down. Nelina cocked an eyebrow.
"Surprise was gone. It would have taken time, and you seemed to be short on that."
She spun to go, and Tanner found that he was still gripping to her arm with surprising strength. "Wait, why are you going after Sonblade?" Nelina's head whipped back around, and she glanced down to his offending hand menacingly.
You've just witnessed my preferred method for dealing with objectionable limbs, Tanner. Kindly do not force another demonstration.
Tanner winced, but he sensed that Nelina would be out of sight seconds after he let her go. And it's not like she'd leave me to bleed out again after just saving my life. I hope. You've done your part, Tanner pressed, forcing himself to meet her glinting feline gaze. The half-breeds have all gathered. What are you hoping to accomplish in killing her? Something between emotional anguish and indignation flashed in that gaze.
Do you truly think me so devoid of loyalty?
Slowly, Tanner nodded as the pieces fell into place for his beleaguered, throbbing brain. 5. Imal, you're here for revenge.
Only one remains whom I care to punish,
Nelina snarled. Tanner gulped. Sandblade? She didn't...
She should have seen how misguided it was to goad Gorulf into attacking at Kadasan,
Nelina interjected with a snarl, trying to wrench her arm free. Tanner was as surprised as she was frustrated that he could hold on. Somehow, even in his weakened state, he clung to the tigerkin with everything he had. If she ran off and assassinated Sandblade, any chance of bringing the Wolfkin into the One Blood Alliance would be gone. And he knew just as clearly that Nelina wouldn't care about that. What if Sandblade's still in the circle? You'll die! Nelina shook her head vehemently.
My mind is untouchable. How is it, did you think, that Lenmore was unable to control me as he did others?
Tanner blinked, partly at Nelina's words and partly at the realization that Thradlos hadn't shared a rather important piece of information with the tigerkin. Lenmore put you through that in those machines? Then, almost before Nelina could nod, wait, why were you immune to... His eyes went wide as Nelina managed something like her typical coy smirk. Mind fire, Tanner whispered. The power Veladrock used on her minions to leave them hollow and impervious to other mental dominance. Ibishil had calmly repeated what he'd told Jack and Allie for Tanner when they'd all reconvened back at the McAllister estate. Once Tanner had asked precisely the right questions, of course. Veladrock's agents were all rather detached and precise, seemingly due to the mind fire used to reshape them. Clearly, some beings handled the experience better than others, if Nelina was any indication.
It wasn't your red friend back west, the tigerkin preempted Tanner's next question. And yes, everyone's at least heard of her now, whether or not they believe the tale.
Tanner scowled, trying to focus his frenzied thoughts. They have? Wait, if it wasn't Veladrock, then who? There haven't been reliable dragon sightings on any continent for centuries. Nelina gave a grating, exasperated sigh.
I took to the sea with ambitions beyond petty adventures, Tanner.
Tanner's eyes went wide. A sea dragon?
You're not the only one able to strike bargains with ancient terrors,
Nelina declared almost proudly, and she raised her still-dripping blade in menace.
Now release me. I don't wish to harm you, but I will if you stand in my way.
A simple kick or swipe of the claws would suffice, Tanner thought, reluctantly withdrawing his hand. Nelina just as reluctantly set off, he thought. Does she want me to stop her? Whatever the case, he owed her a final warning. The circle, he called after her. It won't attack your mind, it's fire. Nelina's step wavered, then came to a halt as she glanced back to Tanner once more. She cocked her head, lifting a stubborn brow.
You've either improved at lying or someone's done something very foolish.
The second one, Tanner said with an eager nod. It's still set off by aggression, though. If you attack someone inside it...
I burn,
Nelina finished for him. Tanner swallowed. Maybe everyone will. He could see the tigerkin turning this new information over and over in her mind, irritation quickly giving way to acceptance. There wasn't even any anger at Thradlos hiding the truth from her. Tanner guessed Nelina would have done the same.
I don't care,
the tigerkin said flatly, and sprinted off to her death. A disbelieving, pained grunt slid from Tanner's throat, and he just stood there for a moment, unable to decide what he should do. He was in no shape to run off after Nelina, but he'd be useless trying to help Jack in her fight, too. Assuming he could even get there before it was decided. Besides, what point was there in helping Jack win her duel if they all burned anyway? So, whimpering as his half-healed wound and blood-slick lungs sent fresh jolts of pain through his body, he lumbered off after Nelina, surprised with every step he took that he'd moved forward, rather than hurling his face into the ground. It may not have been the worst night of his life yet, but this one was sure starting to climb in the rankings. Chapter 37. Duty and Promise. Garich's blade, now coated in a slick coagulating sheen of vilest poison, swung again and again for Jack. She couldn't explain how she'd evaded it thus far, but as the enormous crockblood had wildly swept in on her, it was as though she was seen from 2 points at once, able to anticipate Garich's movements and leap away or sidestep at precisely the right moment to watch the frothing blade pass within an inch of her neck, legs, or midsection. What should have been a jarring and compromising reaction, that of seemingly unearthing a hidden precognitive ability in her time of need, instead fell smoothly into place in Jack's mind and body. It was at once strange and familiar, acting on 2 sources of vision simultaneously. At first, she'd wondered if this was some ability she'd awakened during her strange vision of Macarilon, and perhaps in part at least it was. But as the long seconds of her match with Garich wore on, Jack began to grasp the truth of what was happening as she saw a hulking gray form leaping on the edges of her natural sight. Jack had initially taken Ember's wild prancing about the loose circle of half-breeds that had formed about Jack and Garich for nervous, pained obedience. She'd commanded him to leave this fight to her, and now her wolf companion intermittently slinked and sprinted around his mistress, in what might be her final moments. Then Jack had begun to understand. The second sight that all at once seemed to drape over her own, as well as spiral adjacent to it, shifted and jostled as Ember maneuvered about the duel. It hadn't been Jack's imagination all those months ago that she'd somehow borrowed Ember's sight during her brief bout of magically inflicted blindness. She truly had navigated the tight corridors of the ancient Varbius Keep by seeing through the eyes of her wolf companion, and now Ember was aiding her again, somehow granting her a heightened sense of her surroundings that was keeping her alive. Not only sight either. Jack slowly came to realize that she could smell and hear more deeply too, catching the subtle shifts in Garich's immense frame as the crockblood pivoted or twisted about in their lethal dance. It didn't make Jack invulnerable, and she still was unable to slash at Garich in return, but her superhuman awareness made her brace further for her moment to strike. The instant Garich began to tire or overextended himself, she had to end this. Even without the Jaruk poison congealed on his polearm's blade, Garich's wild swings could probably kill Jack in a single slice. Whittling him down was no longer an option, and he'd nearly backed her against one end of the loose circle of spectators. Jack had a vague sense of Shanadir, Lederog, and the other half-breeds looking on with rapt silence, and she hoped that they had the sense to stay on alert for Wergald and her people. She hoped that the delaying tactics she'd entrusted to Tiraki would negate the need to face that conflict at all, and that the blade that once more passed scarcely an inch from her face wouldn't pierce her skin before she had the chance to acquaint the crazed crockblood who wielded it with her huntress sword. She hoped that Allie and Gefnar had reached Tanner behind the ranks of half-breeds that encircled her, and that she wouldn't have to stand against her father in the pursuit of the integrity he'd instilled in her. At least 3 of those hopes seemed to wither and die in the span of seconds it took for a new dark-cloaked figure to break from surrounding half-breeds and drop into a familiar stance, sleek bow raised and arrow drawn cleanly back to the ear. Even in her peripheral vision, Jack instantly recognized the figure. How could she not? The brief moment of shock she felt seemed to ripple through the gathered half-breeds as well, and Jack saw eager triumph flash in Garich's eyes as he capitalized on her quarter heartbeat of distraction. Its sickly Jaruk coating catching the light of torches and moons, Garich's blade plunged for Jack's heart. Jack knew it would never reach. Her father's aim was too fast and too true. Ultimately, she supposed she was to blame for what happened next. Her eyes shifted fractionally past Garich as she sidestepped a lunge she knew would falter. And, even as Owen's arrow tore through the air for the back of his head, Garich ducked away, abandoning his death blow. There was a spray of blood as the arrow pierced the top of Garich's thick neck at an angle, erupting from his scaly hide to drop to the grass at Ember's paws. And the next few seconds chiseled themselves into Jack's memory. A howling wail reached her ears, and she wondered if she was the one who'd made it. Garich whirled on the source of the arrow, snarling almost giddily as he stared into Owen's furious gaze.
"You will not harm her, Crockblood,"
the man bellowed, another arrow already knocked in his bow. Jack and Garich were both already in motion, a cold, sickening dread spreading through Jack's body as the Crockblood's frenzied eyes darted briefly back to her. The towering half-breed didn't speak, but Jack could hear his hate-filled promise from their last meeting echoing in her mind with slow, horrifying finality.
"You will suffer."
Fear somehow spurred Jack into a blur of motion. Garich's back was to her now as he drove with single-minded purpose. All she had to do was reach it. Her knuckles whitened on Helfade's hilt, and distantly she heard Garich roar,
"I've hunted you, and now you arrive willingly for slaughter."
The glimpses Jack caught of her father from around Garich's lumbering form showed that he held his ground. How could she expect him to do otherwise? Granted no time for careful aiming, Owen now held perhaps 5 arrows dexterously in his fingers, quick-firing against the oncoming storm that was Garich. From behind her, Jack sensed Ember break from the onlookers and race to her side. She was losing ground on Garich's longer stride, and she cursed herself for discarding her bow in a show of honor.
"What does an animal like Garich even know of such things?" she scolded.
Garich, meanwhile, had fallen into a stance as though he was making to throw his shoulder into a barred door, head low and broad arm up to shield his vital organs. Owen's arrows began to bite into his flesh, but Garich neither slowed nor changed course, devoted to his spiteful purpose. A few dozen paces had initially divided Crockblood and clan chief. As a near-exhausted Ember swept up alongside Jack and she nimbly leapt into her saddle, Jack guessed that she and Ember could close the remaining distance in 5 seconds. Garich, in his single-minded rage, managed it in 3. Allie staggered into the light of the half-breed fires, physically and magically spent. "Easy," Gefnar hissed, reaching up to steady her. She barely felt his grip on her arm as she swayed dizzily. "You've done all you can. You're exhausted. No use rushing in like this. And we're not guests here, remember? Charging through half-breeds is a good way to get yourself killed." Already those few on alert along the fringes of a tightly gathered sea of half-breeds, only a stone's throw off, were beginning to look their way. One of them, an apekin, inhaled to call out the alarm, but Itakar raised a commanding arm to silence the cry, careful not to disturb his cloak that concealed any Samanir trappings beneath. The apekin gave a confused nod, motioning his fellow patrollers forward in a slow advance for Allie and her group. Allie supposed that Itakar's trustworthiness was at least worth closer scrutiny by the rather convincing way he held the squirming human woman in his grasp, fiercely and with no small amount of resentment. "Please," Naomi hissed, turning her wide, imploring eyes on her captors in turn. "It can't happen like this." Allie was too drained for the other woman's vague warnings. "Shut up," she mumbled, weakly clutching at her head. There was no pain, but she had the distinct impression her skull might crack open at any second. The dull throb was almost pleasant, comforting. A wellspring of power that offered to enfold her in its viscous black embrace. She hated herself in its absence, even as she battled its murky, suffocating currents.
"Powerless, helpless. This is your life untouched by my gift."
Sharad was right, and Allie despised the fact. She'd never felt the dark that pulsed in her heart bled so utterly dry before, and without Sharad's power, she felt weak and afraid, barely able to see straight. A wave of soft gasps through the half-breeds drew Allie's focus, and she heard the familiar snap of a bowstring, the shuddering thrum of an arrow in flight. Allie's spine seemed to claw at itself as, from beside her, Naomi threw her face to the moonlit sky and released a primal howling wail. In the same instant, terror and loss nearly flooded Allie's thoughts. Not her own, she knew innately, but somehow Allie understood that Jack stood on the precipice of losing everything.
You can aid her.
Unbridled power roiled within Allie's chest, like a caged creature awaiting her command.
You can keep all you love from harm. Only pledge yourself to my service.
Allie's dagger was in her hand, and she was striding forward. She couldn't stand by and leave Jack to whatever crushing loss fate had dealt her, not when she could change it. It was selfish to do otherwise. She readied herself to surrender to the tidal wave of Sharad's will, content only to ask for the chance to spare her friend this soul-crushing grief. One heartbeat. Gefnar stood in front of her, feet planted beneath him as his hands pushed back against Allie's midsection. His eyes glowed with a vibrant golden light to match the radiance of the pendant that swayed from his neck, his crest of Nomen Kal, what marked him as a servant of the purest of the Thakur. Allie had only ever seen him so steeped in his master's will once before, and, in that moment, Gefnar had wielded the might to slay a dragon. He spoke, but his words were in her mind, fully attuned to hers through their magical link, and at the speed of thought. It was thrilling, and it was terrifying. Never in her life had Allie felt so understood, so valued, just the way she was. And never in her life had she felt so fervently and absolutely rebuked. Don't do this, Allie. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is to accept the things you can't change. I can change it, Allie snarled in her thoughts, tears stinging hot at her eyes, as she prepared to uncage the seething darkness.
Yes, accept all that I can give you.
2 heartbeats. Only if Sharad allows it, Gefnar's voice reverberated off the walls of her skull. Allie had never heard him so forceful, or so furious. She hadn't fully grasped the term righteous indignation until this moment. He could destroy us all on a whim through you if you give him the chance. And even if he does leave something of you, I'd take all of you with your amazing powers over a broken piece of you with infinite power any day. Then, despite the blazing ferocity in Gefnar's eyes, Allie felt the wholehearted surrender in his mind. He won't do it, she realized as she stood on the threshold of near oneness with a lord of the Netherplane. He really won't kill me to keep me from surrendering to Sharad. Gefnar stood before her, as firm in his need to oppose her as he was in his absolute willingness to die before he caused her harm. And Allie hated him for it. She hated him because she knew with utter clarity that he grasped how ready she was to end the fight that had filled her nightmares since before she knew her opponent and benefactor even had a name. As immersed in Allie's mind as he was, Gefnar had to know how close she was to taking that final step. For the chance to save her friends, to prevent another Shala or Crexus, Allie would do almost anything. A heavy weight seemed to thrum to life around her neck. It was her own pendant, the one that had once belonged to Crexus, pulsing against the outside of her ribcage, a blinding beacon to match the blackness within. Mercy. Allie didn't know if the word was hers, Gefnar's, or from a voice she'd thought forever silenced a year earlier. The pendant had seemed to impress upon her the need for mercy when Intothica had first passed it on to Allie, the High Priestess instilling it with whatever values and emotions survived Crexus, but the man himself was gone. Still, whatever the word's origin, Allie understood its meaning. To ensure the safety of others, she was literally prepared to enslave herself forever to a vile entity of legend. What Allie's weary mind had convinced her was a noble sacrifice, however, might not only cause unprecedented destruction, but it was an act devoid of mercy. Mercy for herself. Some part of her had wanted to give in, to force Gefnar's hand against her. Other people deserved a happy ending, but not Allie. Her blood and past failings denied her that. "You're wrong." That was decidedly Gefnar, as Allie watched the stalwart blazing suns of his eyes dim ever so slightly. "I know your heart, Allie. Nobody's untouched by darkness, but I was taught that a lamp shines brightest at night. And, for all the darkness that fills you," she felt him smile as much as she saw it, "your heart is the brightest I've ever seen." 3 heartbeats. "Please!" Allie was jolted back to reality by the word's begging tone, and she hazily turned her head to see that Naomi's large, pleading eyes were fixed on her. "I can help!" Through the swollen storm bank of her emotions, Allie thought it seemed as though the woman was asking her specifically. As though, even in Allie's beleaguered state, Naomi sensed the power she could bring to bear. More than that, though, Naomi was almost demanding that Allie trust her. Which, Allie realized with as much amazement as she could muster, she did. There was just something about those eyes. Inhaling shakily, Allie stepped back from the precipice in her heart. The dark colonel's only response was to immediately calm and exude cold patience. Allie nodded to Itakar. "Let her go." Compounding on her shock, Itakar obeyed. "Prove to me it wasn't all a deception," the wolfkin whispered into Naomi's ear before his grip on her loosened. The woman's face contorted in relief, but she wasted no time, already sprinting for the gathered half-breeds as Allie distantly registered that someone had just shouted in Owen's voice. Then, over the heads of the other half-breeds, Allie spotted the snarling face of Garich as he barreled vaguely in her direction, though for a target far closer, spouting something about arriving for the slaughter. And Allie supposed all of it could very well have been a trick of her limping mind, but this side of the gathered half-breeds, Naomi's form was shifting, growing, and now on all fours. Then soaring through the air farther than any beast bound by physics. Exhausted, emotionally raw, and probably hallucinating, Allie found that she'd dropped to her knees, leaving Gefnar to stand above her for once, as he drew her face against his cold breastplate. That was odd, Allie thought. Nearly as odd as the fact that she cinched her arms around him and began to tremble. Only then did she notice the tears that poured from her eyes. She hoped she'd made the right choice. She hoped her friends would be safe, and that they'd show her the same mercy she'd mustered for herself, even if she'd just hurt them somehow. Most of all, she hoped that Gefnar wouldn't let go. Chapter 38. Fire, Blood, and Stone. Tanner wheezed, tasting iron as blood-frothed spittle flew from his snout. He'd lost sight of Nelina, the tigerkin quickly sliding into nothingness through the trees. But he was almost back to the false circle. At least, he hoped he was. It'd be just perfect if he'd somehow got turned around while stumbling injured through the dark. Just for an instant, his heart twisted as he thought the flicker of campfire up ahead might mean he'd arrived too late to keep Nelina from triggering the firestone, and that he'd somehow missed the shockwave and conflagration in his frazzled state. But no, the circle was still undisturbed, he saw through the trees as he drew near. Someone was shouting. Was that Owen? Did that mean Wergald had already begun her attack? Then the bellow of response. Garich it must be. Tanner had no time to consider the implications of that, however, as he burst back into the gathering grounds. Just in time to watch Nelina sprint toward the unsuspecting Sonblade's back. The white-furred wolfkin was transfixed on whatever was happening amid the tightly gathered half-breeds. Jack? Everyone was, including the vetted guards from all the represented races who were meant to watch the circle's perimeter carefully, leaving Nelina's path clear. "Sunblade!" Tanner blurted hoarsely, not knowing what he even wished to accomplish with the warning. Spinning, the wolfkin's eyes immediately settled with an unnerving sort of resignation on Nelina as the tigerkin sprang the final steps for her prey. Even from his poor angle as he hobbled to catch up, Tanner caught the crazed vengeance that blazed in Nelina's eyes. Tanner was too far to stop it, just coming up on the edge of the enchanted casings that made up the circle's border, meaning he was more than close enough to hear the sharp metallic rupturing as the runes that adorned the casings flashed with the contained fires of 1,000 furnaces. Tanner had just enough time to think fondly of watching Curtis's work back on the front porch of Surehammer's Steel in the rippling heat of the blacksmith forge. He smiled. "Hope I've made you proud, Dad." There were muted cries of shock all around him, a smattering of clacks, clucks, growls, and barks from those watching the main show, and the deafening cluck of the earth splitting open in a near-liquid eruption of flame that engulfed Tanner's world. It was with cold defiance that Jack watched her father nimbly sidestep Garich's wild-clawed swipe, only to be placed right in the path of the Crockblood's blade. It had been a calculated risk on Owen's part, Jack knew. With his current momentum, he'd be able to dodge the worst of the blow, spinning away as it scored only lightly across his back. But he hadn't known all the variables. Jack had only had time to shout, "Poison!" in warning, the word still trailing from her mouth, garbled beneath another shout nearby which Jack had no capacity to decipher. And her father had no time to react. His jaw set in acceptance, Owen looked past Garich's massive form to find his daughter's eyes. He smiled at the sight of her, though Jack knew her own face was far from tranquil. Still, he never gave up, continuing to dodge the oncoming blade. "There's always a chance," one of Owen's many past lessons rang in Jack's mind. Something could startle Garich or draw his attention, but it wouldn't. As the moment before her hung suspended, Jack felt fate's hand forming reality. What she was witnessing had already happened, and it would happen again, just as it was meant to. And then, its indignation seeming to cause tangible ripples in time and space, fate was unceremoniously flung aside. An enormous wolf, rivaling Ember's own size, blurred through the air, planting its forepaws against Garich's chest, jaws wide and snarling as it hurled the Crockblood back off his feet. Beneath the wolf, Garich's blade altered course, reluctantly, Jack thought, arcing just over Owen's bowed head. Droplets of Jaruk seemed to trail the weapon, as though determined to feel the man's blood, to right some cosmic wrong in the making. But as Garich fell back to the earth, roaring in indignation, Jack's father was unscathed, his skin unbroken and blood untainted with inevitable death. A stark moment of stillness descended, man, beast, and half-breed inhaling a collective breath. Jack's father stood, bafflement and something like confused guilt lining his face, and Jack felt herself give a chortle of uneasy relief as Ember drew to a wary stop, which was when Jack was thrown through the air by a concussive wall of heat. Tanner stood at the heart of a raging impromptu volcano, feeling molten earth enfold him. The heat was staggering, both physically and in Tanner's mind. He'd never imagined that something could burn so intensely. Buffeted on all sides by the unfathomable temperatures, Tanner found that, as he opened himself to the end, the fire didn't consume him. It filled him. He thought he gasped, though a shout would have been lost just as easily to the deafening roar that shook him to the core. The fiery might of dragons suffused him, hair, flesh, and bone. There was no distinction between him and the awesome conflagration. Tanner was the fire. For the briefest of moments, Tanner wanted to bask in this new level of existence he'd never known, had only ever caught glimpses of in his father's forge. Then he recalled with sobering clarity that his gift with fire was, to his knowledge, wholly unique. "Blazes!" he hissed inaudibly, faintly snickering at the aptness of the curse, even as he opened himself fully to his transcendent state, and, for lack of a better way to think of it, inhaled. The outward rush of flame slowed, became a frozen bloom, as though preserved in amber for an impossible instant. Then transformed into a receding spiral that imbued and encased Tanner in a solidifying bath of coals in what, he supposed with a smirk, must resemble a draining water trough from above. He expected to feel his skin blister and melt as he faded away into whatever the next life might hold. Which of the philosophers would be vindicated, he wondered? Those who espoused an immortal spirit? A time of rest before being gifted a new form in a new world? An end of self-consciousness on the path to oneness with all life? Instead, Tanner began to feel constricted, the sort of sluggish mobility he knew from dreams. This quickly became more severe as darkness seemed to crash over him and seize him in place, cold, raw, contained. Then, overwhelmed by a sudden exhaustion that numbed his rising panic, Tanner sank into a dreamless sleep. Allie groaned, picking herself up off the ground in a daze, ears ringing as she heaved up to a knee.
Gefnar!
She hollered, blinking rapidly as the world resolved around her. The gnome lay face down nearby, stirring in the grass, and Allie had the faint returning memory of him being flung against her as something erupted at his back. She hurried to his side, relief spilling through her as she watched him heave onto his back, raising a hand to his temple. He squinted up at her, giving a weak smile to match the one Allie felt on her own face. She saw him mouth something, then, frowning, repeat much louder, "We're not dead!" Allie's only response was an awkward guffaw as she dropped her head down to his breastplate, then shrank back, holding her bruising face and throbbing nose.
"Broken?"
She gave it a soft, testing nudge, then winced.
"Not quite."
Gefnar eased up on his elbows, looking past Allie. "Is it a car?" The wolfkin Samanir was climbing shakily to his own feet as Allie looked back his way, as was everyone else within view. Some, at the side of the gathering that faced the fake circle of serenity, just now stirring, their clothes smoldering. Allie gulped.
Where the fake circle just was, anyway.
Offering Gefnar a hand, she began staggering in that direction, only slowing at the tug at her elbow and Gefnar's pointed look that they should offer a hand to the recovering guards, who'd been approaching to escort them in. Muttering under her breath and messily wiping away the dirt that had smudged her teary cheeks, Allie followed, ready to offer what minor magicless aid she could next to Gefnar's. Then a wild howl caused her to spin back toward the makeshift arena where she'd caught a glimpse of Jack before. The huntress was back on her feet, lunging toward a familiar crockblood. As the two clashed once more, Allie felt another wave of helplessness cause her knees to buckle. Jack wasn't sure there was a name for the noise that had just spewed from behind her bared teeth. Garich had lain before her as she'd thrashed her way back to consciousness, and she'd simply acted on primal instinct, snatching up her sword as she scrambled toward the crockblood, the man who'd just tried to tear apart her life before her eyes. Her opponent had found his feet too, however, raising an arm and simply letting Jack's blade bite deep into his scaly flesh. Jack could feel the dull shudder of her sword striking down to the bone. Spark motes from the short-lived inferno danced and swirled at their movement. In the same instant, Garich flung his arm to the side, wrenching away Jack's defenses before she could dislodge her blade. The crockblood's claws were raking across Jack's side before she could even think to let go. Nearly hurled from her feet, Jack clutched at the shredded, reddening trails on her skin. Garich had caught her where her armor was weakest, tearing the straps that held her light chest piece in place to leave it now hanging awkwardly and impairing her movements. Snarling, Jack shrugged out of the hardened leather in the seconds she had before Garich pressed his attack. Her second sight showed her help was near. As Garich heaved himself after the wounded Jack, hands outstretched to throttle her as fury blazed in his reptilian eyes, wolven jaws latched onto his uninjured arm, dragging him down to a knee. Hackles raised, Ember yanked his shaggy head back and forth, blood and spittle flying from his toothy grip. Recovered, Jack glanced about for her bow, unable to spot it in the tall grass. Fists clenching in frustration, she flung herself at the staggered Garich, landing a punch beneath his frenzied eye. Garich barely flinched, and even beneath her padded gloves, Jack's hand throbbed. Thinking to recover her sword, she dived after the hilt where it still hung from Garich's free arm. But the crocblood forced her to retreat from his snapping jaws before seizing the tenaciously biting Ember by the scruff. A pained, muffled yelp shot from the wolf's throat as, the sleek blade looking laughably small in his grasp, Garich managed to wrench Hellfade free of his own flesh with his wolf-bit arm, flicking the sword around and using his other arm to force the haggard Ember down onto it. The blade sank deep, seemingly into Jack's own body. Jack screamed incoherently as the life began to fade from her friend's eyes. But, even impaled, Ember clung to his quarry, glaring defiantly up into Garich's scarred face. That face soon swiveled on Jack, however, as, in a rage she'd never known, Jack fell in on the crocblood, suddenly uncaring that she likely raced to her own death. Though he must have been experiencing his own excruciating pain, Garich pointedly rose, hefting Ember fully off the ground as the wolf's paws clawed weakly at the air. Staring down Jack triumphantly, Garich casually raised a foot that caught Jack in the throbbing midsection and threw her back to the ground.
I can be bled dry 100 times over, Huntress,
Garich bellowed raspily down to Jack as her head collided with the ground.
If only to see you suffer now, as I said you would.
Shaking her head against erupting stars, Jack tried to bring her feet back under her, only to sway and falter, propped up on her hands as tears of fury stung at her eyes. The scene before her was horror itself, lit by moon, torch, and the residual sparks that glowed and shifted like a vibrant swarm of fireflies. Still gripping the hilt of the sword that skewered Jack's oldest friend, Garich ripped it free. The crocblood's sadistic elation only heightened at the resulting whimper from Ember that threatened to tear Jack's heart in two, and the crocblood leveled the dripping blade at Jack.
Your pet, your family, your friends, all will know my wrath until—
He stopped short, head spinning about as though to mark a new threat. There was none to be seen. But Jack wasn't about to let the moment of opportunity pass. On plodding unsteady feet, she sprang forward. At another time, she supposed she would have been amazed to see the faint sprays of blood blossom at Garich's ankles, seemingly without cause, as she closed in. Garich roared in shock and anger, swiping down toward the fresh injuries with Hellfade as he sank to his knees. His snout clacking in confusion, he caught sight of Jack in the corner of his eye, and, unthinking, he tried to bring about his other dragging arm to knock her aside. But Ember still clung on, planting his paws and heaving with all his wavering strength against Garich's will. Eyes going wide, Garich desperately tried to redirect his sword arm, and Jack saw another spray of blood at the crocblood's wrist, just past his gnarled gauntlets. A grunt of bafflement slid from behind Garich's teeth as his grip went slack and Hellfade went tumbling from his grasp. Into Jack's waiting palm. Cold silence fell to mirror the moment just before the wave of fire. Jack hadn't felt the moment of impact, hadn't registered the bite of her blade beneath Garich's armpit and out his back. But now she stood before the kneeling Garich, her breathing shaky as the crocblood clung weakly to her. His clawed hands were useless and unresponsive, one torn deep by wolven teeth, the other sporting mysteriously severed tendons. All Garich could do was to hold Jack in a weakening embrace as the woman he despised stared him down in his final moments.
You cheated, Huntress,
he gurgled. Jack merely nodded.
I suppose so, against my will. It seems you were right about my strength. I was foolish to think I had to fight alone, but do you know something truly insane? I think I'd even heal you if I thought you'd honor the result of our duel.
Blood spilled from the corner of Garich's mouth at what Jack thought to be an attempt to grunt or spit.
You lie.
Perhaps,
Jack said, frowning.
but I leave your fate to others.
She coolly withdrew her blade, spinning and staggering over to Ember.
My friend needs me.
Ember lay on his side in the grass, his large head shifting tiredly to regard Jack as she dropped to her knees beside him. It seemed to Jack there was pride in those deep, glowing eyes, but perhaps it was a trick of the fire motes. Placing a hand to where the very sword she held had pierced him, she offered up every scrap of healing power she possessed, relief and satisfaction sustaining her fatigued body as she felt the wound stitch itself largely whole. Then, exhaustion and blood loss overcoming her, Jack fell against the softness of Ember's body. Only as unconsciousness took her thinking to wonder what had become of Garich's polearm and that other great wolf. And shouldn't they all have been burned to cinders by now? Allie reached forward to brush Jack's hair from her face as Gefnar's warm, glowing touch saw the clawed gashes in the woman's side back to healthy umber flesh. "She'll be fine," the gnome announced, much to the visible relief of the man who hobbled over. Owen sank to a knee over his daughter, who lay nestled against Ember's bloody but healed side. Even the wolf had closed his eyes contentedly, hardly stirring as the Wilderling man rested a protective hand on Jack's softly rising shoulder. A pained look shone in Owen's eyes, soon mingled with confusion as he looked up to Allie and Gefnar.
What happened exactly?
From behind, a shadow fell over Allie, and she turned in her crouch to see Shanadir, Lederog, Physix, and an apekin she recognized as the fallen high silverback Pethencool's heir. Dunfana, she thought his name was, had gathered about, though in front of them all stood a Ravenblood Allie didn't recognize.
"I'll tell you what's happened,"
the Ravenblood crowed.
"You have all intruded on our private dealings."
He gestured sharply behind him to where a handful of vermin had rushed to aid Garich. The Crockblood had fallen forward to the grass, glaring hatred at Jack's sleeping form, even as his eyes began to grow faded and distant.
"And now,"
the Ravenblood continued,
"we stand at the brink of war amongst ourselves because of the division you've placed between us. If we honor this alleged huntress's victory, the vermin throng will call for blood. If we permit you to leave, they may still call for blood."
"Are you going to let him speak to you that way?"
Allie was fairly certain she'd have been on her feet, staring down the Ravenblood regardless of Sharad's input. She just hoped that people mistook the shaking of her limbs for anger rather than the exhaustion it was.
"Honestly, I don't much care what you do. Contest Jack's win, take us prisoner, put us on blazing trial if you want. My friends just put themselves on the line to warn you about potential threats, and then they damn near got themselves killed still protecting you when you wouldn't listen. My only job right now is making sure they're all right."
She hoped it was only near killed anyway. Tanner's presence felt subdued and distant in her mind, but it was still there, like he was in a sleep even deeper than Jack's. Ignoring the Ravenblood's indignant, choked-off squawk, Allie looked past him to Shanadir.
"Any sign of our third anomaly?"
The Eagleblood King stepped forward, resting a placating hand on the blustering Ravenblood's shoulder. Hope and sympathy warred in his eyes.
"Tanner, he was within the circle of serenity. Well, whatever it was, when—"
Allie gulped, nodding quickly to cut off whatever Shanadir might say next.
"All right, so where is he now? We should all have been scorched when the circle went off, and I'm guessing he had something to do with why we weren't."
She craned her neck to see over the murmuring ranks of half-breeds between her and where the raised mound of the circle had been a minute earlier. As she did so, her face twisted in irritable recognition.
Nelina.
The Tigerkin was in the midst of being bound and manacled by Wolfkin in the charred remains of the circle, a defeated stoop in her shoulders as she stared at the ground, her singed fur and clothing causing her to appear even more haggard and broken. Groaning at yet another item to address, Allie turned to where Owen still huddled protectively over his daughter.
"You good keeping an eye on her alone?"
The Wilderling man nodded up to her firmly.
"But we must also flee or brace for Wergald's arrival."
Allie grunted.
"Yeah, I can't imagine she's going to be too happy with you."
She motioned over her shoulder to Shanadir and his fellow leaders.
Most of them should listen at least. How'd you break away from Wergald anyway?
An admiring smirk came to Owen's face as he looked down to the sleeping Jack.
I'd guess that my daughter dispatched some ally of hers to divert our course. I convinced the Marshal that we must press our attack, as we surely faced the full half-breed force, slipping off when Wergald was at her most distracted.
Gefnar frowned, rising from his knee at Jack's other side.
Why would you do that? I thought your honor demanded that you do what Wergald said.
Owen chuckled heavily, stooping to press his forehead against Jack's.
I suppose, he said softly, that when it came to it, I found that there was nothing I wouldn't do for my Jacqueline, my treasure. The same could not be said for my honor.
Allie gave a satisfied smirk, barely registering the loud Ravenblood's next shouts toward her, plus Shanadir's attempts at intercession, as she strode through a parting crowd for the smoking mound close by. As she neared, she saw that a familiar white-furred wolfkin stood over Nelina, a faraway conflicted look in her eyes.
Maybe I'll start the talking?
Gefnar's voice sounded in Allie's thoughts, almost preempting the stab of anger Allie felt at seeing Sandblade again. Allie merely grunted, unsurprised to find the gnome barely a step behind her, and now bypassing her to bow clunkily before the wolfkin Alpha.
Greetings, Sandblade,
Gefnar said out loud.
I'm glad the conditions of our meeting are at least somewhat improved this time.
Sandblade stirred as if from a daze, before turning to regard the gnome with a complete lack of recognition. Then, slowly glancing between Gefnar and an incredulous Allie, the wolfkin seemed to grasp who the people before her were.
I apologize,
Sandblade said slowly, turning her gaze back on the captive Nelina.
I'd not expected to be alive right now.
The pieces fell into place for Allie almost faster than was natural. She sighed, glaring down at the tigerkin.
She got her shot at you. Of course she did. Should have known she wouldn't be helping us without some personal motive.
Then Allie grasped the full implications of what Sandblade had said.
Wait. You knew Nelina would try to kill you? And you still came?
Sandblade's head bobbed faintly.
I suppose I thought it justice for my failures in Cadison. My hubris.
She gave a bitter, growling laugh as she turned back to Allie.
But it seems that, once again, I failed to perceive you and your friends in my viewings.
At this, her vibrant lupine eyes slid to the far end of the circle that still danced with cinders, where a misshapen, jagged mound of earth had sprung up. And, once again, Allie felt herself grasp the wolfkin's meaning with gut-wrenching alacrity.
Tanner,
she breathed, her steps plodding as she moved toward the gnarled spear of rapid-cooled rock and earth. Gefnar's shock rippled through their link to match Allie's own.
He's in there?
But the question was as hopeful as it was pointless. Allie knew he could feel the truth as clearly as she did. She found herself wordlessly taking Gefnar's hand for support as she stood before Tanner's igneous living tomb.
Blazes,
she hissed.
How did he even... How the hell are we supposed to get him out of this?
Feeling a fresh wave of fatigue at the new, daunting task before them, Allie turned to look over confused chatter and rising chaos with drawn, weary eyes.
Just one thing after another, isn't it?
She sighed. Gefnar squeezed her hand.
So long as we face it together.
Allie looked down into his tired but optimistic face, managing a tight smile.
That doesn't sound so bad.
Chapter 39. When Cost Comes Due. Jack stirred, for a moment so lost in the haze between sleep and wakefulness that the sight of her father's warm, beaming face, backdropped by lush treetops as she opened her eyes, made her wonder if the past year had all been a dream, if she'd never left home, never gone on her pilgrimage, never felt such a divide between her and her father.
"Good morning, my treasure,"
Owen said softly. Then, smirking,
though in truth it's past midday.
Inhaling deeply, Jack gave a long, all-encompassing stretch on the grass where she lay, feeling the telltale tautness of the skin in her side that spoke of magic having bound her flesh back together. And it all returned, slowly and heavily. Her very bones feeling weighted, Jack pushed up from her back, wordlessly wrapping her father in a firm hug and shutting her eyes against his shoulder. Beyond him was the rest of the world. She wasn't ready for that yet.
"Thank you,"
Jack mumbled after a long stretch of silence she didn't care to estimate.
"And I'm sorry."
She drew back, smiling sadly into Owen's loving face.
"I didn't wish to go against you, but I couldn't do otherwise."
Her father cradled her cheek in a weathered hand.
"I know, my treasure, and I've never been prouder. All of us can only stand for what we believe to be right."
Jack swallowed, tasting the residue of healing draught on her tongue.
"Mother's recipe." "And Wergald?"
Owen gave a deep sigh, feeling, as Jack did, that their moment of private connection was over.
"She is here."
Fear jolted through Jack's system, and she was on her feet before she knew she'd made the effort.
"Where? Who's leading the defense?"
Standing, she could see that her father had tucked them away beneath a lean-to by a copse of young trees, little more than saplings. The only other sign of sentient life nearby were the scattered bedrolls and doused campfire in a small depression by her shelter. She thought she recognized those bedrolls, but was one missing?
"Easy, Jacqueline,"
her father soothed as he rose to rest a hand on her arm. It was only then that she registered his lack of weaponry. His belt sheath was empty of his hunting knife, and his bow, which he never allowed far beyond his reach, was nowhere to be seen.
"Wergald has agreed to parley."
Jack's mouth fell open. Just like that? Her father attempted a smile, but Jack could easily mark the weight of the shame beneath it.
"I may have contributed in forcing her hand, with her movements and tactics known to me, as well as being faced with something very near the united half-breed front she'd hoped to avoid. Wergald wisely made the decision to accept Shanadir's terms of conduct when she arrived."
Jack's fears relaxed ever so slightly.
"Shanadir speaks with authority, then?"
It was comforting to know there was at least the appearance of cooler heads prevailing.
"In a way," Owen corrected. "He moderates the proceedings, ensuring that both sides remain civil." "And the vermin throng?"
Jack inquired, wincing. Owen's face creased in understanding.
"Garich, he lives, though it seems there are none present who can bring him back to full strength. Your final blow has weakened him somehow. Already it seems there are those among the half-breeds who whisper of him as Garich the Broken."
Jack nodded, grimly guessing the title's origin.
"I had no desire to break a dynasty when I left home, but if he comes for me again, Hellfade will remember the taste of his blood."
She blinked, reaching down to her own empty sheath.
"Where is my sword? My bow?"
Then, inhaling sharply,
"Ember, is he—"
She exhaled in relief as the familiar rapid thrum of heavy paws on soft earth swept in behind her. Jack was already whirling as the wolf collided with her, latching onto her companion's neck and burying her face in his fur. A childlike laugh spilled from Jack's mouth as she let herself be tousled to the ground and be smothered in wet nuzzles and slobbery kisses.
"There's my mighty warrior,"
Jack chuckled when Ember finally flopped to the fallen leaves beside her, resting his giant head on her lap. Sobering, she added,
"You honor me with your friendship, Turnian child, and with your loyalty."
She wasn't sure where the name originated, only that it felt right. Her smile peeked back through.
"But if you ever scare me like that again, I'll think of something suitably drastic."
She decided that Ember's humph of response sounded reasonably mollified.
Can it be?
Owen's words drew Jack's gaze up to him, and she saw that he stroked his beard pensively, studying the two of them in wonder.
Your song spoke of his hope that the world itself would gift us with a sign when the time of our destiny was at hand. Could a nascent spirit of Dernas truly have chosen to shadow your steps? Could this sign and the half-breed's huntress be the same thing?
Jack's thoughts drifted to the nebulous moments she'd seemingly shared with the elf who'd passed her sword down to her, smiling at the absurdity of it all.
I don't know, Father.
She reached for his hand, easing back up to her feet when he took it.
I'm not certain it matters. As you said, we can only stand for what we believe to be right.
Standing between Ember and her father, the thought briefly crossed Jack's mind simply to slink away and return to the clan grounds. She'd already said her goodbyes to her companions, and she could sense them all, healthy and whole, through their mental link. Though Tanner's presence felt oddly restrained. She dismissed the thought, however, even before she spotted the birdkin patrols circling past the treetops. Honor demanded that she end this portion of her life properly. Besides, she decided, she very much wanted to see her friends again, perhaps for the final time.
Come on,
said Jack, draping an arm over the wolf at her side as she walked, arms linked with her father, toward the distant sounds of half-breed activity.
Let's bring this journey to a close correctly.
Allie rolled her eyes as the sour-faced weregald, flanked by eagle-blood guards in her chair, continued to posture and make demands before the gathered half-breed leaders. She barely even registered what was being said any longer, only catching the especially sharpened words like, "Respect our borders," and "Trespassers will be slain on sight."
I guess it would be too much to ask that the dear Marshal just be grateful she and her people weren't slaughtered outright,
Allie thought to herself, glancing about the faces of Shanadir, Letterog, and their equals. Even the Eagleblood King's understanding seemed to waver as Weregald droned on about safeguarding her lands, and Letterog looked about ready to vault from his seat, leap across the scorched earth between the half-breeds and the Marshal, and rip out the human woman's throat. Allie supposed that the fact he didn't showed how much even people like Letterog could grow. She was fairly certain the Bearkin King wouldn't have displayed so much restraint on their first meeting. Perched equidistant from the half-breed leaders and Weregald on a simple stump, meant to signify how he was serving in the capacity of intercessor rather than king, Allie had been informed. Shanadir let the Marshal's latest rant run its course before turning across the circle to Allie. "Does that seem reasonable, my lady?" Allie twitched, adjusting her posture in her simple wooden chair. "What?" She still wasn't that skilled at picking up on birdkin expressions, but she thought she spotted a smirk tug at Shanadir's eye. "Though the final ruling on these terms is mine to make," the Eagleblood King deftly eased Allie back into the proceedings. "I value what insight you and Gefnar can supply into human and gnome culture. Which of Marshal Weregald's demands are reasonable, and which may we consider allowing as additional shows of good faith?" Allie's gaze slid over to where Weregald sat, arms folded in the almost too bright morning light. The Marshal stared her down, silently daring her to weaken her position even further. Allie had to admit she was finding it hard to stay anything resembling impartial. Like many leaders before her, Weregald's overzealousness and paranoia had almost been a self-fulfilling prophecy. Even as she'd arrived to find herself surrounded the night before, Weregald had only just been coaxed into having her people stand down and retreat as she negotiated terms of surrender. Allie hadn't taken part in the ambush, suspecting that the sight of any traitors, to Weregald's eyes, would only have made things worse. But Shanadir had even confided in Allie that he'd only estimated the probability of the Marshal backing down at about 1 in 7, according to his viewings of the future. It was still hard for Allie to believe their luck. But, to her credit, Weregald had backed down, and Allie didn't really have a grudge against the average citizens of the Marshal's town of Benchware. Didn't they have a right to feel safe and secure in their homes? Maybe Weregald really was just trying to forge a future with peace of mind for her people.
You think to show her mercy by allowing her to continue with her demands? She's more likely to get herself and her troops killed than to erect respected sovereign borders.
The Marshal makes some good points, Allie said carefully, glancing to Gefnar for reassurance. The gnome offered a firm smile from his seat beside her. His eyes were drawn and dark with fatigue, but at least they'd both had a chance to clean themselves. At Allie's remark, Wergald raised a guarded eyebrow, and the coarsely decorated Ravenblood by Letterog, Rashuga, Allie had been informed, leader of Mevod's half-breed allies, the Mongrels, gave a sharp clack of his beak. Though he didn't appear as volatile as the bearkin beside him, mistrust and loathing seethed in Rashuga's avian eyes.
"And what points would those be?" the Ravenblood general demanded.
Allie squared her shoulders. There should be some form of assurance that the unprotected people of the major races outside Lorsen's walls will be excluded from the fight, so long as they don't provoke. Mevod might not care to honor the old laws, but I grew up in Lorsen. Lots of nobles believe that Lorsen owed the North its protection, after being ruled the seat of power from Far-Reach to Kennecook in an emergency session of Kavorim's leaders when the continent fractured during the Dragon War. I accidentally stole enough pamphlets on their noble cause cotillions to have their mission statement permanently hammered in, I guess. Allie thought in amusement, as surprised at her own stance and eloquence as the half-dozen leaders who shot her quizzical looks.
"Factions and circumstances change, Lady McAllister," Rashuga replied, somehow managing to sneer through his beak. "The present fact is that King Mevod offers these outlying settlements no special dispensation unless they swear fealty to him." He swiveled his side-eye back on the unflinching Wergald. "It is well known that Benchware leads many other such settlements in verbally opposing Mevod's rule. Though the king doesn't view them as a viable threat, we, as his commissioned agents, are not only free to act against those with a proven wish to dethrone him, but we are contractually obligated to do so, should inaction pose a potential threat."
Her lip curling at the presence of legal speak, Allie was grateful when Gefnar cleared his throat. "Such action can take many forms in civilized society, General Rashuga. A confiscation of weaponry or goods, limitations on trade or movement, or even a simple documented warning." Rashuga offered a throaty birdkin scoff.
"Huh. You would have us scold them as hatchlings, Master Gnome? Tell me, is this what passes for discipline in those who study Nomencal's wisdom?"
Gefnar smiled tightly. "We are discussing legal action, General, not the ways of correcting a child." The Ravenblood turned mockingly back toward Wergald.
"Are we so certain?"
"When it comes to the crux of it," Shanadir preempted any retort from the Marshal, "you, Wergald, wish mainly for assurances that you will be free and safe to operate independently from Lorsen, correct?" At Wergald's curt nod, Shanadir turned to Rashuga. "And you, General, demand reparations for the hostile action the Marshal has sought to take?" Rashuga inclined his dark feathered head, but it was surprisingly Dunfana, the fresh-faced apekin High Silverback, who spoke.
"It wasn't only the mongrels who were targeted, King Shanadir. We others have journeyed far to gather in peace, and the Marshal would have slain us just as readily. Are we to have no satisfaction?"
Allie narrowed her eyes, studying the apekin. She hadn't known his father, Pethencool, well, probably hadn't spoken to either him or his heir directly that she could recall. Honestly, she could even understand Dunfana's perspective, but the way he spoke it didn't seem like something his father would have said. Unsurprisingly, Letterog was nodding in silent, brooding agreement, and even King Physix of the Phoenix Bloods gave a muted, affirming croon. Only Sunblade failed to react, the wolfkin looking down to her folded hands with faraway eyes. "Sometimes," Shanadir was answering Dunfana, "we as leaders must demonstrate that power and compassion are not always alien to each other. To rule wisely, one must wield both." Dunfana pounded his chest with his large, hairy fists in a quick 1-2 thud.
You may lack the stomach for it, King Shanadir, but some form of action must be taken. What you would show in a spirit of mercy, others would interpret as weakness.
I concur, a new voice interjected, projecting an exaggerated tide of sadness, Allie thought.
All eyes turned to see what Allie had been dreading. The Vermin Throng delegation approached. At their head strode the unmistakable form of Merima in her bipedal snakeblood form. A muted wave of shock went through Allie as she realized why it seemed that the woman was off balance. She was missing an arm. Behind Merima's swaying stride, 4 different faces of the Vermin Throng served as porters on the hastily built open litter. Another snakeblood, a crocblood, an oversized lizardkin, and a shockingly broad-shouldered goblin. The taller of the crew stooped or walked on all 4s to allow for even carrying, each bearing the immense burden above them in different ways. Reclined on the litter against a sort of twisted leaning post sat Garich, his proud posture faintly stooped and a lesser polearm held like a scepter in his grasp. Allie thought he looked more exhausted than even she felt. Portions of his roughshod armor had been removed, and Allie suspected it was as much to free up his movement as it was to reduce chafing on his partially healed wounds.
Your words of leniency are welcome in this debate, Shanadir,
Merima continued, planting herself in the empty chair beside Sunblade, a large one clearly intended for Garich. Many eyes shot over to the crocblood, but he merely grimaced as his litter was deposited on the ground, seemingly content to observe Merima.
However, the snakeblood continued, if you are meant only to be moderating, then what you speak is merely advice.
Not waiting for the frowning Shanadir to make a response, she addressed the other half-breed leaders.
I speak with Garich's authority as he recovers his strength. And we of the Vermin Throng know that it is not only this woman and her people,
she indicated Wergald sharply,
who have acted against us.
She turned on Allie.
Your outsider friends have endangered our proceedings and violated established terms of engagement, Shanadir. They must also answer for their crimes.
Allie couldn't help a bitter guffaw.
I'm not sure what you think happened last night, Snake.
Gefnar cleared his throat pointedly.
Merima? But we nearly got ourselves killed trying to save everyone. Tanner was going to warn you about the Firestone before your boss ran him through.
Allie glared daggers over at the infuriatingly passive Garich before gesturing behind her to the jagged rock formation that had sprouted in the night.
Then he got himself buried in a ton of solid rock, saving you from it.
Merima didn't quite hide her satisfied smirk.
How unfortunate.
Baring her teeth, more than smiling in response, Allie continued.
Jack delayed Wergald's forces and advised you to evacuate, and Gef and I...
Allie trailed off at a mental tug from Gefnar. Groaning inwardly, she looked over to the gnome.
What?
His face contorted in that curious way that somehow managed to be trusting, questioning, and disapproving all at once.
I thought we agreed maybe we shouldn't go blabbing about a mysterious shape-shifting Samanir who vanished on our watch.
He was right, of course. Neither of them had spotted Naoni or even Itakar since being thrown off their feet by the concussive blast from the fake Circle of Serenity. Trying to explain what they'd been up to the night before might raise more questions than they wanted to answer.
Or even can answer,
Allie thought, wondering if they'd ever learn who Naoni had been, or what had become of her.
Helped,
Allie finished lamely, folding her arms to defend against the questioning looks leveled at her.
Firstly,
Merima began, counting off on her scaly fingers.
You are all complicit in setting the Samanir Firestone trap. If you'd exercised due skepticism, all of this might have been avoided.
Your people didn't sense anything wrong either,
Allie shot back. The flick of Merima's tongue felt smug somehow.
Ah, but we are not the vaunted heroes of Dragon's Nest, are we?
Allie gnawed on her tongue to keep from arguing further. Marima clearly wasn't interested in playing fairly. Before finding what little sleep they could in a heavily monitored campsite the night before, Allie and Gefnar had also mentally debated about whether or not they should reveal the source of the Firestone. From what they'd grasped, most of the half-breed attendees weren't sure of the circle's origin, the prevailing rumors seeming to be that the One Blood Alliance had pooled their resources for it, or that it was a previously unknown relic of a past age. As it turned out, they'd worried over the ethics of withholding that information for nothing. One of Sunblade's underlings had announced the truth to the gathered leaders just after first light, and, under visible and magical scrutiny, Allie and Gefnar had been persuaded to confirm it. It seemed the talk of vermin having ears everywhere was true, if Marima had somehow already learned this new piece of leverage.
Second, added Marima with another raised finger, your wilderling associate may have attempted to correct her failings in her inability to prevent Wergold's advance by notifying us with little warning time.
Allie bristled.
But she still displayed her lack of honor in willfully breaking the terms of her duel with Garich. She didn't know Owen was coming to help,
Allie growled.
He fired at Garich on his own, not at Jack's order.
Marima swayed her serpentine head as if preparing for a killing lunge.
He may not answer to her, but her wolf does. As a wounded Garich retaliated in self-defense, the huntress summoned her wolf to help flank him, the two still acting in concert when the flames subsided to defeat Garich while in violation of the duel's terms. Many swear they even saw another great wolf rush to Jack's aid.
Allie scowled. Was it her imagination, or was the snake blood before her far more calculating and manipulative than she remembered? Perhaps she was compensating for the loss of her arm, leaning on one strength to make up for another lessened one.
As for the two of you,
Marima finished with a condescending lift of her head,
well, I'm sure you did your best.
Then, to the other leaders,
but the fact remains that these outsiders are at best incompetent, and at worst conniving, seeking to gain our trust as they ingratiate themselves deeper within our circles. To what end, I couldn't say, but it's a possibility that must be entertained.
Letterog harumphed.
Some would say the same of you, Marima. Tell me, why doesn't the appointed lord of the vermin throng speak?
Marima bowed her head in a suitably convincing display of worry.
Some mystery of the huntress's magic weakens him. I have humbly assumed the appointment to speak his will. But if you doubt my own dedication to our shared blood,
she turned now to Sunblade.
Your people have confirmed my claim, yes?
Shaking herself from a slouched stupor, Sunblade looked to the snakeblood.
Your claim? Oh, yes.
The Wolfkin Alpha addressed the others gathered almost disinterestedly.
The Tigerkin who sought to assassinate me. It was her blade that severed Marima's arm.
King Physix offered a sharp chortle of surprise.
You are not yet mouthpiece for the vermin throng, Marima. Why would this assassin target you?
Just the question she wanted someone to ask,
Allie thought at the triumphant squint of the snakeblood's eyes.
Because I stood between her and her true quarry,
Marima announced heavily.
As I sought to secure our foxkin prisoner,
Allie easily noted the vitriol at the mention of Tanner.
I spied and challenged the assassin on her approach. We fought briefly, but I'm ashamed to say that she soon got the better of me.
She motioned to the stump of her arm.
As you can see, while I was in shock from the injury, the assassin broke away.
No way that's what happened, Allie fumed as she glared toward the snakeblood. She wasn't sure what trickery Marima had used or what methods had helped to determine the partial truth, but she didn't need the heavy scowl on Shanadir's face to tell her that something didn't line up.
If only we could get your side of things.
Allie craned her neck around to stare in frustration at the unmoving 3-meter rock formation that, by the link that bound them, still contained a hibernating tanner.
I don't tell you this to increase my standing,
Marima went on,
but to communicate to you the depths of my resolve in seeing our peoples united. It's only in the methods of achieving our aim, a new world for all half-breeds, that we differ.
Shanadir smoothed down his neck feathers. And how, then, would you suggest that we satisfy all parties, Marima?
If I may, Your Majesty.
Owen's familiar, commanding voice cut in from past Wergold, and Allie was on her feet as she belatedly registered the approaching presence beside him.
Oof!
Jack wheezed as Allie rushed to her, wrapping her in a tight hug. Then, laughing,
I'm all right, Allie.
Oh, I know,
said Allie, her cheeks flushing red as she drew back and gave her friend an uncertain pat on the shoulder.
Well, you almost weren't.
Jack nodded, gracefully disengaging as she stooped to wrap an arriving Gefnar in her arms next. As she stood, she frowned, glancing between them.
Tanner? I feel that he's...
Less all right,
Allie sighed, pointing back to the rock formation.
Maybe. He's alive, not even Shanadir seems to know what.
I see,
Jack said heavily, her eyes then darkening as she took in Garich, Marima, and their underlings on the side of the half-breeds.
We'll do what we can for him when we have a moment.
She forcibly brightened, leaning against Ember's side, whether for support or comfort.
We'll bring him back.
Something finally clicked into place for her then, and she turned to her father.
You feel you have a solution for this dispute?
I do, Owen affirmed, his sad smile causing Jack's blood to run cold.
And I'm sorry, my treasure, but I don't think we'll be making the journey home together.
His meaning seemed to strike Jack like a rampaging elephant-kin.
Father, you can't.
Her rebuttal sounded fragile, even to her own ears.
I must, Owen countered, giving her hand an affectionate squeeze. It's all any of us can do.
With that, he turned and strode with purpose to stand between Wergold and the half-breed leaders at the center of the charred circle, and Jack felt herself following with the others to Allie and Gefnar's former place at the circle's edge, as though in an eerily calm nightmare. Owen's gaze fell on the marshal only briefly, but Jack easily marked the mingled shame and resolve on his face as clearly as the pain and loathing on Wergold's.
Spokespersons of the half-breeds,
Owen began, each word chiming a dull ache in Jack's heart.
Unless I'm much mistaken, you've arrived at the conclusion that Marshal Wergold and her people must answer for their actions, preferably in a fashion that weakens their ability to act again.
Shanadir nodded. We have?
Additionally, the mongrels feel as though they must make a show of strength to keep attacks from emerging elsewhere.
Rashuga offered a muffled caw at being predicted, folding his feathered arms.
We do.
And you, Marima, as mouthpiece of Garich, I presume that any sort of satisfaction on your part will be sufficient, provided it entails loss on the part of my daughter, Jacqueline.
Jack quietly cursed her father's brilliance. She could tell from the look on Marima's face that, whether or not Jack's own suffering would be reparations enough, the snake blood wasn't ready to go against the will of her broken master, whose own interest was clearly boiling as Garich straightened in his litter seat, leaning forward almost hungrily.
It is, Marima said guardedly, great loss. In pursuit of justice, of course.
Owen turned back to Shanadir.
Then, my Lord King and Moderator, I submit my answer.
He clasped his hands before him, bowing meekly.
Me.
She'd known it was coming, but Jack still felt herself waver, only kept upright by Ember and the steady hands of her friends. Wergold's mouth fell open, horror in her eyes. It was the first time Jack had seen the woman's calm veneer crumble, but she could take no pleasure in it.
I helped the Marshal's forces to operate in this region, Owen said into the stunned silence. My absence will ensure that any further such efforts are hampered, as well as weaken morale. I am also a leader of my people. What better show of strength than to declare to all who would join forces against a half-breed alliance that no one is above your retribution? I compromised the bout between my daughter and Garich. My removal will satisfy both honor and Garich's personal desire to inflict pain on the person who has exacted such a heavy toll on his own family.
Even Shanadir stared in surprise at the man through his appeal, which made Jack's chest pound with fear all the more. Had the Eagle-Blood King not seen anything like this in his viewings? To clarify, Shanadir said slowly, do you offer incarceration or your execution? Owen's mouth finally twitched in his first display of fear.
I hope for the former, Your Majesty, but I recognize that I'm in no place to bargain for it.
Shanadir steepled his fingers, finally giving a slow nod. Does either solution meet with your approval, Rashuga? The Ravenblood general inclined his head. It does, and incarceration is preferable. We've no need for a martyr, and a high-profile hostage would further dissuade action.
Marima,
Shanadir added, throwing a questioning look to her silent superior, whose lip was curled in an eager snarl. Marima nodded too.
Though we would have blood for blood, we will accept the consensus of our fellows.
How long could Father expect to survive anyway?
Jack wondered morosely. Surrounded by half-breeds he'd nearly helped kill? Jack would be surprised if he made it out of view of the gathering grounds. Shanadir sat in thought for the longest 2 minutes of Jack's life. Owen Ed Aethelvir will be taken into the custody of Rashuga of the mercenary band known as the Mongrels, the Eagle-Blood King declared at last. Until such a time as Rashuga or his rightfully appointed successor rules otherwise, or the sentence concluded, anyone associated or in private communication with the Vermin Throng is to have no contact with the prisoner, to ensure both the safety of the prisoner and the continued intent of discouraging hostilities with unaligned settlements of the major races. Until such a time as Rashuga or his rightfully appointed successor rules otherwise, or the sentence concluded, no associates of the prisoner may have contact with him. This is to ensure no attempt at escape or at compromising testimony. Shanadir's gaze shifted to Jack, filled with regret and apology, before he asked the leaders, Do we have an accord?
We do.
We do.
We do.
The rest of the affirmatives were drowned out by Wergold's shriek of protest, the Eagle-Blood guards to either side of her springing forward to grab the marshal by the shoulders as she lunged toward Owen. You can't do this, Owen, she spun to Shanadir. He lies. We'd have made our assault regardless of his direction. Something like the heaving, pained moan of a deer drowned out Wergold in turn, and it took Jack the span of falling to her knees to realize that the sound had originated with her.
Jack,
Allie whispered, sinking down beside her. But there was nothing else to say. As Jack knelt there, ineffectually consoled by Ember, Allie, and Gefnar, she reined in her own cries of dissent. They were useless. No more tears. No more wails. Jack simply leveled her hateful stare on the enormous, sneering crockblood nearby. Perhaps she had broken the dynasty, but that didn't mean she'd emerged from the ordeal still whole. Chapter 40 Waking and Division. Allie watched silently as Jack took up her place around Tanner's self-imposed tomb. Rashuga had allowed the woman a brief, teary goodbye with her father, but the departure of the half-breeds had passed in a haze for even Allie. She couldn't imagine how disoriented Jack must feel. Not even through their link, which was troubling. It was like Jack had fully shut herself away. All Allie had to go on for her friend's state of mind was the frozen look of sorrowful determination on Jack's face.
And nothing to show for it this time,
Allie thought bitterly. Not like Cadison. No new or even growing alliance. Shanadir still spoke of what he hoped to be a greater understanding between the factions, but Allie wasn't convinced. Respect hadn't been what she'd seen as the One Blood Alliance, Vermin Throng, and Mongrels had broken apart. More like barely bridled violence. Only Shanadir remained, having sent the rest of his attending people on with his aide, Desikin, in hopes of securing some privacy with Allie and her companions. And scouting to make sure none of Garich's people had circled back to finish the job. Shanadir said he believed he had a way to bring Tanner back. It should be simple, really, the Eagle-Blood King declared, stooping to guide Gefnar by the shoulders to his third point around the rock formation. If this is what I believe it to be, after reviewing what meager resources I have on hand, a sort of variant of memory stone cocoons once used by powerful mages to rejuvenate their physical forms, then all Tanner must do to emerge is, well, to wish to. Allie cocked an eyebrow, her hands twitching as she swayed on her feet.
You're saying that Tanner's happy in there? That he doesn't want to come out?
Shanadir chuckled dryly. No, my dear. He's simply in such a subdued state of consciousness that he doesn't know to want anything. The Eagle-Blood King walked a quick circuit as though to check that everything in their simplistic ritual was in place, meaning Allie, Gefnar, and Jack themselves. Normally, mages would set a sort of trigger device. Either an appointed time or a stimulus would rouse them from their self-induced coma. Gefnar nodded. Which Tanner didn't do. Precisely. However, I believe you've all been gifted with a rather unique loophole. Allie smirked.
Our mental link. Gotta remember to write a thank you note to Imidre.
Correct, Shanadir affirmed. You all say you can still sense him? Well, then let's see if he answers your call. The smile in his eyes died as he met Jack's gaze. A few paces behind the huntress, Ember lifted his shaggy head where he lay, and Allie supposed that the wolf at least could sense the involuntary anger Jack harbored for the Eagle-Blood. Jack, Shanadir said softly, I apologize for what happened with your father, but please understand.
You only did what you believed to be right.
Jack cut him off, turning her sallow eyes back on the rock formation.
It's time for me to do the same.
Allie's lip curled in a sympathetic grimace as Shanadir cleared his throat. Yes, well, let's begin, I suppose. He glanced to Allie and Gefnar. Call to your friend. A trickle of Jack's heartbreak hit Allie through the link as the other woman reluctantly opened up to the others. It was a pain similar to a series of old ones in Allie's own heart.
Tanner,
she said out loud, forcing herself to stay in the moment.
Nap's over. Come on out.
You've got to be hungry, right?
Gefnar added.
Time to eat and hit the trail, just like most other mornings, right?
You should rejoin us,
Jack said heavily.
I'd like to see you one last time.
Allie's focus shattered as both she and Gefnar shot a look over to Jack. In all the chaos, Allie had forgotten about Jack's plans to leave them. From Gefnar's reaction, maybe they all had.
Or maybe I was just hoping she'd change her mind.
The moment of anxiety passed, however, as, at a muffled crack from the rock formation, Tanner's presence stirred. He'd never woken from a sleep so deep. He? Who am I again? Tanner Surehammer, son of Curtis. And somebody had dunked him in crystallized treacle. Me, I did that. How did I? There was no panic, not like that handful of times Tanner had experienced sleep paralysis in his life. He didn't have command of his limbs, but he would. He just had to push. It was easier to think of the experience like an emulsified and reconstituted caterpillar forcing his way out of a chrysalis rather than being reborn in the mammalian fashion. For one thing, it was less gross. For another, it kept thoughts of a kind-faced foxkin woman from simultaneously offering him primal comfort and cracking his heart in two. He could feel the outer layers of his cocoon crumbling away. Had he held it together? No, that was stupid. Earth and rock, when melted together through heat, was magma when it wasn't at home underground, and magma formed some of the hardest substances of Dynasties. Then how am I breaking it? Am I breaking it? Light. Tenor supposed it would have been warm and inviting most mornings. Now it just blinded him. He grunted, turning his face away. That was a good sign. The rock was falling away in sharp-edged fragments, like he'd shot power through the veins of a living creature and inadvertently minced the thing from inside. Then he was swooning at the harsh pull of gravity on his maladjusted inner ears, the pointed foxkin tips above pulling back against his cranium as though at the sound of fingernails on a chalkboard. Hands were catching him, friends, he knew from their touch on his mind. As his senses sluggishly adjusted to the sunlight and disproportionate blast of bird calls, Tanner opened his squinting eyes, welcomed back to the living by Jack, Allie, Gefnar, and even Samanir and Ember as everyone huddled around. Tanner smiled weakly, swallowing against the dryness in his throat.
Is everyone all right? Did I stop the fire?
Allie nodded.
You did good, Tanner.
He swallowed again.
Nelina?
It was easy to spot the conflicted frown in Sanadir's eyes, though it was hard to say if the Eagle-Blood King felt more sympathy for whatever fate had befallen Nelina, or guilt at the conduct of a former employee.
Hauled off by Sonblade,
Gefnar sighed.
I don't think she'll be getting out of this one.
Tanner admired how sad the gnome could sound at the prospect. Uncoiling from his fetal position, Tanner gladly accepted any and all aid as he eased upright, before self-consciously covering himself with his hands.
Has anyone got a spare set of pants?
He looked about the amused faces of his friends and belatedly considered the sort of ill-fitting attire he might receive.
Right,
he grunted, joining the snickering at his expense.
Here, my boy,
Sanadir said with a good-natured laugh, digging into his own bags on the ground nearby.
The least I could do is to dress a hero of the day as a king.
As Tanner gratefully accepted the offered clothing, he looked quizzically down to his own limbs. The geometric fire patterns still marked his forearms, but now they shifted into swirls that swept up his shoulders and chest.
They're on your back, too,
Gefnar offered in surprise.
Your fire cloak from the temple. I think you, ate it.
At the vaguest mention of food, Tanner's stomach rumbled loudly in protest of its own gnawing void, preempting any of Tanner's own wonder at the realization. Sanadir chuckled.
Perhaps some lunch is in order, too.
Smirking sheepishly, Tanner glanced up at the position of the sun.
Fine by me, as long as I can also make up for breakfast.
Tanner hugged Sanadir's embroidered robe about him, ravenously devouring his friend's rations, which hadn't been incinerated on his person, as the others finished relating the events of the hours he'd missed. They sat together in a loose circle next to the shattered remains of Tanner's rocky chrysalis, and Tanner thought he'd be content for the moment to last so long as it wished to. If only his friends would run out of troubling things to say. It was all beginning to outweigh his relief at finding that they'd recovered his pack and Morningstar.
Blazes,
he cursed through a muffled mouthful of cured meat.
Almost wish I'd kept hibernating.
At the series of curious frowns he drew, he added, grinning,
Almost?
Charming, Allie said, recoiling humorously. Then, sobering,
You're sure you feel all right, Tanner?
Tanner nodded, gulping down most of his mouthful.
Better than all right, really. I feel more me than I think I ever have.
The truth of his own words settled on him like a warm blanket. He still missed his family, even still felt tears sting at his eyes as he thought of Jotagun and his parents. But he was at peace with their choices and the world beyond his control. He still felt Okizi's absence in his soul, but he felt whole as nothing more than himself. He longed to share his time with Curtis and Atrisar, but knowing how much they cared for him made their absence bearable. In short, Tanner felt peace. "I'm happy for you, Tanner," Shanadir declared with a chipper clack of his tongue. "It seems you've almost literally stumbled into an ancient technique for advanced meditation and rejuvenation of mind and body." Tanner quirked an eyebrow. "Does that mean I'm immortal now?" Shanadir laughed. "Sorry, my boy, but no. While continued such efforts seemed to extend the lives of those not blessed with an elven lifespan as much as a healthy lifestyle, and aided by such, I'm afraid you'll not be outliving your fellow half-breeds so gratuitously." He fixed Tanner with a pointed scowl. "And you were fortunate this time. I'd not advise pursuing the process again without proper research, yes?" "Yes," Tanner sighed. Then he also scowled. "But that's not the only thing you're worried about, is it?" Clearly alarmed at his own transparency, Shanadir unsuccessfully attempted to laugh aside Tanner's comment. "It's likely nothing, my boy. I simply intend to read up more on this upon returning south." Allie glanced warily between the two. "You mean there might be some sort of effects we don't know about?" "Perhaps," Shanadir said slowly, "though I think it's the potential implications which concern me more." He deterred Tanner's follow-up question with a raised hand. "As I said, it's likely nothing. Merely an old king's paranoia for things he's unable to foresee."
"Then I suppose it's time to stop delaying the inevitable," Jack announced heavily, pushing up to her feet and motioning Ember to her side. "I'm glad you're safe, Tanner, but Em and I should be on our way."
A sort of bleat of shock choked off in Tanner's throat. "Just like that?" Jack shrugged.
"You'd prefer I slipped away in the night?"
She smiled sadly as everyone else hesitantly stood.
"I'll miss you all dearly, but it's time I was heading home."
Tanner issued a few more half-formed noises as he distractedly adjusted the billowing shirt and breeches Shanadir had gifted him. Allie and Gefnar, meanwhile, simply chewed their tongue and scuffed their feet respectively. Why aren't they saying anything? They should know I'm not equipped for this. To Tanner's surprise, it was Shanadir who spoke first. "I'm afraid I must oppose this course of action, Jack. Your place is clearly among these, your companions. I fear what may befall you and the world should you separate."
"Object if you must,"
Jack said sharply. Then, sighing at Shanadir's flinch,
"I'm sorry. I know you're not to blame for where my father is now, and you at least gave him a chance for survival."
Shanadir's head swayed. "In truth, Jack, I don't know what fate awaits your father. My viewings are strange, and it's not the first peculiarity surrounding last night's events. Sunblade was convinced she would die at Nelina's hand, and I failed to foresee the attempt on her life entirely." Tanner shared an uneasy look with the others. Has our being here thrown the future off that much? "No," Shanadir shook his head sharply. "This is something else. The futures we saw were each firmly founded in probabilities, yet each was ignored. And when it comes to your father, Jack, it's as though, well, he shouldn't have a fate at all."
I may be able to explain that."
Jack turned to the source of the new voice, experiencing an odd sort of dissonance in her thoughts as the source of Naomi's voice resembled a woman she knew very little. As Allie and Gefnar had said, Naomi now sported skin a few shades darker, as well as hair as long and black as Jack's own. For the briefest moment, Jack even felt as though she was looking at a youthful version of her own mother. "Naomi?" Tanner blurted, more out of surprise and possibly indignation than actual query. The woman waved awkwardly, shuffling up to stand with the others in the remains of the circle.
"Well, no, but I'm afraid that's the only name I can give."
Jack studied the other woman, shocked to find that she felt an overwhelming sense of connection with her. Surprising her further, Ember even stepped toward Naoni, sniffing deeply of the woman's scent before nuzzling into her hand.
"What are you?"
Jack asked curtly, more annoyed at her own lack of knowledge than angry at the woman who called herself Naoni.
"Unless you still have some piece of an illusion in place, your ears are human, meaning you're not a half-breed demi-silg like Tanner."
Naoni nodded, averting her eyes from Jack's.
"No, and I'm sure you've noticed the outfit."
She motioned down to her simple attire, much like Jack's own, that marked her as a member of the northern clans.
"Then what's with the wolf form?"
Allie asked impatiently. Their visitor sighed, rubbing at the back of her neck with a twitching hand.
"That's something else I can't answer. Sorry. What I can tell you is that I'm able to see the future too, in my own way."
Jack raised an eyebrow as Naoni finally met her gaze, and she almost laughed as the answer fell into place.
"What's wrong, Naoni? Do I flicker?"
To her credit, Naoni clearly tried to keep the shock from her eyes, but Jack could see in the uneasy shift of the other woman's stance that her guess had been correct. She recalled well her own time in shadow, the way those with shifted fates seemed to flicker and trail writhing shadows. Allie's grunt told Jack that the Lady McAllister had deftly interpreted Jack's meaning, as Gefnar's sharp inhale a second later did for the gnome. Then came Tanner's almost bellowing gasp.
"You're a—"
"Wait, are you two—"
"Stop!"
Naoni yelped, raising a hand toward the foxkin.
"Please, I'm already way too compromised."
She looked to Jack, apologetically, Jack thought.
"This was a delicate mission from the start, and— oh, Shaper's scruff, I only came to offer what comfort I could."
Frowning at the peculiar curse, Jack inclined her head.
"Then do so. Do you know what will happen to my father?"
Naoni cleared her throat, squaring her shoulders self-consciously after her outburst.
"Honestly, no. All I can tell you is that he's still alive because of you, and that he's proud of whatever course you take."
She smiled.
"And, well, you don't need me to tell you this, but he's a great man. Loving, honorable. I'm very grateful to him."
Jack shook her head, unable to hold back a soft chuckle.
"That's all you'll say, isn't it?"
Naoni's chuckle sounded eerily familiar.
"Sorry. And you're leaving?" "Yup." "Tell me one last thing?" "Probably not."
Jack's eyes narrowed.
"Will I ever see you again?"
Naoni swallowed, leaning ever so slightly forward on the balls of her feet, as though forcibly holding herself from rushing the few paces between them. She smiled.
"I hope so."
And with that, she spun and strode away, visibly straining to keep from glancing back. Jack watched until Naoni slipped out of sight amid the trees, turning heavily to her friends.
"I'm sorry," she sighed. "My mind is made up. What's happened to my father has only made it that much clearer that I'm needed back home. At the very least, my clan needs to know what's become of their leader."
Gefnar smiled hopefully.
"Then you'll meet up with us again?"
The smile on Jack's face took the sting out of the sharp shake of her head, she hoped.
"Sure you don't even want us to come with you as far as your clan grounds?"
Allie offered. Jack nodded.
"It's well out of your way, and I don't think Veledrock would be too understanding of such a detour. So long as the job is done, however, she shouldn't mind my leaving. Not when the three of you can do just as well without me."
Tanner made another peculiar sound of protest.
You really believe that?"
"I do,"
Jack said proudly, raising her arms wide as she stepped forward.
"You are all truly remarkable, and traveling with you this past year has been deeply inspiring. I hope we might still part ways as friends."
A series of reluctant nods was her silent reply, and they all wordlessly embraced. Jack was thankful that Shanadir had the respect or good sense not to intrude. She knew it wasn't fair, but she wasn't feeling especially affectionate toward him. As the four-way hug ended, having dropped once again to Gefnar's level, Jack stood and smiled at her companions. She hoped the tears thrashing at the back of her eyes wouldn't spill over.
Stop in, if ever you're near my home. If it's in the next few years, you can even contact me through the link.
She smiled to Tanner.
You'll be recognized as family. Oh, and
she produced a familiar, intricately carved healing wand from her pack.
Since I won't be there to patch you up anymore, when you inevitably find some cause to fight for.
Allie took the wand somberly.
Let's hope your home is safer than wherever we end up then.
The other woman's loss and affection was clear through their link, even without her drawn smile. Tanner, meanwhile, was abruptly digging through his pack where he kept the magic scrolls Intothica had gifted them to communicate with contacts found by the group on their travels, but Jack raised a forestalling hand.
Those are meant for people who are willing to work with Intothica, Tanner, and you're already running low.
The Foxkin stubbornly held up the last two. One for our contact, and one for you.
Tanner, please,
Jack said, pausing to take a calming breath as she registered how harsh she sounded. She didn't want to leave things like that.
I hope we'll speak to each other again, but those were entrusted to us for the mission. And this mission, it's not mine anymore.
She poured all the pride and affection she could through their link as she took in the sorrowful faces of her friends.
It's yours, and it's in the best of hands.
Then, abruptly overwhelmed with sorrow at the thought that, one day, even that magical connection to her friends would fade, Jack leapt onto Ember's saddled back and set off northeast. She admired Naomi's previous restraint. Jack herself couldn't help but keep looking back until the dour faces of the dearest friends she'd known, save for Ember, slid from view. Chapter 41 Fellow Travelers. Only a day's travel northward, the trees were beginning to thin. Allie was oddly grateful for that. The sooner they left the Aethelvere forest behind, the sooner the open wound of Jack's absence would start to feel like a distant memory and, hopefully, begin to mend. You know, if this were a great story, Tanner grumbled as he ducked beneath some low-hanging branches, once again shaking off the droplets of fog that clung to his fur. Our horses would come trotting out of a wall of golden sunlight that burned away all the mist, and we'd be trotting off, laughing at our own good fortune. Gefnar managed a weak chuckle of response, but Allie couldn't muster any such validation. At least Shanadir had expressed his apologies at not having any horses to give them. It seemed Birdkin didn't usually bother with such things, unless there was a ceremony on. Letterog had half-jokingly offered to wrangle and break some dire badgers for them before his departure, but neither Allie nor her two remaining companions had been too keen on the idea. Tanner had a hard enough time with easily domesticated mounts, Gefnar had secretly fretted about the potential of being swallowed whole, and Allie, well, she'd seen the scars on Cedo, one of her classmates from Aranak's sanctuary, when the boy had tried to trap and tame dire badgers, using the school's expansive beehive as bait. Tanner took the lackluster response to his commentary in stride, shuddering exaggeratedly into his royal eagle-blood cloak. Allie silently commiserated. With the rising sun yet to burn through the mist, the forest air felt clammy against her skin. Hard to believe she's really gone, isn't it? Tanner said heavily as they trudged a carpet of fallen leaves. I mean, I think I could still feel her distantly last night, but when I woke up this morning...
She's doing what she thinks is right,
Allie muttered.
But you disagree. You feel as though she's making a terrible mistake, and yet you felt unable to tell her so.
Allie knew she was likely imagining it, but she thought she saw and felt Gefnar bristle minutely.
Calm down. It's not like you can hear his thoughts. You're just so attuned to each other that you can communicate non-verbally.
As though to quiet her own fears, she conjured up the image in her mind of Intothica passionately planting her lips on Blade Master Volkritz. If Gefnar was able to stroll through her mind, there was no way he'd be able to keep from reacting to that.
Nothing,
Allie thought, carefully studying the gnome out of the corner of her eye.
Good.
Then, afraid of the result but knowing that she had to attempt it, she focused on Tanner through their group link.
Tanner,
she spoke in her mind. The foxkin sniffed as he walked, absent-mindedly trotting around a tree half grown into their path. No response. Allie looked directly over to him, intensifying her focus on him through the link. "Tanner!" Nothing. They'd gone a few more steps when Tanner happened to look her way, flinching at her sharp look. Yes? Did you want something?" Had he heard her? Maybe he'd not actually felt the words, but he could sense her reaching out to him? Or maybe he just had that feeling you get when someone's staring at you. Allie sighed, waving off Tanner's concerned frown. "Nothing, it's fine. It's just, we'll have to figure something out if we want fresh game." Tanner nodded. "We are down a huntress, and maybe when I could still shift into my fox form with Okizi I could have matched Ember's hunting ability." He drew up some fire, letting it dance over his fingertips. "If I can get a clear shot, though, with the trees opening up, we might even get supper partially pre-cooked." "Better than picking up the minced pieces off the ground," Allie muttered, her lip curling at the memory of her single attempt to down a rabbit with her light daggers months earlier. It had worked, but the grisly scene and tedious gathering had nearly put them all off the impending meal. Jack was right as usual. Hunting should be conducted with respect for the prey, and only as needed. Gefnar, too, seemed to rankle at the thought of getting his hands dirty with the death of forest creatures. Allie had only ever seen him eat meat to be polite, or when he absolutely had to keep his strength up amid a clear lack of other options. "I can double my foraging efforts," the gnome offered, glancing between the other two. "There's more to find in the spring, so I shouldn't have to go far from camp. I can go before and after supper if one of you is willing to take a part of my watch." Allie felt a disproportionately sharp stab of anger. She knew they had to start adjusting to life without Jack eventually, but doing it so quickly felt like a betrayal. The rustle of leaves in a nearby thicket cut short any response to Gefnar's schedule reworking, though, as all three travelers dropped into a ready stance for a fight. Biriak sprang into existence in Allie's grasp, the purplish-black stone in its hilt pulsing with power, largely rejuvenated from even a fitful sleep. Gefnar shrank into a crouch, nimbly slipping his back-carried shield over his arm and dropping a hand to his sword hilt. And Tanner's hands became blinding novas of flame. Allie felt the foxkin's rush of elation at his seemingly heightened prowess, but she kept her eyes on the potential danger until Itakar stepped into view. Relaxing, Allie nodded to the wolfkin captain in greeting. "Was wondering where you'd run off to?" Itakar bowed as he approached, his thick brow furrowing in something like irritation. "My apologies. It wasn't my intention to vanish. I meant to answer to the guards who came to escort us in, taking the proper channels to reach Sonblade. But when the firestone erupted, my irrational side took hold, driving me to seek Sonblade out and determine if she was well." "Was she?" asked Gefnar. "She seemed a bit shaken after the blast." Allie nodded. "Didn't look much better the next morning, either." "She is well," Itakar affirmed, his tongue recoiling briefly from his next words. "And she wishes an audience with you all." Tanner guffawed as the fire in his hands faded to a dull glow. "An audience? The leader of your people is requesting an audience with us? Some nobodies with an inflated reputation?" "She is," Itakar said simply, not even twitching at Tanner's levity. "As is, well, the leader of my other people." Allie dropped Biriak, only for the dagger to dissipate and reform in her sheath as she folded her arms. "They're here, aren't they? Sonblade and General Thradlos." Itakar nodded. "They've discussed the matters between them separately, and now they wish to put things right with all of you." Sharing a wary but curious look with her companions, Allie sighed, motioning back to the thicket that had hidden Itakar's approach. "Show them in." "Or out," Tanner corrected, gesturing vaguely to their open-air surroundings. Their visitor did smirk minutely this time before calling back into the thicket. "You may approach. I don't think they mean to slay you on sight." Something in Itakar's tone made Allie wonder if the veiled threat was as much a realization of the captain's frustrations as theirs. Behind Itakar, a robed Sonblade and a sullen-faced Thradlos in his Samanir camouflage emerged, and Allie had the brief inclination to equate their look with that of two chastised children being summoned to make their apologies. As amusing as the thought was, she was also troubled by how close their impromptu guests had gotten without them realizing. Sure, someone could have moved in from upwind to trick Ember's nose as easily as Tanner's, but Jack's well-honed senses in the wild would have easily alerted them well before, if she'd been there. Sunblade and Thradlos stepped up to either side of Itakar before Allie could go too far down that path, though, the human general clearing his throat first.
Nah, I'll readily admit any wrongdoing on my part.
He winced at the sharp looks from Allie, Gefnar, and Tanner.
I only wanted to ensure a swift end to the war, one way or another. I see now that the cost was too high.
Allie grunted, her gaze sliding to the subdued Sunblade.
And? You know he almost got you killed, and you're just okay with that?
I am,
the Wolfkin Alpha said heavily.
It's the weight of my continued living that perplexes me. In truth, I did much the same thing in Cadison the General only attempted.
She looked over to meet Thradlos's gaze.
We both feared a potential future and took drastic, short-sighted steps to prevent it.
Gefnar's face turned upward in sympathy.
You wanted to die.
Sunblade nodded numbly.
What better justice would there have been than to fall in schemes that so closely resembled my own?
Tanner raised an eyebrow. So, you two have bonded over past wrongs and you're just allies now? Thradlos chuckled dryly.
Close, my lad. The Wolfkin aren't ready to fight alongside the Samanir. But we will stand with Shanadir, Ledderog, Physix, and Dunfana in vocally opposing Mevod,
Sunblade added.
Any Wolfkin among the mongrels has a chance to return to us before being sentenced to indefinite exile. I hope at least that many will take that chance, given the sign of the Huntress in her fight with Garich. Summoning a second great wolf will surely have some of our people talking.
Allie suppressed a smirk.
Is that the story that's gotten around?
So great, Tanner said slowly. The talks weren't a total loss. You two have resolved your differences, and there's at least a slightly bigger chance at peace. Can't say I've fully forgiven either of you, but if you were just wanting to make sure we weren't going to try to come after you... He looked to Allie and Gefnar expectantly, who assented with curt and decisive nods respectively. Yeah, I don't think we're interested in jumping into the assassin business. Thradlos sighed, scratching at the back of his neck.
No, that's just the thing, you see. Not everyone shares your gracious nature,
said Sunblade, giving an almost comical hoot as two more wolfkin emerged from the thicket behind her, dragging a third, unconscious form between them, dressed only in simple shirt, boots, and breeches. Allie's posture slumped.
No. Whatever the question is, no.
Itakar raised a gloved hand.
Please, Allie, hear them out.
A growling groan slid involuntarily from Allie's throat as the sleeping Nelina was deposited on the ground in front of her and her fellow travelers.
She tried to kill you, Sunblade. Why is she even still alive?
Gefnar rested a hand on Allie's shin to cut her off.
Not to sound callous, but Allie has a point. Wouldn't that be simpler for you?
Sunblade nodded, looking sympathetically down to the unconscious tigerkin.
Yes, but making amends isn't meant to be simple, I think. This woman was justified in her actions against me. She struck out in pain. I'd help her heal that pain, but I don't think she'd find it possible among our people.
Fine, Allie spat. You've got an unruly child on your hands. Send her off to boarding school.
In a way,
Thradlos laughed uneasily.
That's what we're doing.
Hold on, said Tanner, spinning on the general. How is Nelina not your problem? She was your independent contract thing when she slipped off to stab Sunblade.
Thradlos sighed. We're at war, my lad, and a long way from Falcon Crest. The only way to secure her properly would be to treat her as a prisoner of war, meaning that we cage her or place her in a prisoner of war camp.
Do ya truly think Nelina would be able to find any peace in a cage?
Tanner shrugged. Well, then do the second thing.
They can't, Allie groaned, watching Nelina's chest rise and fall in what she recognized as a magical slumber. Too many enemies. She glared up at Thradlos. Let me guess, a bunch of the prisoners have already figured out that she's worked for you.
The general nodded sheepishly.
Many of whom would swiftly make an example of her.
Are we sure we're not going to do that? Tanner muttered, but everyone seemed to know better than to take him seriously.
Nelina has had other high-profile employers as well, said Itakar, not looking to his general as he defended him. She has to be entrusted to someone who will see her safely away from the front, one way or the other, and there are even those among the Samanir who might attempt to eliminate her if we try to have her transported back to Falcon Crest. She didn't kill anyone when she escaped from our custody, but some among the Order take a slight on their honor far too seriously.
Got a real good handle on your troops if you don't trust them to do what they're told, Allie replied with a grunt.
Gefnar, meanwhile, was studying Itakar again.
Was this all your idea, Captain?
The wolfkin only partly feigned unease at being caught.
It was. The general deferred to my judgment on this, and Sunblade. I ultimately owe Itakar my position, the Alpha finished.
Tanner's snout twitched in confusion. Samanir captain got you the job of next in line for Alpha?
In a way,
Itakar said, obviously uncomfortable at the turn in topic as he glanced to Sunblade.
I'm not to thank for her foresight or prowess in battle, but I shortened the list of potential rivals.
Gefnar's eyes went wide. You killed Gerulf's heirs? Sunblade shocked Allie by giving something close to a light-hearted laugh.
No, Master Guardsman. He abdicated.
Allie made a sharp tisk of understanding as she looked to Itakar.
You were the heir.
Itakar shifted, as though to shrug off the title.
Heir essential. Gerulf was sterile. And among the wolfkin, if an alpha is unable to produce an heir, he may choose from orphaned or discarded pups.
Which were you? Asked Gefnar. Then, quickly, if it's not too personal. Sunblade dismissed her underlings with a wave of her hand, and Itakar chose to wait until they'd receded from view before answering.
Discarded. I was a helpless runt none expected to survive, but one of Gerulf's young advisors said she saw great things in my future.
He turned a half-smile on Sunblade.
That I'd become a great leader of a new generation.
The wolfkin woman merely returned the look with a nod.
And I spoke the truth.
Tanner cocked his head, studying Itakar. But you still left. Itakar cleared his throat, looking as though he wanted to be doing anything but sharing his personal history in the middle of a forest.
It's difficult, being raised to lead people who, at one point, cast you aside. There's a perverse validation, but any one of them of an age could have been my parents. Any contemporaries my unknown siblings. The prospect enhances any success, but it also triples the weight of any shortcoming. I studied hard, but though I excelled at directing those under me, I was seen as timid with a blade, for my lack of ferocity in sparring bouts. Many whispered loudly, so I could hear, that they feared what would become of our people when Gerulf passed. Could someone like me lead them in the necessary displays of strength in such increasingly dangerous times? So, through the years, as Sunblade grew to be like a mother to me, and to display her own more potent style of leadership, I finally drew up the nerve to inform Gerulf that I intended to discover what fate had in store for me beyond our borders.
Allie couldn't help a smirk as she glanced to the man who would help to shape Itakar's fate, the former captain of the Blighted Terrients.
Off to find his fortune at sea. How original.
Gerulf was angry, Itakar continued, but it passed when I told him I believed I could direct him to a more suitable heir. Female alphas have been few in our past, but even he could see the wisdom in entrusting our people's future to Sunblade.
Sunblade grunted.
Not only a female, but one now beyond childbearing years. You are within your rights to seek an heir out as Gerulf did, Itakar pointed out, a faint edge in his tone.
I am, Sunblade allowed.
But perhaps I'm simply a fool who holds out hope for the future I saw in that frail little pup all those years ago.
Itakar gave a definitively wolfkin snort, needling humor now in his gaze.
If we've learned anything of late, my alpha, it is that your viewings can be proven wrong.
Sunblade seemed to physically bite back, pursuing the matter, turning once again to Allie and her companions, before looking pointedly down to the still form of Nelina.
So then, you will do this? Help us to right our wrongs by taking this poor defenseless pup into your care?
Allie sneered. Hardly defenseless, even stripped of her weapons. Then, sighing in defeat. How exactly would this work? We just ask her kindly not to run off? Thradlos stepped forward, producing a small armband, similar to the one Tiraki had gifted to Jack, and identical to the one now on Nelina's arm.
This will allow its wearer to know Nelina's whereabouts, through the magic binding the two bands.
Allie snatched it up, frowning at her companion's questioning looks. I'm the fastest of us if it comes to running her down. She found that part of her hoped it would. Nelina might have actually looked pitiable, lying so peacefully on the ground before them. But, unlike Gefnar and Tanner, Allie knew a broken person when she saw one. The others might go easy on Nelina. Allie wouldn't. I'm guessing Nelina can't take hers off? Gefnar asked, as Allie slipped her armband over her wrist and firmly onto her forearm.
Correct, said Itakar. Short of removing her own arm.
Tanner grunted bitterly. I think I know someone who'd appreciate that irony. She may be desperate, Allie sighed, but unless I've completely misjudged her, she'd never deliberately hamper herself that much. She gestured to her own armband. What about defense? Does this stop her from attacking us? Or me, at least? Sunblade shook her head.
Another reason why you are the most suitable guardians for Nelina's rehabilitation. Each of you has proven that you could match her should the need arise.
Allie gave a mocking laugh as she took in the Wolfkin Alpha. So, not only do we have to help you make up for your mistakes, we're also the ones who'd first pay the price if the attempt goes wrong. An odd sort of rumbling that wasn't quite a threat rose from Sunblade.
I'd offer you my thanks, but I think it would be poorly accepted.
Damn right, Allie muttered.
I'll offer mine regardless, declared Thradlos, bowing deeply to Allie and her friends.
Y'all-three and Itakar have saved me from my own paranoia.
Tanner turned to Itakar. Plan to make that a habit?
I'll be staying with the Samanir, yes, Itakar said determinedly. He looked to his general. And we should be getting back.
Right ya are. Thradlos sent one final smirk toward the travelers.
May fortune favor your efforts.
As the general set off southeast, Itakar and Sunblade shared a silent, nodded farewell before Itakar trailed after Thradlos, and the seer with a death wish headed off northeast. Each was so quiet that, as soon as the forest took them from sight, there was nothing to remind Allie that they'd ever been there at all. Nothing except the conniving tigerkin that snored softly on the ground. Tanner loosed a heavy exhale. Hardly a fair trade, is it? We lose Jack and Ember, and instead we get this? He gestured irritably down to Nelina.
But perhaps this one could prove more useful in some ways. In exchange for leniency, she might be persuaded to perform tasks your huntress friend never would, for supposed strength of character.
Allie grunted softly, affirming Tanner's assessment. Then, frowning in annoyance, she looked to her friends. We need to keep moving. I get to keep the armband. Who wants to wake her? Tanner's grin seemed to speak of all the fun ways he could think of for completing the task. But, seeming unnerved by the look, Gefnar stooped next to the tigerkin, almost lazily swinging a gauntleted hand to slap Nelina awake. Allie could tell he'd held back, but there was also a faint glint of satisfaction in his eyes at the impact. Gotta do it hard enough to work against the magic, he explained as Nelina stirred. The tigerkin quickly swam to alertness with a vigorous shake of her head, frowning as she heaved up onto her elbows. In one look, she took in her lack of weapons, armor, and gadgetry, her new wardens, and the matching armbands she and Allie bore. Damn, Nelina hissed.
Hard to imagine a harsher sentence.
Feeling the faintest pangs of sympathy against her better judgment, Allie reached down to offer the tigerkin a hand to her feet.
Couldn't have said it better myself, she sighed.
Jack drew Ember up to a halt as she spotted movement through the trees, smiling as she saw Tiraki step into view, proudly sporting her new staff. Slipping from her saddle, Jack strode up to the Crockblood, grasping her offered arm firmly and taking her in a brief half-hug.
"It is good to see you well, Huntress,"
said Tiraki, teeth bared in a smile of her own.
Largely thanks to you,
Jack replied with a bow of her head.
You did everything I asked and more. Allie told me it was you who aided me in the final moments of my fight with Garich.
Tiraki deflected the praise with a scaly hand.
"It would have been impossible without your friend's ability to shroud me from sight so effectively. I've heard of her growing prowess from our ears in Falcon Crest, but I was still greatly impressed. I may be able to alter or even conjure a form, but the Lady McAllister possesses a truly rare gift."
Jack thought of the reason for Allie's devotion to learning this skill and shuddered.
The only other person we've run into who could cloak reality so deftly was Tagathis, the powerful Dimisilg from Nizame.
Tiraki gave a nod nearly as sagely as her mentor, Agalek, could have mustered.
"The power of 2 souls and more bound up in one. She is mighty indeed."
Agreed,
Jack said, smiling sadly.
Tanner survives fiery cocoons, Gefnar slays dragons, and Allie's power may one day rival that of a Thekur.
Jack hoped so. Perhaps that was how Allie would finally break free of Sharad, by siphoning enough of his power to sever their bond.
"The others will manage in your absence,"
Tiraki said, clearly noting Jack's wistfulness.
"You've chosen your friends well."
Laughing softly, Jack rested a hand on Tiraki's shoulder.
"Yes, I have."
"Do you wish one of us to deliver a message to the young man you fancy in Falcon Crest?"
asked Tiraki, eager to move on from the validation.
Jack blushed. Yes, I'd like to share what's happened with Tavik. If you can spare someone for something so trivial."
A distinct twinkle came to Tiraki's eye.
"I think, Huntress, that perhaps you don't fully grasp just how many have risen to support you from the shadows."
With that, she uttered a sort of whooping growl to the sky before the forest fell silent again for a moment. Jack glanced about, running her fingers through the fur of Ember's neck as the wolf's ears twitched warily. Then, distant at first, and drawing steadily closer, the forest seemed to come alive as it did whenever Jack had witnessed a great herd of prey goaded into motion, in the aim of weeding out the slow and weak. Her eyes widening, Jack saw, however, that this was no herd of animals closing in on her. Half-breeds of all kinds, and even some goblins and orcs, converged on Tiraki's call. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Ember pranced about, but he didn't crouch and bristle in preparation for a fight. The look in his vibrant eyes seemed almost excited. In the minutes after they'd been summoned, Bearkin and Crockblood, Goblin and Lionkin, all draped in mottled cloaks to hide their movements, fell in to stand in messy, expanding circles, with Jack at the center. Necks craned as hundreds of eyes fought to glimpse the dumbfounded Jack, each filled with wonder and hope.
"As you can see, Huntress,"
Tiraki announced, beaming as Jack turned to her in bewilderment,
"your message of peace and unity has not fallen on deaf ears. Not entirely. Each of those here, and many more who aid your allies in their efforts across Kavorim, are committed to helping you achieve your destiny."
The Crockblood actually winked.
"Don't you think it's time they took instruction from their true leader?"
Jack wasn't certain if she gasped, sobbed, or laughed as she leaned into Ember's side, suddenly unsteady on her feet. So many eyes. So many onlookers waiting for her to direct them. Could she really be the person Macarillon had promised them?
"It doesn't matter,"
she reminded herself. All she could do was what she believed to be right. She thought of her father, praying silently and fervently to Eirnot for his safety. She thought of the people she had helped in Dragon's Nest, Nizame, Varbius, and onward. She thought of those she'd failed. Lastly, she thought of her friends. They'd be 2 days northward by now, ever closer to Lorsan and completing their task for Veladrock. Perhaps closer to the end of their own journeys together. Had it all been worth it? Had they made a difference together? Even as Jack was reminded of every force working against a world of half-breeds and the major races united, the vermin throng, now under Marima's control in all but name, the mongrels, sated but still serving Mevod's selfish vision, the fear and violence she'd seen exacted by city dwellers, Jack smiled. Perhaps the world at large would change later in its own time. For now, these people saw in her a hope for their future, and they needed her to put action to her words of unity. So, imagining a friendly, pointed face beaming with pride as she did so, Jack raised an arm in greeting to all who had gathered.
It's an honor to meet you all. I'm sure Tiraki has a task appointed to each of you, but for right now, I'd like you all to join me.
She sighed contentedly.